a parking lot out there. So that might just be what the weight is from
Yeah.
Botach.
Yeah, that blows. Where
Yeah.
did you order it from? What site was
Uh,
it?
a Botach,
Okay.
which is usually, and I also left in the email that usually, this is not an issue with anything else that I've ordered. Everything else is coming in 3 to 10 days. Yada yada yada.
You haven't ordered anything from them yet.
That was like the third or fourth order that I had placed, like in the past, I don't know, 3 months or something like that. And everything else has worked out pretty dang good from them. So, and that deal on, I think it was 5 or 6 Lancer mags for $55 or $53 or whatever it was, and I got 2 sets of them. So like 12 mags for like $110 maybe.
Yeah, it's a good deal.
I've Yeah, that's the other reason I'm not really angry with them. I'm like, just send them to me. Just send them to me. I'm cool with that. But it seems like it's taking a little while, so I'm just wondering if some of it was the shipping fiasco that they got going on. And then if that's the case, they shouldn't have slow boated them to me. They should have shipped them the other way.
I have to drive 35 minutes to that place where I ordered my Scorpion. They got P mags for $11. They usually got big boxes of them sitting out.
Nice.
Gen 2, but that doesn't matter to me.
That don't bother me. I don't care if they don't have a window. I know, and $11, that's right on.
Yeah.
I just got my Glock 19 yesterday, and that flat.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Luckily, I got a bunch of holsters coming in to test, and one of them came in to carry it concealed. I was able to do that. I just need to take it to range, and I'm almost certain that they're not going to have any, but you got to prove it before you carry it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, you
What's
should be
the
fine.
first holster you're gonna try with it?
The one I got sent specifically for it is Kessler holsters. They pretty much make an inside the waistband design, but they have this one that's really neat where they do like they do two most inside the waistband kind of taco style shell holsters are one piece of Kydex molded, just kind of molded in one
Like
shape. This
folded in half and then pressed, so
Yeah,
to
pretty.
speak.
This one they use two pieces and they rivet it together to get two colors, like an olive drab green on a coyote tan, but it has a distressed look that they put on it to kind of make it look old, to kind of give it a little more. I don't
Well,
know,
what's the price range on that gonna be?
about 50
Think.
bucks, $50 roughly.
So I don't own any holsters as of yet, but I know both of you guys do. Is that about the going range for a reasonable holster these days?
Yeah,
And
for like taco style and inside the waistband, that's about right.
I see them as low as 30, good quality. There's a local manufacturer in San Antonio does them for $30, and on your six designs. But he does a kind of a minimalist kind of style aspect to it versus somebody who does a little more detailed. And then it all depends on also if you're what kind of gun belt you're going to carry too. Are you going to carry a leather gun belt where you need make sure that clip is wide enough to go over that belt versus more of a tactical belt where it's always thin. And you got to make sure that the clip can actually secure itself under the belt if it's a thinner belt.
I gotcha.
Yeah. So I mean that's part of it. Like I said, I got a bunch of new stuff coming out. I'm going to be have to really commit myself to a lot of video making. I've been getting real lazy and sloppy about it, but uh, I have to get these reviews done. So a lot of new Ben products or holsters coming out.
You've been lazy and sloppy, man. I haven't done a video since November. I think I'm gonna do a few this week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you have been all over the Instagrams.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's kind of simple. You just take a picture, something cool, or at least what I think is neat to me.
Well, can't you post video on Instagram too, or no, not so much?
Yeah, like 9 seconds, I think.
Like a Vine almost.
Yeah. There's the holster I just ordered for my HK. I get the link. Linkity dink.
Funny, last night in the external chat, talking up a bunch of reloading stuff with like Dr. No and Robbie and a few other guys. And today I went to work and I was talking to one of the people that I work with on, one of the other companies and all that. And he's like, "Yeah, well, shit. Me and my brother went in on a Dylan, and he don't like it at all. So I'll talk to him and see if he wants to sell it to you." And I'm like, "Well," I said, "Dylans are usually pretty expensive, you know." I said, "I'll be looking for something, relatively inexpensive." He goes, "Oh, dude, if I have my way, it'll be cheap." I'm like, "Sweet, yeah, just let me know."
Yeah, I hear you for sure. Knowing that company, actually, I got approved to T&E their stuff, and there's yeah, that. Um,
I've heard good things about them.
no, they're pretty popular. I'm gonna test the Infidel, but the Infidel Ultra inside the waistband for 1911 and a gun belt that they make. They approved me to go ahead and do their testing for them. So I'm gonna be checking out their gun belt and that Infidel Ultra holster they make inside the waistband.
Yeah, I'm looking on their site right now. What is...
Now, are you guys clip or loops kind of guys? I know it depends on who makes the clip and stuff like that, or at least when I like to talk to DB about that.
If it's outside the waistband, I mean, loops are great. I definitely go loop. But if it's inside the waistband, there's just such a variety because with leather, for instance, because it's obviously you can fold the leather if it has leather loops. There's this one holster I'm getting from this one company that's outside the waistband, but it has these loops on that you can break away and take it off quickly. That's why it's really popular. But inside the waistband, I like the clips because not everybody can carry on the job or everywhere you go, so you have to be able to remove it depending on the situation, and that's what I want. I want the ability to be able to take it off, secure it, or leave it in your your glove box, whatever it is you have, the middle console, and that's what I feel about inside the waistband. You just got to make sure that the designer of the holster has a really good clip system. And there's some really good ones. James Yeager said he doesn't dig clips at all. He wants all loops, but I don't. He's in a business where he can have a gun on them pretty much 24/7. Not everybody can.
So the Infidel Ultra is like one of them hybrid kind of dealies.
Yeah. And I got that one coming from 1911. Got some 2 holsters from Cook Holsters that just came in, and also from Black Dog Concealment. Sent me one to test for my Glock 20, Glock 22, Glock 17 style holster outside the waistband. And we got some other leather holsters coming in as well to test.
Cool.
Some from High Rise holsters, or no, High Noon holsters, and this other company, I forget.
High Noon, I forgot about them.
Yeah, they're good stuff, man. And they have this thing called I think it's called a Georgia snap, where it's outside the waistband, but you can remove it rather quickly because of the design. It snaps over your belt.
Yeah, I got that Infidel with the 2 loops with the snaps.
Yeah.
So you can take it off fairly quickly. Not as quick as my 511 with the clip, but still cool.
Now, did you end up getting one that you can carry the light on it, or just a regular?
Nah, just the regular. I haven't even tried putting the light on my HK yet.
Say what?
I know.
What else interesting to learn from Cook Holsters when got a test sample. I placed an order with him for it. He's like, nah, I want one for TLR2 on a Glock 22. He's like, dude, we our most popular holster. We don't even make them for the TLR2. The TLR1 is the most popular holster we sell, so we don't even get into the TLR2 business. I was like, really? All right, well, just send me one straight up without a light, and in general. And it's a pretty good holster. I like it
What's
for $50.
what's the one that is it got the dragonfly? Um, we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago. Man, I think they're also the ones that have the range time model, and then they also make the one that has the
Incog ones?
no, it's like a name that you would recognize like in a heartbeat. Like I think half of it is a dragonfly or something like that.
Oh, you're talking about you're talking about the Incog from G Code, but it's Travis Haley's holster, and that's inside the waistband, and he had his logo is that dragonfly, like tactical looking dragonfly that he puts on his clips.
Okay, that's
uh,
not who I'm thinking of though. Then I must be confused. Oh man.
it's a real popular holster for now, but it's made for appendix style carry, which you can do if you're pretty much on the light side.
Bravo concealment, I think is the one I was trying to think of.
Bravo Concealment does like a sword with some kind of Anyway Dragon kind of logo on it. They're out of Texas as well, out of the Valley. They're out of.
That's definitely who I was thinking of because I know when I was looking at them a while ago, they do make kydex with drop downs, so you can like choose the model and then choose the light or laser.
Most holster manufacturers will do that, like Black Point Tactical. Ones I mentioned as a supporter channel. I got one for my Glock 22 with the TLR2, and it's freaking awesome. Most of them do that I've seen do have the option because not everybody can afford a Surefire 300 light or whatever it is that model.
Right.
So they get the TLR as an inexpensive, which is a great money for the bang for your buck. It's a great light, and so there's a lot of manufacturers that still produce those. See, the thing about a holster is that when you get one with a light, initial holsters, most Kydex holsters, all the retention is based in the trigger guard. When you get to a holster with a light, that's the first part of the gun that touches the holster. So that's where the retention is, basically around the light, and that's that's where there's a quality impact. Does it secure the gun right and retain it as far as lockup, and what's the draw on it? Does that retention adjustment and so on, and stuff you have to look into when you're getting the holster.
The good thing about that is I got one for the Surefire X300
Right.
for my 41, but if I put that light on my 19s, then they fit in the holster too, just fine, because it's just holding on to the light.
Well, I found out something stupid because I got the gun in yesterday. I was all excited, so let me see which holsters I got because most like a Glock 22 holster, outside the waistband, inside the waistband typically will fit Glock 19 and sometimes even a Glock 26 for the most part. But the Glock 26 is different. The molding in the front of the Glock 26 is different. It's beveled, the slide, and it has a little different shape also to the front of the receiver. So I put that Glock 19 in one of my holsters I got for my Glock 26, and it got stuck. Man, I was like, fuck, it would not come out, dude. I'm there, fucking damn it. It's always me, man, like stupid ass, doing something, something always has to fuck it up, right? So I'm there trying to get it out, and nothing's coming out. And then finally I thought about it. Heat it up with the hairdryer and get it to flex a little bit and get it out. Now that particular holster, I'm going to have it's a lifetime warranty, the one I got stuck in, so I'll just have it and send it back to that dude. Plus I bought a 1911 holster for that manufacturer too, inside the waistband. I'll have to take both of them back to him and have them reshape them again. But yeah, I had to do that to loosen it up. It would not give, man. I was like, damn. But like I have a bag of holsters. I got like probably at least about 20, maybe 30 holsters in that one bag. I was like, yeah, let me see which models will fit.
Yeah,
Now, oh, you go.
I was gonna say I got this Tommy Tice hybrid outside the waistband holster for a CZ P07. And if you stick the gun in there, you're not getting it out. Like I haven't even wore it enough to break it in or anything, but it's fucking tight as shit.
My question is, do any of you have? I might be using the wrong word here, but convertible. Like maybe it's designed for an outside the waistband, but it can be converted to use inside the waistband. Do any of you
Most
have anything like that?
most Kydex holsters are developed to really shape around your hip. Newer ones, the better technology ones, like Cook's really good, and it's a lot of, when you do that, all you have to do is just put these like Moon was talking about these rubber or rubber or whatever polymers. No, usually rubber style, rubber made little loops that you put on the outside. You just take the inside you take the belt loops off and put these little belt loops on the front, and you can fit it on inside your waistband. It's not uncommon with many holsters.
Okay, for as a matter of fact, the reason I was going back to that Bravo concealment is I just put a link in the side chat, and it's about the same price-ish as what the one you had posted, Moon. I mean, it's right in line with that. And the thing that I'm finding is that since it's right about in the same price range ish, and it's specific to my Glock 30S and my light as not a problem. It does do great on the outside the waistband, and it looks like it can be converted to inside the waistband. So I'm just wondering, as far as maybe my first holster for my Glock 30S or what have you, um, in my mind I'm thinking it would be a good start, and it would almost fill two roles. Currently cannot conceal carry here anyway, so it would mostly be around the house, obviously. And we cannot
Can you?
draw from or holster at the range either. That is a big no-no here, unfortunately.
So yeah, this one might be more comfortable if you convert it, because I had a DSG holster that was supposedly it was an outside the waistband that you can convert to an inside the waistband, but it was so freaking huge that I just couldn't even fathom trying to wear it inside the waistband. But this one looks a lot smaller. Like if you can imagine the one you're looking at, the one you posted with like an extra inch of Kydex on each side.
Oh, wow.
That's how big it was.
Well, and if you look at the pictures of the one that I posted, I bet you that's Corey's ass right there, if I had to imagine for the inside, and she's pretty skinny. And kind of look how much it takes up. Like, she's small, so it kind of takes up a little bit, but at the same time, I'm two of her, so I don't think that it would be a big deal.
Yeah, that doesn't look so bad. Comfortability. Is that a word?
It is now.
Wise?
If it's very comfortable.
Yeah. It looks doable.
And when we were talking about it before, a few people were telling me, "Oh, that's kind of too much," or then all of a sudden, out in the external, when we were talking about it before, all of a sudden, all these other links for all sorts of different stuff comes up, and I'm just like, well, I mean, I understand. I kind of like having the option of both, especially since currently I can't really, get into it or use it too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
But I think that would work with a battle belt too, though, because that's one of the other things that I want to get is a battle belt to be able to hook up to my load-bearing vest, and I know that right there would work fantastic on one of those.
Yeah, definitely. And I try to get a holster for every gun that I get, except for these. Not that I don't want them, but these CZs are hard to find holsters for.
Well, and don't lie, Moon. You know you just don't want to skin that thing. You don't want to take none of that hardcore finish off of there.
That's right. I did find well, maybe it was Comtac. The only CZ holster they make is for the SPO1. I was like, that's pretty sweet, but I don't know
Now,
if I
these
want to wear
guys,
that. I don't know if I want to put any wear on my gun.
these guys will make them for the CC75 PO1, SPO1, the Shadow, the PO7, the PO9, the 75 Phantom. This particular style of holster, the light bearing one, they'll make those for.
Oh yeah,
But I don't know that that's any of the ones that you actually have. Now that I think about it.
I have the SPO1
Okay.
and the PO7 and the PO9. I already have a holster for the 75B, but I sold that gun.
Really?
Yeah, I sold that like a year ago, sometime last year.
On a whim, or just so you could get something different going? Kind of already had some CZs going.
Yeah, so I wanted to get something different, and I needed the extra cash, so I got rid of the CZ that I liked the least out of my four. But then today I saw the PO1 with green polycoat. I never seen that. They're doing different colors like that.
Ruh-roh.
It's kind of tempting. And I never had a compact steel CZ yet, so
Now, would you
yeah.
go Ramey or you'd go something the other way when you're talking CZs?
I don't know.
Compact.
I never shot a Rammy yet.
All I've seen is videos on them. I've never seen anybody have one out here. They look interesting. I hear heavy, but then again, now they're all metal guns, whereas before they had the bulging problem or whatever, but that was when they had polymer in it, and now they're only making, I think, alloy frames.
Yeah. Plus their new polymer is it's a different polymer. It's like fiber reinforced, so they don't got that bulging problem anymore.
Well, that's definitely a good thing because they're a premium price gun. I'm not saying that they're overpriced or nothing like that. I'm just saying they're a premium price gun, or at least when I see them, they are.
Yeah. A lot of times you can get the standard 75B for 500, but they have so many different options and models that they get up there, and sometimes I've seen places that'll have a compact for like 539, and then like right up the street at a different gun shop it'll be like $100 more. So
Yeah.
it all depends who's selling it, how much they get it for from their distributor and whatnot, how big the gun shop is. And sometimes they're just dicks. Like I got this one place around me, I don't even know how they stay in business. They'll go over to Walmart, right, and they'll get a box of they'll get like one of the bulk boxes, a 5.56 or 223 American Eagle or Federal, and he'll put them in sandwich bags and sell them for 20 bucks, or he'll sell 20 rounds for like ridiculously overpriced in
Now, how can
in
he get
sandwich
away with
bags.
doing that?
I don't know. I don't
I
even know
mean, I've
how.
heard of doing like reloads like that or something like that. I didn't think you could get away with doing new ammo like that. But I guess if no one's calling you to the carpet on it, you can do whatever you want to, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, he supplies police, and I guess he gives them a good price because I always see them parked in the parking lot. But if you go in there, if you're just a normal guy, you get the stank eye.
Oh yeah, we
Fucking
definitely
like,
have one of those out here.
what are you doing in here? Like, okay, I'll go somewhere
Sizing
else.
you up. Well, sizing you up, making sure you're not some kind of hoodlum criminal, something, something, something.
Yeah, I don't like that place.
I have to say I don't go into mine that's like that very often, and the thing is, let's see, I doubt anybody from Maui is on the chat right now, so it might not be a big deal. They're right across the street from the big box store. That always has cheaper prices on ammo. Like, I mean, always. They just might not always have availability is the problem because
Yeah.
they sell out so fast. But and also that big box store is the place that I bought my three firearms that I own currently. Was happened to be from there through the simple fact that the other stores didn't have those particular models, and the big box store didn't really have deals, so to speak. That was just either just below MSRP or right at, so I wasn't really getting any favors there. But there were no Maverick 88s of the security model, the 8-shot 12 gauge at any of the other stores for under, or they didn't even have them. Same with the M&P Sport that I ended up getting. They didn't even have that rifle. And then when I ended up buying that Glock 30S, the other stores were looking at me, well, what about this 19 right here? And, what about this one, this 26 and stuff like that? I'm like, well, I want the 30S. Oh, we don't have that. I'm like, I see that. And, yet the big box store happened to have it in stock. So I kind of feel bad sometimes for not fully supporting my local stores, but I mean, I usually go in and get taken for a ride on some ammunition or accessories or something just to, spread it around a little. But it's hard sometimes when they don't have what it is that you're looking for. And to me, I know Noah was giving me a hard time earlier about elitist this or whatever because I'm trying to purchase that revolver, but man, I don't come by money easy, and I don't usually let it go very easily either. So if I'm spending some money, I want what I want, not what you're wanting to sell me. You know what I'm kind of saying?
Yeah. They didn't say like we can order it for you or anything like that.
Well, for example, the this revolver, I went into the actual gun shop that I do really like going to because the guys are nice. They usually got this, that, the other thing. Um, Always good to sit down and shoot the shit, basically, for a good half hour minimum. Whether I'm buying something or just buying targets and snap caps or something, you know what I mean? And they checked like 6 different places, and one place was allocated, and then every other place was out of stock. So I'm like, well, I really want this, and I found a place. I go, you do transfers and stuff like that. I knew the answer, but I, wanted to use kid gloves, so to speak, with these guys because I had never done this with them. So the answer was, of course. I called back later to find out it was only $20. So I mean, when I go back, if everything works out okay, they had a box of 50 357 Magtechs, which is not necessarily a great round, but they were like $37 or something for 50. I mean, they were definitely not a good price, but I'll tell you what, I bought snap caps when I was in there for the 357, and when I go pick up the pistol, I'm sure that I'll pay it at least just to have one box.
Yeah.
With no bitching. I won't bitch. That's the thing. Or at least I won't bitch in the store. I'll bitch. I'll bitch in here.
So downside to my favorite gun shop is they'll be like, we'll order it for you, no problem. But then it could be the one time I waited for my PO9, I waited 8 months for that gun.
Well,
I
I
actually
guess.
went in. I actually went in and put the money over on because it was past the 4 months or whatever where I could take my money back or spend it on something else. I actually kept $100 on that gun, ended up buying the Glock 41, and then like a month later my PO9 came in.
And I guess I could have tried to do that, but uh, I happened to see one that was online in stock, and I was just like, wait a while for an indeterminate amount of time, kind of like you're talking, maybe up to 8 months, or just get it sent in. But I kind of see where you're coming from, and like, you're trying to help give them the money. So I mean, I can definitely see that.
Yeah, they're they don't need much help from me anymore because they blew up in the past year. It's like packed in there every day. It doesn't matter if it's a work week or what.
I'd have to say that anytime that I'm usually going into any of our gun shops, it's never really packed, but sometimes there could be, because they're all small shops. Anybody that has a shop has pretty much a small-ish shop. And, all of a sudden, 3, 4 guys in there looking around, that's kind of busy for them. Whereas what I you normally see is like when I'm hanging out in there for a half hour or so, I'll see 10 guys maybe come in that 45 minutes or something like that. Maybe just looking for something real quick or whatever, in and out. So they'll like see some traffic, but as far as at one time, I've never really seen it over like 6 customers, I should say, at any one time. That's how small these shops are.
Here's the shop that I usually go to, and the link in the side there. The first time I went in there, I had my kid with me, and he was sick, I guess, from the car, being car sick or whatever, and he puked on the floor, and they were like, "Oh, it's not a problem." They cleaned it up and everything.
You
It's
know
like,
what?
holy shit.
That makes it a good gun shop right there. It makes me want to come back.
Oh yeah, that's why I kept going back, and plus their prices are ridiculous. They get all these great deals, and
Now, granted, I know that if I was on the mainland or anything like that, that hey, there would be more deals. Like I'd be hearing this street price that you guys always talk about. Like, man, there ain't no such thing as street price out here, dude. It's MSRP or above for the most part. But that's just because there's such slim margins on guns that they have to get shipped out here anyway. So I mean, I can kind of understand it, but I just think it's funny. If I was on the mainland, man, they'd be fighting for my dollar. And
yeah,
anybody that has a smile like that, holding that beautiful shotgun, that dude seems okay. Old Ray seems all right.
yep. The only problem with this place is that they're not a certified CZ dealer, and I'm trying to talk them into becoming one. I don't know why they're not.
I wonder if they have to maintain so much in sales of CZs over the years in order to be able to do that, or do they have to pay for the honor?
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Man, and the stock on that thing is unreal. I
Yeah,
mean, what is that? Is that like a $2,000 shotgun or something, probably?
yeah, probably. They got a lot of hunting. I mean, that's just the gun side right there in that front picture, and the other side where that guy's facing is a big giant bow section,
Nice.
and the counter down in that bow section has nothing but optics and knives, and then they just got a new what was it? A new
Nice. Knew something or
yeah,
other.
new knife display.
Yeah, but I mean, sorry, I just got back. Just got done eating. But that's good to tell you, Z. One of the biggest things, initially with a lot of the holster manufacturers is that they had lead times going on 6 weeks.
Yeah, I
Some,
hear you.
some of
I
the popular,
definitely hear you on that.
and then now there's so many people making that have learned and have really taken to the craft that if you just do a little bit of research, you can really find somebody who makes a great product and can do it in less than 2 weeks, getting back to you. Man, sometimes even quicker. That guy from Black Dog Concealment, he had the thing in 3 days after I submitted my request to him.
Well, and see, for me, I mean, like I do see that on the Bravo concealment, what I was looking at, it says 4 to 6 weeks on that after, they get their money. And I haven't really heard too many complaints about that place.
They make a great product. I mean, there's many people that are very happy with their product, but I've also seen people compare them to like Raven.
Is that a good comparison, or is Raven less expensive, or?
Raven's a little more detailed.
Oh, really?
Yes, Raven concealment, but Raven has a longer, even like I don't know what their lead time is now. I haven't checked it since about a year ago. But Raven concealment was considered like one of the top ones. I mean, Bravo, I would say, is in the top five holster manufacturers, along with Mission, or not Mission,
Mission First Tactical? No.
no, what the hell, like Force City Tactical,
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
another company. I've gotten a sample from Force City in the past for my SIG SPs 2022. Good holster, but I've noticed that like when they start pumping them out, um, start really just filling the order. Sometimes the detail goes away. The specific. Some companies maintain that detail, that quality, the craft all around on every product they produce. Some kind of like we got to get these orders filled. And you see some issues with them that are at least cosmetic, hopefully not functional.
Well,
That
like for example, I'm seeing the Glock Phantom modular holster, and it's just a little more, uh, but and that one's in stock.
That's one of the reasons I went with that Comtac, because it was a 7-day lead time. So I'm supposed to have it made and shipped out to me in 7 days.
So that is nice. But one of the things I was going to say for me was it honestly it don't the time doesn't really make that big a difference to me at this moment. I mean, I'm not in a state where I can conceal carry, or they're not issuing permits, I guess is more accurate to say than to say that I can't, is to say that they have not started issuing them.
I'm just impatient anyway.
Well, hey, I understand that. I mean, this whole thing with dealing with Osage County over this revolver, I mean, this is all new to me. This is the first time I've spent that much. This is the first time I've done an online purchase. You know, this is
Well,
the first time I'm wondering, like, okay, really know what's going on.
I will tell you from the experiences that I've talked to manufacturers and even meeting with them locally, it turns out like something you want to get into, and then you become successful, and that one, maybe 2-man, 3-man crew you got, a couple family members or good friends of yours, starting it up, turns into this fucking colossal giant that all of a sudden now you have clients demanding, I want this, I want that, and it blows up, and it becomes overwhelming where they got in business to be their own boss, but yet they're so overworked that they work harder than they ever did working for somebody else, keeping that business afloat and staying profitable. And that's what happens in these smaller companies, and they either it gets overwhelming and they close down, or sometimes the family, or they expand and flourish.
That's kind of what happened to Bravo with their rush holsters. So they're kind of, I guess they sacrifice a little quality for speed and demand. Because I know you're not getting the same holster with a rush holster that you would be getting if you ordered one of the custom ones with the 6-week lead time or whatever.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like with Ron from Mission Concealment. He basically got busy toward his job, his the big job that he has is paying his bills for the most part. If I understood, took precedence or took primary. His primary time, and he just didn't have the time to do the holsters anymore. But his stuff, because he is a one-man guy, was nobody touch him. Bravo, anybody on the details can touch the quality when you got one of his holsters. It was, and those were like at $50 price marks.
Wow, that's thoroughly reasonable.
Yeah, his only thing was is he just had a limited amount because he was very adamant about the details. So he didn't like using blue guns. He wanted to use actual guns. So it's only what you have in your inventory, personally. And he had this, he didn't have that bigger inventory when people want like a HK or they want a STIG, whatever the hell it is. You're kind of going out there. But realistically, I mean, when you contact some vendors or they contact you and you're like, yeah, you want to try one of our holsters? If you tell them, like, yeah, I want to do this odd gun that you have, like a Steyr or something, pistol, they're like, no. We want to send you a sample that sells. You know, a
Yeah, we're gonna
Glock.
send you a 17. We're gonna send you a shield. We're gonna send,
We're not gonna send you some odd pistol that you want a holster for, to fill your collection. And we're gonna send you something that we know that sells, and hopefully it'll get put out there till we make a great product, and most people and many more people will buy it.
I think that is gonna be one of the stumbling blocks that I'm gonna end up having with this 8-shot revolver eventually is that actually finding a holster. I'm pretty sure it's probably gonna have to be custom to some degree, whether it's Kydex, leather, hybrid, retention, chest holster, whatever. Just because it's not, like you're just saying, it's not a common firearm. So, like, I'm already going into it thinking that it's going to be a challenge, but not impossible. And I will definitely, I'm sure, have to be patient.
Which revolver?
The TRR8,
It's from Ruger.
Smith and Wesson
TRR.
Performance Center.
Okay, you bought one?
I ordered one.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes you have to go local to get something. If there's any manufacturers near, that's one thing about that one guy who makes them local. If it's not that big of a popular gun as far as sales, that he could at least custom make it for you. He doesn't charge extra either. But I mean, I see a lot of Kydex holsters for J frames. Not K, I have a K frame holster. Or
Well,
K
and
frame.
that one's an N frame even.
Oh, N frame, the largest one I made. Yeah, the
Yeah.
K.
Well, they make an X frame too, but yeah, that one's a N frame with a larger cylinder than the regular N frame. So I mean, literally, it's gonna if it's Kydex, it's gonna need to be, you know, custom. Leather, you can kind of, sort of get away, a little bit.
How much you got wrapped up in that gun purchase roughly?
Right around 13-ish.
So that's what I'm saying. A 13-ish, if a gun like that, you might. I mean, is it a long gun? I mean, not long gun. Is it a longer
Five
barrel?
inch, 5-inch barrel.
5-inch barrel. You're looking more probably a leather holster for a gun like that. And then you want to get one that's lined, um, like something with Herman Oaks veg tan leather lined, just to protect the finish on the gun.
Well, I was almost thinking about going with Savoy, almost, because from what I've seen, he does such a great job with custom holsters.
Also,
And what was there's El Paso Saddlery, and then there was one.
you talking about Savoy?
Yeah, Savoy.
Is it Savoy is the way it's pronounced? I thought it was Savoy.
Well, it looks like Savoy, but I'm pretty sure it's Savoy, like Savoy Fair.
He does a lot of custom stuff. Check out High Noon Holsters. There's another one. Russ's Leather. He sent me a sample. And as El Paso Saddle is pretty good. There's a guy named Tucker and Bird. He's out of the Texas area. Check them out. Or give them an email or a call and see what they can offer you. But you don't want to get cheap on a holster like that.
No. And you know what though? Robbie has one of these. Robbie from New Jersey out there in the chat, and he just reminded me. He's like, I remember that the 327 is made for CCW. I don't know if it's made for CCW. It's the 5-inch barrel, but he says so. There are holsters, and then he threw a link out there, and man,
it's a 327.
Yeah, 327 TRR8. If you look at the external. Robbie just posted it, and I'm gonna tell you what, that thing looks badass.
Oh yeah, that looks nice. I want to get a Kydex holster for my J or K frame, but I mean they're very scarce. There's only a couple manufacturers, and they're like, we make them seasonally. We don't make them all the time because there's not a big demand for them.
Yeah,
I have a
I
little
hear you there.
Wilson, model 19-3 and 357 with 3-inch barrel on it, and no 2.5-inch barrel on it. Sorry, and it's a nice gun. It's a little heavy, but you can definitely conceal it. I have a leather holster for it. I can see what's when I do carry it.
Up that holster doesn't have room for a light.
Ah, but wait. Aha, but wait, my friend. Since it obviously it's custom, if you're gonna have that type of red dot on it, you could definitely get that guy to make one for a light down the bottom of that sucker.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, he just cut it to more contour it, cut the weight off.
Well, what I'm looking at is, because more than likely, I'm probably wouldn't have it in a holster with a red dot on it. I mean, more than likely, I'm saying. However, I probably would have it in a holster with a light, possibly. So, might even be able to have two, one with and one without. But soldiersystems.net. What else did he put? Yeah, Mitch Rosen and Sam Andrew. Oh no, that's somebody else. My bad. And I think the other guy in Gun Channels that has one is Robbie, and I think Ohio 45 ACP is also one that has one of those. And they've both told me that, oh, don't worry, you're gonna love it when you get it, da 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 da. And I'm like, well, that's reassuring.
Mm-hmm. Simmer down now.
It's hard to ankle carry though that 30S when I'm wearing flip flops. I mean,
No, dystopia. What the fuck you looking at? Huh?
I got VFR telling me to get the G26, and then Robbie telling me to get the CZ. So I told him I'm very indecisive, and I let other people make these hard choices for me. So.
Well, what was the CZ again that you were thinking?
I'm not flipping a coin, mate.
No, I got
put
it
it in the side chat. Click
okay.
that last link I put in there.
All right. Oh, well then, I'm sorry. This is not a question. I'm partial to green, and that's a different type of OD green.
Yeah, they never made that before.
And that price is pretty rock and roll. And you're kind of already the CZ guy, ain't gonna lie. So, now do you already have a PO1 though? You said?
Nope.
You have the SP01.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and kind of like maybe Robbie said it in the chat. It's like, man, 26s are everywhere. You can always get one of those. I don't know if you'll be able to pick that green up on a whim.
Right.
Green Glock 26?
No, it's a OD green CZP01, dude. It's pretty nice.
Alright, I'm gonna tell you the one thing about green. The deeper, the darker the green is, the better.
I thought you were gonna say the better the juice.
I know. So yeah. So the darker exactly what I'm trying to say. My point. The darker, the deeper the green, the better. And like what else did you guys say? CZ. If it's a CZ, the bigger, the fucking curvier the beaver tail, better ass she got on her. You know what I'm saying? I can't.
You're all about that ass.
No, I put this. I can't stand guns that look good with a really good beaver tail, right? With a really sexy beaver tail, but yet the ones that everyone. I mean, like, so then get the one that has. Like, why would you want to get the one that doesn't have the aspect that makes the gun look better? It's dumb. Like, if that's the gun you like, then that should be an aspect of what you like out of it, because it is sexy. It's nasty. How many people have that on their gun? Not many. And that's one of the few that do it and make it look really fucking good. It should be all over the gun.
Well, there you go. Look, I put it in the side chat again so you can see it, DP.
I'm about to DP this fucking image right now. Let me see this. This better be a good CZ.
Oh, it is. It's good looking.
No, a little midget beaver tail, gross. It looks good.
The reason they're all like that because the compacts all have little beaver tails like that.
But
Yeah,
there's
that's
no
the
way.
thing. It's a compact.
But there's no way you can tell me that gun without a big fucking sexy beaver tail at the back doesn't look better. Doesn't look better. It looks better.
Well, it'd
Right.
have to be a full size though.
It looks better. It doesn't. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. It's a great gun. It's like a Browning high power. It's a great gun, but it's only great when you get it with the big fucking sexy beaver tail. And
All
at
right,
that point,
DP, but compare that DP to a Glock 26, the one that he linked.
you can't.
Silence. Yeah,
You
right?
can't.
No, okay,
You
exactly.
can't. Dogs, they're in totally different weight classes. The capacity class is different. You know what I'm saying? Like you really, you can't measure anything. All right, so so if you tell me to measure up to to an M&P compact, it looks better than M&P compact. Does it look better than an XD compact? Yes, but you can't measure up to the Glock because at that point there's too many things that you can battle it out of.
Too many things are different, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
mag
got
like mag capacity from a fully efficient extendo, and I'm not talking some Bobo extendo.
you. That's right. 30 on everything. I almost forgot.
Yeah, I heard you talking about you can't ankle carry a Glock 30S. I'm really thinking about.
Oh no! I could. I definitely can. I just can't do it when I'm wearing shorts and the slippers. That's all I'm saying.
That's because
I
you
was
never
being
get
a
dressed
smart
on
ass.
a day.
Walk around and
I
then
wear
you look
clothes. I wear clothes, just not much
Make
of
them
them.
quick.
Mahalo, what the fuck you looking at?
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, Edge, that's some nice leather makers right there. That
I'll be
is
right
nice.
back.
So I guess Moon. I don't know if I get a vote, but my vote is for the CZ because that looks badass. But I am preferential to green, and I do think that you can pick up a 26 like practically any day of the week if you want to.
True. Very true.
But I hear what he's also saying about that beaver tail. The bigger the beaver tail, it does got something to be said for it.
I got a giant beaver tail on my SPO1.
What you got going on there, Edge? Oh yeah, there you go.
Bam!
Excuse me, that's a 9mm. It goes pew,
Pew, pew, pew.
pew, pew, pew.
Grizzly leather. I like leather
Grizzly.
creatures too.
You're gonna be a bear? Be a grizzly.
I like that man purse with the knife on it.
Leave Yankee alone. You got beat up yesterday by Matt in the chat.
I don't know if he got beat up as much as they had a discussion. A heated discussion.
All I saw is the uppercut come out at the end. It was like a little Batman cartoon, the Batman shows. Bam! Kapow!
Net neutrality.
It's a thing, man. It's a big deal. Somebody posted earlier. They had a valid point. Was like, if they get their way and they get in control of stuff, anytime we are putting out the call and stuff like that, they can just censor it, can't they? I mean, somebody used the example of North Korea and China. I mean, it might not be that bad that fast, but it could definitely get there.
Time Warner was trying to do this shit. They did it in Beaumont, Texas, where they went around telling people, like, okay, you're paying for your internet package. It's unlimited, technically, right? But you're wasting you're paying for all that wasted internet you don't use. So let us sell you this tier package where you get X amount of data for X amount of money. So that way you get a value on your money. You're not pissing it away. And of course, all these fucking, with all the gamers today, that are playing online games fucking 24/7, some of these kids, tearing up the data stream as well as movies online and media right now. And they're like, no, fuck that. They actually get passed in Beaumont, which I find them as a shithole. It's the armpit of Texas anyway. but Fucking no, they tried bringing that shit down here, and they're like, "Fuck no, we're not the biggest tech town, and we're a big database center. San Antonio has a lot of for database storage areas for a lot of big companies, QVC and all these other big companies, Microsoft and whatnot. But I know, get the hell out of here. We don't want you to cap our data. We're just fine with the way it is,
Yeah, and that's the thing that I don't understand. If you're already paying whatever it costs for unlimited, and like you just said, between streaming movies, games, any and all of that, uh, if anything, they're trying to sucker you into getting the less program and then getting you on the overages is what they're trying to do, and that's shitty.
Yeah. They thought that, and they're like, okay, well, their official statement is we understand, we heard you guys. We're gonna try to come up with another, basically remarket it to make it more juicy for you to bite on it next time. With some kind of discounts or some package incentives or whatever. And they're like, and they never brought it up since then. I'm not a Time Warner customer myself. I use Uverse, which I'm not the biggest fan of, but Time Warner does never. The thing about Time Warner is every time they come up with something, it never gets less expensive. It only gets more expensive, and they're just minute little details and upgrades in the service quality you can
That's
get.
the way they are out here, and I think I posted something on Facebook the other day was like there's a law now that if you don't have, what was it, 25 something or 27 or whatever, if you're below that, you cannot state that you have high-speed internet. And like then it listed the states that are below that, but yet they're still trying to claim that. So this new regulation or whatever would have to stop them from being able to say that. And Hawaii was definitely on that list. And Time Warner is huge out here. Oceanic, Time Warner Cable. I should be quiet. I should stop talking about that. They're going to shut me down.
Yeah, like I got my service with combination TV. I think I have like 15 down and 3 up. And
my buddy in Texas, that's what he has, is the Uverse like you, where it's the combo.
I got the Pro package or whatever. And now, I mean, Time Warner offers right now like freaking like 40 some, almost 50 down and like 15 up or something like that, or even more, with the top tier package, and that's like $100 a month just for the internet. It's some crazy money. But net neutrality, if I understand the principle of it, is they wanted to sit there and make control the bandwidth so that certain websites would, depending on how it was set up through the regulation, is that certain websites would have more bandwidth available to them, and they would some run faster unless they paid for higher bandwidth, and they would be able to, for whatever the scenario was, they would be able to. Certain websites would definitely have much more bandwidth available to the users, so that the pages would refresh quicker and access quicker versus some of the other pages or other websites that are offering that. And it just seemed like it's open game right now. Mine is just marketing to try to get people to your website and your server.
Yeah, so I don't know that I like that so much. To me, I might be out in the wind on this one, but it should be big open tubes, and it should be like a super highway is what it should be like instead of an old dirt road.
Well, I mean, just think about it. I mean, the people that have been, I mean, minus the people that were born in the mid '80s, but the people that were before that, year round for the internet when it started, like or when it was really available to most common folks, that made the flight of getting a computer, back then, that was like a $2,000, for a Windows 95 computer back in those days. They were like well over $1,000 to $2,000, depending on how bad your computer was or how good it was. And to get on, and start getting on the internet and paying a subscriber fee to something like the local company for dial-up. And it was just ridiculous. You'd wait for like one page, come up, and, 30 seconds a page. And then you got that V90 modem. It really increased your baud rate, so the pages started really refreshing. Yeah, I remember the first person that got high-speed internet that I knew in Laredo, and he started downloading music off Napster, and you just saw him like, something would take 25 minutes for like one song, which was like what 30 megs or whatever.
Yeah, but it was free if you think about it, sorta.
But he would download it like in 1 to 2 minutes. Mine would take 20 minutes on my dial-up. Porn did not. Well, it was just slow. Anyway, I digress.
I'm testing my Xfinity right now. It's got download speeds 29.95 and up 5.95 or 98.
Well, I'm afraid to look.
Is that good or no?
And that's the thing. I have no idea.
No, that's not bad. That's solid. It's when
It's usually pretty good.
When you're dumping to the net, like when you're uploading a video, where that uploading really comes in it kicks in.
Yeah.
Now, does a leather holster get blood thrown on you from PETA? Whereas, does a Kydex get you some fish blood thrown on you from, like, Greenpeace or something?
I don't know.
Sierra Club or something for using plastic.
I don't think they're on to that yet. But.
Have you guys seen that channel, Thompson Tactical? Guy makes leather belts and leather products. So I wrote to a young guy, but pretty good stuff he has coming out of there. It's a YouTube channel.
Man, one of the belt companies, or I don't know if it's a company so much, but he makes, you know how SOE makes good gun belts? This guy makes good leather belts, and that's Mean Gene Leathers or something like that. Mean Gene Leather Works.
Mean Gene Okerlund?
No, but yeah. And because he uses the Cobra buckle and everything like that, and you know, so like if the tactical look isn't your thing for what you're wearing, it's a nice leather belt, stiff, but yet work well with your holster system and all that.
The best traditional leather belt that I've tested so far is from A&G Leather. That guy is he's been around for a long time. Al Childress, the owner of the company. Solid. I mean, if you ever get one, I mean, they're like, roughly on about $100, but not about $80. But his main competitors, the Beltman, the Mr. Beltman, whatever, that guy makes, he's considered the top company. But he makes just as good belts, if not better, in my opinion. The burlishing on the belts are awesome. It was a really, really nice belt. Unfortunately, I freaking shrunk to where I can't wear that belt. I have to send it to get recut. That I got to test, but that was the best belt that I've ever tested. The quality overall on a traditional belt. The coolest belt I liked on leather belts was that one from Better Belt USA, because it has those pivot points in the back. Because some people, if you're skinny, your belt doesn't typically have that bow that comes onto it. But when you have a little weight, or your hips are big, women, whatnot, men, everybody comes in all shapes and sizes. And instead of the belt bowing, the belt would adjust. Had a pivot points in the back that would adjust, and it was fine leather quality too. He even told me, well, not his official mentor, but the guy who he started making his belts, modeling them after, was Al Childress from A&G Custom Leather. And he's like, yeah, see, that guy makes awesome belts. But that dude with that pivot system, it was an awesome belt because you never had to break it in. It was right out of the box, ready to go, because it would pivot to your curves. For you voluptuous men.
Yeah.
The best belt I ever tested that wasn't your traditional tactical belt was that one from Daltech. It's a $40 belt. It's called the Super Bio belt. That's
Galco or Galtech?
Daltech. Daltech Force belts. That Super Bio belt. That's another belt I have to send them to get recut again. That belt is awesome. It's a tacky. It looks like a belt you can wear with anything, like slacks, or to work. Nobody even think It's capable of being holding a gun belt. It's flexible, yet it still is very resilient. Um, and it's a lifetime warranty. It's made of it's all uh, industrial made polymer shit that he came up with. Some material that he made. It's all man made, synthetic. But it's a really solid belt for $40 with especially with the options for the hardware that comes on it. It's just really neat. And again, you can wear that into almost any formal business, suit. You can wear that with a suit and wear it with a pair of jeans and look it's awesome. I really dug that belt. I really want to get that one cut down because that was one of my favorite ones to wear as well. And for all you non-subscribers, go to my channel, subscribe. You get to see all these cool things. Okay. So.
Sorry, I'm jamming spaghetti into my mouth if I'm quiet.
I had
okay. Okay.
So I threw it at the wife. I said it's not hot enough. Let me ask you this, guys. In your area, around this time, tax season, do you see all the guns, all the gun selection? You usually just taken up to where there's next to nothing as far as availability in your local gun stores?
Sometimes I see that like maybe their new stock might go dip a little bit, but I also see that their what's it called when it's not concession, it's
Consignment?
yeah, consignment. I do see sometimes that the consignment might go up, the consignment stock might go up a little bit, but yeah, I do notice that sometimes their new stuff has tendency sometimes to go down a little bit.
Usually, I see that like Academy, like around like the third week of February, it's just cleaned out. They have like one or two of every manufacturer, and they're not like they usually have a full stock gun bar, as they call it there, and some of the local gun shops as well. But this year, I haven't seen that because it seems like there's an abundance of guns. I don't know if the manufacturer's stepping up their production to meet demand, and demand has slowed down maybe a little bit, but it's something I can assume. But there's an abundance of them. And for instance, like last year when I bought that Glock 26, the Glock 26 and the Glock 19 are usually the same price, within the same price range, pretty much. Last year, the Glock 26 and Gen 3 was 529. It was 529 new, 579 Gen 4. 529 Gen 3, 579 Gen 4. This time it was 509 for this year. When I went to price the Glock 19 at my local gun store, it was 509, $20 cheaper. And they're not raising the prices for flat dark earth or the colored models, the colored receivers, which in the past they always did a little bit.
That's racist, Edge.
Exactly. I want that flat dark earth gun. You gotta
It's
pay.
it's always about color with you, Edge. What's up with that?
You got to pay, boy. You want this gun here. But the prices were $20 cheaper, and I was like, wow. They were actually cheaper. My local gun store was cheaper than Academy. First time they were on par with them in the past. Last year when I priced them, this year they were $10 cheaper. Academy
$10.
Well, that's nice. You know, shit, that's halfway to a box of ammo, or it is a box of ammo if you're shooting 9 or something. I mean,
my point is that if they're that's more incentive to buy from a local gun store than Academy. Academy's $10 more expensive.
oh yeah.
So definitely go patron your local gun store. And
Well, put it like this: I save like 50 to 60 to top ends like $100. Like if you're gonna spend $1,000 on a gun, you can save yourself like $90 not buying locally. Kind of
Not buying locally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but not everywhere is the same, though. I will say that. Now, granted, Marco, you and I are kind of in the same boat, whereas like Moon and Edge are kind of in the same boat. It's like they're in pro-gun areas where guns come and go, and it's pretty common. Whereas you and I, it's like they're making us jump through as many hoops as they can. Like the one thing that I got is that it doesn't cost that $75 on a transfer or anything like that, which is good.
And you know
But-
what's funny states like you and I that have those 50, 75, I've seen 100. DC is like 100, I think 25 or 70. It's either 125 or $175 transfer fee, and there
Damn.
isn't even a gun shop. There isn't even a gun shop in there, so everything has to be done through a transfer fee. Literally, like if you live in DC, you either have to drive to Maryland, have them ship it to this FFL, and then pay them 125, or have it shipped into DC headquarters so he can receive the package. So like there is no support locally in the District like of Columbia, much
Right.
less and very small ones in those like in the county surrounding it. Unless you get like the military like really close by like the military, and at that like most of those people like don't even want to talk to you because
Well, I
you're a
was just saying, also,
civilian.
do you find that in your local shops and or big box stores that is there deals or is everything MSRP or MSRP plus?
The problem is around here, like the big box stores don't have like a Colt in them. They'll have like a 1022, where if they have it in stock, that's probably you know what I'm saying. Just
Hmm.
like the factory standard stamp out 1022, that'll be the standard out there, and that'll probably be the best price you can get it for locally, even better than trying to get it online or something dumb like that.
Okay.
Something dumb like that, but
Because for the most part, where I'm at, it's MSRP or MSRP plus, and
yeah.
every once in a while, I'll catch one of the places when stuff's on sale, and usually that's when I'm trying to make one of my moods.
If you have a CHL, a lot of good guns, like the gun store. I wanted to buy from them, but when I went last weekend or last Friday, they only had the Glock 19 in black. So I was like, yeah, well, I might come back tomorrow. But then I looked online, I saw it for $10 more, and in the color I wanted, so I ordered it from them with no taxes. I had to pay tax on it too because it's shipped. But then when I went to pick it up yesterday, they had the exact gun I bought 1 week later and for 509. So I probably would have saved about 15-20 bucks if I would have ordered them locally with all the when you pay like credit card fees and all that shit, credit card 3% credit card fee and then $20 shipping and then a
Yeah,
$25 transfer fee.
transfer.
My
And
transfer was
that's the
25
thing.
bucks.
Sometimes the patience does pay off, but then other times you could just be standing there with your dick in your hand, just waiting for something to happen, and it don't happen. Like Moon was kind of saying, he ordered the one and he waited almost 8 months for it to come in at his local shop. Now, granted, it sounded like he was getting along with those guys pretty well, so that was a not that big a deal.
Yeah, and I kind of felt almost like ashamed picking it up, like 'cause they had it there, and I was like, well, I didn't, you guys didn't call me either. I was interested in that model, but anyway, I ended up.
Well, did you leave your number with them so that they could have done all that?
They know me. They know I have a YouTube channel and everything. Like the lady, like the owner of that business, that calls me Edge and everything. I'm just gonna call
You're
you
the
Edge.
edge. You're the edge.
Yes, I am. And
Damn, bro, you famous.
are you single?
No,
Well,
nobody's asking
Will
me
you
that.
date my daughter?
right. But nah, I mean it's cool. I mean, I picked it up. We have a $25. They charge 35 if you don't have a CHL, 25 if you do concealed handgun license or whatever. So you get a discount because they don't really have to submit. They don't have to get on the phone and call the FBI or whatever. You have it. You don't have to. You just have to fill out the form. You don't have to go to the background check every time.
Well, that's sweet.
Oh, no, never mind. I'm not gonna
Well,
say
you already went through one when you got your CHL, so.
Well, if they'd issue one, I'd get one, motherfucker. Stupid May issue. Bullshit.
And you know what's funny? There's only like a dozen May issue states. So how is May issue even irrelevant when there's only like a dozen states that have it?
Well, and here's the problem, though,
That's the
is
dumb part.
when they were saying that 49 states have some form of concealed carry or whatever when Illinois finally dropped last year or whatever it was. And when they're saying that, I'm like, well, that's kind of a misnomer because all of these may issue states that don't issue because technically they've figured out a way to work around it. It's like basically May issue is still a no issue for the most part.
It is, but no, but I mean, put it this: as much as you want to sneeze at it, Chicago is nothing to sneeze at. Chicago itself, just the city of Chicago. I mean, yeah, it's a bitch, but you gotta go. I mean, but that's a win. If it wasn't as expensive as it is, I mean, like if it was, I don't know, like Arizona, like free, but a lot more people be doing it. But just the fact that you won Chicago, that's a big fucking win.
Yeah, no, I agree. And they're a shall issue in Illinois now, not even a may issue, right? So they went big, so to speak.
Yeah, shall issue, Illinois. I think
Oh,
you
like did I tell
still have to
you?
take 16-hour class or whatever. 16-hour class, Illinois.
That's the way it was here initially. The first
That's
time I took it was 8 hours nonstop, and now it's like you can do it less, but some instructors still feel like just because I can do it less, I'm not gonna do that because I want to, it's my name, my instruction.
Exactly. They don't want it coming back to bite them in the ass somehow.
But
so check
it's
this out.
probably good, yeah.
So in the state of Maryland, like if you happen to have a business tax ID, you can get one of these permits. It's super easy if you have that tax ID, but it's still a 16-hour class. Plus, you have to show range proficiency,
Oh
right?
yeah, you have to qualify.
I don't want to say qualify. You like all you have to do is hit paper. I don't even want to say qualify. I just want to say hit paper. You just gotta be able to
Like
show that you can pull the trigger,
like
basically.
in Texas, I know part of it was so many shots within the certain space within the
That's what
certain
the Florida
time,
one is. That's what the
and
Florida
then
one
you
is.
had to do that. It had like 3 levels of that. Is it still like that, Edge? Or nah?
I don't know, but check this out. So in the Maryland joint, it's those 16 hours of class time will cost you $300,
Wow.
and your range time will cost you another $200.
Really? How come so much for the range time?
So listen, so that 16-hour class just became a $500 nuisance to you. And on top of that, you still have to give up your fingerprint. So let's add another $60 to that. Then on top of that, it's the application, which I think went up from like 80 to like 120 on top of that. So really by the time so if you happen to have a tax ID and you want to get a concealed carry permit, you need like $700.
You're almost talking upwards of $1,000 almost, and that's not
You,
even with the gun.
exactly. So imagine if you want to buy a Glock, you're like $1,200, $1,300.
Oh. So in other words, yes, you can have it. We're just not. We're gonna make you work at it to have it. We're gonna make you almost suffer to get it. That's not cool.
That and you're pricing out like probably the people that need it the most.
Yeah,
At $1,500, you made sure you priced those people out. You made sure.
yeah.
You made sure that a luxury is priced out. I mean, like I don't want to call it an art. Well, no, like that. A right. I mean, it is a right.
Well, now, is it? I know this is a big quagmire to jump into, but is it? It's your right to own. Is it your right to carry, though? That seems to be the big hiccup that's going
Should
through court.
Oh, it should be. I mean, 'cause shit, man. I mean,
Okay. Well, listen. Like this is my.
But
This
to
is
be able to conceal
all right.
carry, I don't know
All
that
right.
that's
So
right
listen.
as much as it is to own, right?
This is big. This is my big fight, and I've always said it. Bear has never been defined, and bear has always been left up to state rights. Always.
And I know how much you love states' rights.
Yeah. Exactly. So
Now,
bear.
here's the
So
other thing, though. What if, like, that's why they use the term constitutional carry. So,
has
what if they
the
do
right to
define it
bear.
as the right
I,
to bear as to carry, but only as to open carry, not concealed carry? Then, what if that was the definition, the redefined definition?
I mean, right now, constitutional carry means you can do either.
well, put it like this. I mean, like if the right to. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So if the right to bear, what put it like this, I don't mind if the state controls it, but it needs to be given out as freely as a driver's license. I mean, I don't think our driver's license criteria from state to state to state differs so much to the point where it's anti-social, anti-discriminatory, anti-social class. It's, I mean, who at a given age, like at a certain age, can't go get a driver's license in said whatever state because they moved there.
On top of
That's
that, on
that's
top of that,
dumb.
on top of that, look at the statistics. But you're giving a 16-year-old that passes their curriculum or whatever requirements they have at their school or whatever, get a driver's license. They're more likely to possibly kill somebody or kill themselves in a vehicle than any. But then, if you compare the ratio or statistics to people getting offered or issued until carry licenses, handguns, the death ratio is probably, I imagine, a lot bigger within somebody that accidentally kill or kill themselves in a car accident.
You want to know why that's true? Because their insurance rate,
Drive.
their insurance rate already claims that. So you know it's
That
true.
that and just pure numbers of people who drive versus people who carry a concealed gun. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sure if everybody can carried a concealed gun, we'd see them numbers rise. But
but you never heard of anybody talking about, oh well, the statistics have gotten heavy that where we're seeing so many deaths, we're gonna repeal the availability to give teenager or 16-year-olds a license. We're gonna mandatory to make it 18 or 21 because obviously you need to be older to be able to ascertain the depth of driving and the obviously the outcomes that can happen. So they're not responsible enough at that age.
No, well, I mean, like, all right. So, like, I've made this argument to anti-gun people before, where I said, like, I would never vouch for this, but let's just hypothetically pretend, right, that there was a law that said every female in this world above the age of, I don't know, let's just say 18, 21, I don't know, you pick an adult age, right, had to carry a gun on them.
Had to
You know,
mandatory for them to carry one.
mandatory. Every female in this world had to carry a gun on them. Don't you think we would get rid of like 98.6% of the rates?
Probably.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that many, but that's an interesting concept, though.
Well, put this? So it was a mandatory law. Who the fuck's gonna rape a girl? That's the point. It's mandatory law that every girl.
but then
Well, the
the
gun sometimes can
attacker,
be taken away.
yeah,
Yeah.
the
Okay.
attacker would then know that every female is armed, and then they would start to
Okay.
catch on
So
and
that.
scheme of ways to disarm the chick.
Okay.
So
So unless an attacker took a James Yeager class, he wouldn't know how to do that. You know what I'm saying? You're talking about the ballsiest of the ballsiest. It's no longer a random act. It's now planned and deliberate. It's methodical. It's, you know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
you've already taken out 90% of the people that would try it. The other 8 people are gonna the other 8% are probably gonna fail, get shot.
I see what you mean.
So you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I might hike up the gun deaths in America by maybe let's say 10,000, but I've eliminated rape and sexual assault in general by like 95% plus.
Yeah, I hear that, but one thing that concerns me is like, for instance, like every time my wife, she follows that stereotypical horrible woman driver kind of scenario. And my son, he's 19, he drives like shit, and every time one of them take off, I kind of worry about it. Sometimes you don't want to think about it like that, but shit, are they gonna come back? Something happen, and you don't know because it's always a variable. It's a tangible option. Something could happen, a car wreck or something. Not even my point going into that is that training somebody when you have the hands on, or at least when with firearms, somebody take it into the gun range, showing them proper safety and how to handle it, how to do everything. There's one of two options. There's don't shoot, following these rules. Fortunately, with driving, a lot of the other shit doesn't. There's so many parameters and bullshit with people being fucking distracted. It's ridiculous. How many people you ever got that phone call where your cousin or just that, yeah, he got in a car wreck and you not hear anyone. And when he just went out shopping to the mall or buy some clothes, and He never came back home, or a relative in general.
Plenty.
Yeah, and that's but there were but how many of your relatives, how many in your family ever heard that, oh well, yeah, your cousin or your uncle or your sister or your brother-in-law shot himself today on accident or killed himself today, operating a firearm.
It's definitely more rare occurrence.
Yeah, but I mean, these are always statistics, but it's the focus on it in the media and the way it's being highlighted. To always be these people just like we don't get it, we don't get it. They center focus. We're the ones who are stubborn and ignorant that don't get it. That all if guns were gone, they would just.
It's like I always say when people are complaining about, oh, the world's getting worse and everybody, it's going to shit and blah, 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 this and that. And I'm like, the world is actually, this country, and this country in particular, is more safe than it ever has been in like the history of this country, while media sensationalism is through the roof. And they just live in their own little bubble, so they can't fathom.
I agree. I told my friends, when I was a kid, you spend all day outdoors. In the summer, you would leave like at around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the summer. You wouldn't come home until like, dark. And then you'd spend all day outdoors. Your parents didn't have no way to get a hold of you. There was no pager, there was no cell phone, this and that. But you had you had a head on your shoulders that you knew good from bad. Or you disguised, a troublemaker. You stayed away from that shit and this and that. Some people got caught up in it, some people didn't. But you would go home, and your parents wouldn't worry about you all day. 6 hours.
Hey.
And people like freak out.
No, but check this out. So, did you hear earlier, Moon? I think I know Ed stopped by, but I don't know if he heard it. I know Moon was around for a while, but earlier on, what's that Charles show or whatever, the earlier one today? So
Armed and Free or the other one?
The second one. Okay, so I don't know which one it was, but the Bama's. He was interviewing somebody, and he was talking about female gun deaths, and he said literally, the suicide rate for females with firearms has gone up 23%. That 23% is correlated to the Great Recession. So, you know what I'm saying? We are getting so that negative statistic of females being more likely to hurt themselves, it's because those females commit suicide, and it just happens to be, you know what I'm saying? It was an interesting stat, and it was funny because I recorded it and I sent it on my iPhone, but after an hour, if you send a voice text, it's just gone. So oh man, it was pretty good. It was a good stat. It was like a minute and 20 seconds that Bama spoke about it, but it was a really good stat that I thought like he crippled him with that stat.
Well, I don't know, because if you take it, it's an anomaly, because the Great Recession that they're referring, that 5 to 6 year period.
All right, put it like this. So if our total number of gun deaths have been going down for 12 years in a row, but yet where we see the spikes are in suicides, more so than anything, then that number has been on the inflate for a while. So if we're at 60% last time, 2 years ago, we should be like at 62, 63% now. And in like
what
a
I'd
decade,
like to see, though.
Yeah, all right. So
I'm just saying, whatever those years were of the Great Recession, I'm saying that those years, yes, I could see that those being higher, because that's what people do sometimes when shit's going bad. But the before and the since then, are they trying to tell me that those numbers are just as high and now even higher then? I'm thinking that they're going to be less than, because things have somewhat started to turn around.
There's always been like a wave with suicide. I remember in the 80s.
And I didn't really know if I liked that guy, by the way, Marco.
In the mid 80s, there was like this big thing where like all these people were knocking each other off or just like committing suicide like crazy in the mid 80s, and they were like, and they had like, I remember Stevie Ray Vaughan even did like a public service announcement, PSA, whatever, saying, hey, it's, where this girl's like crying in her restroom, breaking down on the ground, and like with these pills in her hand. All these people were like, doing it because they just couldn't handle the not being popular, not being, not having fun in school or whatever, and all this shit. And it seems like it's come back again in the mid or the late 2000s, whatever you call it, the 2000, where people are also hanging themselves like crazy too, and cyberbullying and all that.
Cyberbullying.
Yeah, where they're getting all upset. Back then, it was just about being bullied in school, and they just didn't feel like they fit in or whatever, and they weren't hanging themselves back then. They're simply taking overdosing on pills, but now they're like hanging themselves to
Wait a minute. I wanted to straighten something out with you. He thought I was talking about Alan Gottlieb. No, sir. I was talking about that guy that was the Democrat, former police officer, maybe from New York or something like
That
that.
was
I
the
was
guy.
totally not talking
That was
about it. Alan Gottlieb is awesome.
that guy's actually the guy who came up with the stat where he said, all right, so like
Oh,
my
so I
point,
merged the two. I
so
put
my
the two
point, all right,
together.
so
Okay,
my
my
point
bad.
is,
That's
all
my
right,
bad.
let's all take this into consideration. So we all know that for the last decade and a half, maybe even 2 decades, gun deaths, gun statistics have been going down, right? But yet in those areas where I show significant increase of like 23%,
I think true statistics of gun deaths, like meaning ones that are involved with.
and think about the number of gun deaths like that we're talking. All right, so if 22 veterans take their life every day, maybe half of them take them by gun violence. You know
I
what
don't
I'm saying?
I don't like
That's
I
gonna
don't
play a big, like
I
if
don't
we
like
don't cap it
stigma.
or no, like you know what I'm saying. Like my point is that like if suicide really is a thing on the rise and gun, I mean I don't want to say like we should do it because of guns because that's actually selfish. I mean that that is super selfish and that's not what I'm trying to say. But I mean we can't you at the same time we can't let them use that against us.
I don't like statistics that combine police shootings, like when police shoot people and those things, and they wrap them in gun deaths or gun related deaths, because that's more of a service.
I don't put it this. I don't think that should be quoted into the general public calculations, but I
That
think they should have their own calculation towards them so we can track how many times they kill a citizen at that given moment. That should be tracked. I mean, like we can't let these people run wild and like, oh, how many people did the police kill this year? Oh, I don't know. We can't fucking say that.
I don't like those numbers being dipped into the general
Those
public.
numbers should be
They're
dipped
already
in.
the statistics are already separated. It's the people that try to lump them all in together and shove them to you at once that are putting them all together for you. You know what I mean? It's not always. It's not like they separate them. They'll even the FBI crime statistics. They'll be like, these are homicides, these are police, whatever. These are suicides. But when like an anti-gun group does it, they just lump them all together and feed them to you, or the mass media puts them all together.
37,000 people last year.
You have
No.
to do your due diligence and research it yourself to find out the actual numbers, which are out there.
I mean, my
Like to
statement,
literally debunk the stats.
Yeah.
my statement to anybody who's like, that's asking you, so you carry a gun on you all the time? Sure. Why? Because I wanted to defend myself. Well, we have police to do that. I go, no, you don't. I'm my own first responder. I take care of myself. The police come after the scene. I have no itch or no, uh, you know, I'm not ready or dying to shoot anybody, but I'm prepared to save my life or anybody else's around me that I care for. I don't have any itch or anything, like that. Like you're what do you call trigger happy or whatever. Not at all. But the thing is, I'm prepared to make that decision, and I'm armed to do it. And there's nothing wrong with that. Instead of you running behind me when shit's the fan, and all of a sudden they're like, "Oh, you got a gun, right?" Yeah.
Oh, don't get it twisted, Edge. You're four loco. You're four loco all the way, bro.
No, seriously, like I've said the same thing to people where it's like I always put them in that crunch situation. I'm like, okay, so some bullshit happened to you, blah 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 blah. Who's the first responder? What do you do? Who's the first responder? What do you do? And like I call 911. And I'm like, okay, so who's the first responder? Like whatever responds from
Trying to
911.
get
Like
it to
what are
say.
you talking about? No, they just say whatever comes from 911. I'm like, if you have the physical capability, you are, you know what I'm saying? Like give yourself a chance. Like your chance isn't 7 minutes away because the national average for a 911 call is 7 minutes. Seven
Shit.
minutes.
mean, that's with they know that the gunfire or some scenario where there is a gun in position where they code it higher.
No, 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 no. Actually, no, because a high code cuts down to 3.5.
But around here, your typical response to SAPD is about 40 minutes.
Wow.
Okay, well that's.
General call.
I mean, okay, well put it this: the national average is 7, and if it's like a code red call or like shots fired type of call or whatever, it's like I want to say it was low threes. It was under 3.5. I want to say like 310, 320. So
What if you're not in a position after what has ever just happened to you to call 911? Who's going to be your first responder then?
no, but the point is, so you're gonna tell me that after something happens to you, you're gonna dial 911, then you're gonna wait for the police, and the whole time I gave you something that you could have done something with. As much as you hate it, dislike it, whatever the case may be, you're gonna tell me you'd rather go through suffering.
That's if whatever you gave them were to be able to either get them out of that situation or cause that situation not to happen. There are times when something might still happen whether you gave them that or not.
I don't believe that.
I mean,
No way, man. You got to know that there's hardcore people out there that just because all of a sudden they were going to draw on you and you draw on them, don't think that they won't shoot you. I don't believe that.
But that doesn't mean that I can't go into the roughest, toughest part of the city because they have the best, I don't know, jumbo sliced pizza, the best fucking chicken wings. Like the raunchiest place you can imagine has, I don't know, like the staple food carry out at like 2 in the morning and tell me I can't walk in. No.
Well, you can, but you got to realize that the choice you're making before you go in. If you go in thinking that I don't give a shit, what happens? Because I got this.
Stand by.
Standing by.
But that's
doing other stuff, but I just heard that part, and I would say, don't set it up that you're going there to do something selfish like eat pizza. What if you're going there to help the homeless or to feed nuns or something?
My point, exactly. So it's not about what I'm going there to go do. The point is that I shouldn't be limited or subjected to any other frame of thought based on the point of where I am and why I'm there. Why are you questioning why I'm there? So what if I'm in a bad fucking neighborhood? So what if, like, I don't know, maybe like my brother's a heroin addict and I went to go visit him in a heroin addict neighborhood. What the fuck does it matter?
Don't go down that staircase. They're
oh yeah.
Not UZ, but the other side will put that at us. You're allowed to get off at the wrong exit and not understand where you are in town. You're allowed to go to a store because you don't realize it's in the middle of something. So we're free people, and most of the time you don't have to worry about shit, but I don't like those questions where they make us justify why the hell we want to be in an area that's bad. And then if you turn that 180, bad people aren't going to steal from their bad neighbors because their bad neighbors probably don't have a lot unless they're really, really good at being bad people, right? So they're probably going to go to where? Shitty neighborhoods or good neighborhoods to rip shit off and hurt people and rape and shit. They're going to, bad stuff happens all around. It's not the victim's fault for being in a location on the planet that someone deems negative or whatever, right?
It's like when Clark Chris walked off the highway. When Clark Chris walked off the highway and asked, "Sir, can you direct me back the highway?" Man, fuck your mama. He's like, all right.
I just love the part where it was roll them up. But but also, don't you have to take responsibility for your actions if you know that you're going to the rough neighborhood? I'm not saying don't go. And yes, you should be able to go see your brother or the nuns or whatever have you. But you already know going into it, and that'll clue into your situational awareness for sure. It's like, look, man, I don't have to be wound tight, but man, I gotta be paying attention.
Well, see, what we need is a Charlie Bronson.
Because
no, put this because then once you only get those provisions, then the only people that get those provisions are the business store's owner, or the only ones that can carry firearms that are carrying large amounts of cash, like in Maryland or whatever, because you have to have a tax ID, and it becomes exclusive. You know what I'm saying? Like at that point, you're arguing exclusivity based upon, oh, you should know where you're at, you should know what you're doing, blah blah.
No, I didn't mean that. I agree with G-Web's. Like, yeah, you are allowed to turn off at the wrong side, and also what G-Web said, and you were saying about, yes, you can go wherever you want to go. Absolutely, but you also have to know that you're taking responsibility for your actions, right?
Put it
I
like this.
mean,
I don't.
Also,
But I'm like
Watson,
Island. I don't. I mean, put it like this, and I don't
Well,
think.
well, what's the argument there? I mean, you're saying we have to be responsible for our actions. I take a gun with me if I'm going to the veterinarian to get my dog shots. Not that I think my veterinarian's going to rape me, but I don't know what the
no.
hell's going on. Just like I don't bring, like I like Masada Youp's point. I don't bring $14.11 with me in the morning because I know that's how much I'm going to spend somehow that day. But instead, I bring a $20 bill with me because that usually covers what I might spend.
But all right, so like Island, like it's kind of hard for you to figure. But me living in a tri-state area, there's as soon as I cross a river, what's the first thing I want to do? Strap on my gun. What does that mean doing? Pulling over on the side of the fifth most busiest highway in the nation, in the country. We're talking all 48 states. It's top 7 at least. I guarantee you, 495 is. And you pull over, and you got to walk to your trunk. You got to strap on your gun. So at that point, I'm pulling a gun out of my trunk and strapping on my. What the fuck does that look like? I mean,
Looks like you
and
got out of your car on the highway and are going to strap a gun to your hip.
I do it all the time.
around the nation's
But I'm not
capital.
saying don't do that. I'm not trying to say don't, and I don't even think we were actually having an argument. We were barely having a discussion.
No, oh no, oh
Because
no.
I don't have any problem with you thinking that, hey man, go wherever you need to go. I'm not saying don't go there. All I was kind of, I guess, yes, I did mention personal responsibility. That's a big thing of mine. But I'm not saying it causes you to not do something. You know what I'm saying? And for going to the vet, yeah,
That's the argument. That's the
whatever you
argument.
gotta do. No, go for it, man.
I don't know. It's just I don't think
Because
we
I'm not
should
trying
do
to tell you
that.
to not do that. I'm definitely not trying to tell you to not do that.
Well, I hear you, and I'm not arguing with you as much
Yeah,
as the concept of having a person who's on the side of freedom or guns to frame that argument or to put us in this dojo is like suggesting, if in other words, if you put somebody in a boxing ring, that suggests that they're not going to do sumo wrestling, or if you put them in a karate, whatever that is, or a cage or something, it implies they're not going to do boxing, and that's the thing I guess I was commenting on, and the reason I jumped in, because to me it's like when we frame this, it's like us saying, well, what's the best way to stop a kid from being killed? Well, fuck all that. What's the best way to teach a kid about guns, right? Because that's the same thing. We're teaching a kid how a machine works. It's just one has the connotation of us beating each other up, and the other one, we're lifting each other up.
I'm gonna tell you this. So
Well,
like,
I'm down. I'm definitely down with that.
I figured. That's why I mean, like I say, I just don't want to make it seem like I'm jumping on you or nothing. I'm just jumping on the damn argument that they always get to set the argument, and that's one of the things that bugs me.
so there's one of the best views of downtown DC, and looking upon the mall and the Capitol, and just seeing that skylight is in one of the worst project settings in DC. And like I'll go up there and like just look at it, like like while I'm driving through, like I'll take a detour through there. I don't ever want someone to ask me, why did you go there? Because I happen to know it's one of the best views. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Yeah.
that's
No, I gotcha.
the whole
Because here's the other
question
thing:
should not be
you should
asked.
not have to live you should not have to live your life in fear of what somebody else is going to do to you. You know, uh, that's the shitty thing about criminals.
But that's the whole point of being able to protect yourself in the first place. In
Yes.
the first place.
You want to really get controversial? Should
Blow it
gangbangers
up.
be allowed
I'm
to
out
have
here.
guns? Should gangbangers be allowed to have guns? Not when I'm saying gangbanger, that's just my way of saying thug or whatever. That's like bad guy, whatever. But obviously, well, at least in this, a legal gun owner who acts and dresses and hangs out and lives with thugs.
It depends. All right, so like that's the difference. Is all right. So like, let me reframe the question: should a pothead should be able to own
I
guns,
just want
or
to say wow for
no?
starters.
Hold on, no, hold on. So like, let me rephrase the question: should someone who's a crack addict slash meth addict, I don't know, like whatever you're more familiar with, be able to own a gun, or should a
Well, are we going to take it
everyone knows
outside
pothead?
the existing legal definition of who's able to own a
No,
firearm, or are we going to stay within that?
No, but we all.
Notice how I cleverly designed it to say people that hang out with that element, not the
Right.
actual illegals, because then we're talking about should guns be okay for felons or for people that commit felonies who have yet not to be arrested, and that I believe is a different discussion than should someone.
Because
Basically, my thing is when I never really dressed like whatever, with my pants hanging down or any of that stuff. But I can remember when I was growing up back in the day, it was cool to have jeans with ripped knees in them for whatever reason. I thought that was cool. So I always had ripped jeans and shit. And my grandparents, holy crap, like I might have been razor blading little babies every morning because they thought that was like criminal element right there. And all I'm saying is perceived criminal element, the kids that are drifting, the kids that are out doing their stuff, and I don't know, they used to be like little Hondas. I don't know what kids drive around nowadays, but the kids that, the FUDs are going to say, well, that kid's on his way to, crime, when really he's just dressing like, what, a rap star or some movie hero or something. So I'm saying, are those kids okay to have guns?
I think you're forgetting, G-Webs, to mention when you folded the edge of your jeans and to make them real tight at the end of your legs.
that'd be
I don't want to
pegging a
talk
leg,
about
but
that.
that's not what we're talking
want to talk
about.
that.
So here's the deal. Compared to what G-Webs was saying to what Marco was saying, G-Webs is talking about a guy that is legal to own the gun. He's not lying on the 4473 or anything like that, whereas the guy that Marco is talking about as a drug addict is lying on his form to start with. So does the person that can own a gun legally own a gun? I say yes. Myself. And that might be the wrong answer.
All I want to say is that ripped jeans means that you're pro-life.
Oh, shit. But you know what I'm saying, Marco? Like the guy you were talking about, so to speak, he's already kind of lying on the 4473, and that in turn is breaking the law, whereas the guy G-Webs is talking about, he hasn't broken any laws. Now, he might be hanging out with the wrong element, but he hasn't broken any laws, and therefore he should be legal to own a firearm. And that definitely might be an unpopular opinion, though.
Well, there's a difference in between whether you've been convicted for a felony or know that you're randomly committing felonies every day. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. I could be a wife beater and not be a convicted wife. You know what I'm saying?
He was, as far as I could tell, he wasn't talking about that, but whereas specifically the drug abuser, that question is on every one of the forums. And G-Webs, you weren't trying to insinuate that just because that person happens to hang out with that element that they're actually out committing the crimes, or is that a factor in the decision, so to speak?
No, but I think
I was just asking, in your example of the person that's hanging out maybe with the rough crowd, but they haven't broken any laws, and they are legal to own. You are also implying, and I'm asking, that they're not out committing crimes with these people?
Right. Otherwise, they'd be criminals, right? I'm just talking about people that look like criminals to the, if you think of society, it's got subsets, there's going to be some subsets that think other subsets are criminals just because of the way they look or whatever.
Right.
And those are the ones that oftentimes you'll be at a gun shop, and I mean, I see this all the time. And, being out here in Arizona or whatever, we see kids come in all the time to a gun shop that'll, just be dumb and be wearing whatever dumb shirt they got on and whatever dumb pants they got on. They're just stupid because they're kids, but they come in and they either know about guns or they don't, and they ask whatever questions, and then undoubtedly, whoever the old guy is who's in there, blabbing about his old stuff, will say something like, oh, kids these days, right? And it always bugs me because I'm like, hey, motherfucker, you got a grandson or granddaughter. Like, do you agree with everything they do? But I'll bet you'll fight to the death that they have the right to own a gun, right? So just because somebody else's stupid grandson came in looking like a idiot like you do when you're young,
And the funny thing is that
I didn't think I'd get a lot of fight about it in this one, but I know there's sometimes, we'll get people on that are like, hell no, if those kids can't, fly straight.
Pull up their pants. Yeah, no,
And
I'm
at
with
the
you on
same
that
time,
too, man.
and
Because
at the
if you're
same
legal
time,
to own, you're legal to own. It's right there.
it's not no, but it's not even about if you're legal to own. I mean, like, what if you? I mean, like, what if you're just cool and interested and want to go look? Like, what if you're 16 years old, have 2 billion subscribers because of your fucking Call of Duty video game, and you just walked into your local gun shop and they fucking carried you?
Or you don't,
Yeah,
and you're just some kid. You're allowed to go hang out and look. That, I
and
mean,
then what if
everybody
you are
forgets
that
that we
kid?
were all that kid.
What if
Probably.
you are that kid that tried to sneak into a gun store and just look, and all of a sudden, then you did become that YouTube channel, and then when you became 18, then you did become that gun channel. I mean, so think about it. Like, if you have 2 million viewers
What
at
are
the
you
age of
asking? Wait a minute. What are you asking here? What is frame the question? What are
Now all
you
of a
truly?
sudden you're like
it's
the Michael
we're
Jordan of kids
no,
playing video games or something.
we're stifling YouTube video games into gun ownership. That's my new mantra.
Well,
We're,
because
Hold
number
on, wait,
one,
stifling? You're saying we don't want kids from video, or you're saying that right now people are discouraging video game kids from coming into guns?
we're yes, and
I
who
don't
knows?
agree. Don't
I
agree at
do.
all.
I do.
FPS
I do.
Russia, Iraqi veteran,
Okay. Okay.
every
Okay. So great. So
person I
great. So
know
great. So
on
okay. Great.
YouTube that does guns is opening with both arms the youngsters to come in, not just because they want to make a buck or something off of the watching the
Thank you.
video, but
Okay.
more
Okay.
importantly, 'cause they want those kids to
Thank-
become gun owners and voters.
then this might be just a state personal thing, but I guarantee you in Hawaii, Illinois, New York, New Jersey, Maryland, DC, if you walk into a gun shop under the age of 18 by yourself, just because you're not even asking to see anything, you're just
It'll happen here
snooping
too.
around.
That's a federal law, though.
Okay,
oh, because I was gonna say,
that's
because
the
that's
dumb part.
posted on that's
Then
posted on all of our gun shops out here, is that you must be 18 or accompanied with your adult or guardian.
Yeah.
That's like
Most of the gun
that's
shops will just do that because they're not there to be babysitters and they don't
then
want to
that
deal with a bunch
right.
of kids,
but
or they have a law. There is the law that says you can't buy
then
anything when you're
that's
under 18
then
anyway.
that's my
Only when
then
you're
then then that exactly right there is my infringement on the Second Amendment right, and those video
No,
game
wait a
kids
minute. It's the
completely
federal
No.
law
shouldn't
that
either.
they can't own. They cannot purchase a
Yeah,
gun from a
exactly. And
FFL
it's not
until
an infringement on a right. I mean, that's like saying you didn't let me drive that Ferrari. That's an infringement on my right to travel or whatever.
No, but you have the infringement upon the right to hang out outside that guy's house and beg him every day, like, hey, let me park your car. Let me park your car. Let me learn about your guns. Let me sit here. Put this. You
I'll
have the
bet you
infringement.
$1,000 that if a kid, because I know I've seen it. I was that kid too. If you are a kid and you're polite and nice about it, and you're enthusiastic and eager, you will get in and hang out with gun people as
Yep.
a youngster.
You
Definitely.
will.
Yep.
You will.
100%
You're
on
an
that.
a-hole, or you just haven't been trained on how to participate with people, then I'm sorry, but you're not going
It's
to
going to be
interact with
harder.
people.
It's
But it's
going
not
to
a
be way
legal thing, and
harder.
it's not a rights thing. It's just you got
But
to
what
be
you're
a
telling
friendly
me, but what
person
you're
to
telling
interact
me,
with other people
but what you're
sometimes.
telling me, all right. So what you're telling me is that by federal law, I can't. All right. So let's just say I live in
No, wait.
Gunsville, U.S.
It's life. That if you act like an ass, people are going to treat you like an ass
That's
until
not
they
the
know
point.
any
That's not
different.
the point. That's not the point that I'm trying to make. The point that I'm
Okay.
trying to make is that if I live in Gunsville, USA, right, and I have a Gunsville high school, you're telling me that I can't have a jobs program because I can't hire people in an FFL shop under the age of 18. That's what you guys told me, right?
Never
I
said that.
can't. I
No.
can't. I can't.
No. When
I
the hell did
can't.
we ever say that?
Okay. Okay.
I don't.
You can't. You can sometimes bar a kid from coming in legally, and you can have
Yes.
justification legally,
No.
but it doesn't mean
No.
they can't work there.
Oh no. No.
That's a totally
You said
different thing.
no. Okay. 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 So all right. So let me get this straight. Can I let it? All right. But a child under no parental supervision, can he come into a gun shop under federal law? He has he either has to be invited in or be accompanied in. He can't just mosey around there and all right. So I mean, think about it. Like like if you
I
know
have an
nothing
exception
about
to this if you want, Marco. Think of the
Yeah.
big box store, Walmart, Sports Authority, whatever. You can be whatever age you want to be unattended in there, and
Yep.
nobody's going to stop you from going to the gun counter.
but if
Now,
you live in a little ass town, your gun shop is probably closer than your fucking Walmart. 50% of the time.
Well, when I
if you're
was
in
a
that
kid,
little of a town, that
Those
guy
kids in
might
those
know
little
you
towns
first.
aren't getting restricted from the gun shop unless they're
Right.
assholes. Like if you threw toilet paper at the guy's house, he ain't letting
It's
you in the
not.
gun shop.
It's not about if the individual. All right. So all right. So once again, like this is my argument. It's not about if the individual owner is not letting him into the gun shop. It's whether the federal law of not being permitted in under the guidance of under 18 is permitted. You know what I'm saying?
No, because what you're talking about is insignificant to the minute extreme. That's like saying
I don't believe
why
that.
aren't you championing that because you're 15 years old, you should somehow, or whatever it is before you can get a permit, whatever the day of the year of your life is before you can actually get a permit, that person should be able to get a permit because there's highways.
I'm not saying he should be able to get a permit.
Because the little kid, trust me, I was born and I owned guns, period.
Okay,
so I've owned guns as long as I've existed. The government since 1968 said I can't go to a licensed dealer and buy them. But when I was 5 years old, if somebody would have sold me a gun, I could have walked up and bought a gun from somebody when I was 5 years old. There is no Second Amendment, or there's no infringement on the Second Amendment to youngsters, unless they're trying to buy from a licensed dealer. And I think everybody in the chat would be happy to get rid of licensed dealers, right?
Yep.
That's my point. Yeah.
I don't know.
When I was a kid.
Wait a minute. I don't understand that, but you go, Moon. Sorry.
When I was a kid, from when I was 10 till about 14, I had a gun shop called Guns and Things, and I used to go in there all the time, buy surplus gear and paintballs, and it was right across the street from a police station. And no one ever said anything to us. The guy was nice to us, so I never had that problem. I never even thought twice about it.
Please, like I remember being in high school, being 17 years old, and walking in with like walking in with three other friends. We never said anything, never asked anything, just looked in the glass cases, talked to each other, never said anything ignorant like, oh, maybe we may say extendo back in those days. This is like early 2000s, you know what I'm saying? So, like,
and you were asked to leave?
Yeah, and we were asked to leave.
Well, now, can that guy lose his FFL over having underage people in his business? Can he lose it over that? I'm asking. I have no clue.
But my point is that should never come into consideration because as long as they didn't, like...
Wait a minute. The guy's livelihood shouldn't come into consideration over you not being old enough to follow the law at this time?
I never attempted... Pulling this.
He has to leave from a 7-Eleven, dude. That you can't start pulling civil rights out for people on their private property doing whatever. He could have just been having a bad day, and if any three human beings were in his store, he would have been like, hey, guys, sorry, get the hell out of here. I'm having a bad day today.
Well,
so you can take any personal instance you got, and we can throw 100 theoretical instances against it, right?
You can't. Okay, you can't throw a personal spit into someone else's constitutional right. So if I'm in there, like, what if I wasn't 17 years old?
It's not your constitutional right to go into someone's private property and bother them. Sorry, it is not. They have to have a license which the government requires to run their business. That does not mean that they have to submit to every person in the country's somehow perceived rights.
The Second Amendment to a key. The point is the fact that it has been pushed into someone else's personal right is where it is wrong. You see where I'm going at? It's wrong in that.
No, rage against FFLs. Don't rage against an individual.
Yes.
But it's not the guy's fault that he has to follow
the licensing system, not the FFLs.
Right. It's not his fault that he has to follow those rules.
Once you get rid of the FFL system and that guy isn't licensed to sell guns and nobody's licensed to manufacture them and you can just build and buy whatever you want and buy them wherever you want. If you pack a teenagers into a hardware store to look at duct tape, they might tell you get the fuck out because sometimes they don't want to have to deal with what a pack of teenagers might do. You might not even realize that other packs of teenagers do devious shit. Just because you don't, you can't just fall back on you've got some right to travel in everyone's private business.
Move to a gun-friendly state like Dr. No did.
I've told people to leave stores.
I was just going to say, I noticed in the external chat, a few of them are making points about loitering. Robbie's saying loitering is okay now, and Sandy said, I loiter, therefore I am, and those are things. And
I'm going to have to reply with hashtag loiter this.
So that means every time you walk into a gun shop and never bought anything, you loitered? You loitered? I mean... So, all right, so, like, my point is, back to the original point, is that if you're 15, 16 years old, and you have, I don't know, let's just say, like, 100,000 YouTube, subscribers, and you're moving up big, and all you do is play Call of Duty, you talk about Call of Duty, you talk about the guns of Call of Duty, and then all of a sudden you turn 18, if you ever tried to walk into your local gun shop and they turned you away, and they didn't know who you were or why you were, and let's just say like your parents were anti-gun, but like they were okay with you playing video games, which is true in a lot of American society, you you might sneak off during lunch because your gun shop is what 3 blocks away. My gun shop to my high school was 3 blocks away, and it was incredible for where I
So what
lived.
are you saying that the guy's 18? He might be semi-internet famous, but
No,
here's the deal.
the kid is 17, and the kid can't
Oh,
walk, and the kid can't walk into a gun shop. But the point is the kid in between 16 to 18, when he actually can, built 2 million subscribers through his YouTube viewership because he plays Call of Duty. So think about
okay.
what we're losing as a 2 million subscribed.
Why are we losing when all he has to do is wait till he's old enough?
Yeah.
Why are
And
we
then
losing
how many of
anything?
these kids do you think there are?
Yeah, there you go. That's
This
even
is
more to the
scourge.
point.
If there's a dozen, that's a dozen more 2 million channel subscriber YouTubes that are
I
pro
feel
gun.
bad for those 1,000 kids that are making more money than I was making with a part-time job when I was that age by playing video games, and they can't buy anything
Yeah,
they
I ain't
want
feeling
that they
sorry
can't
for those
afford.
kids. I'm sorry.
Anything they can afford to buy but aren't legally able to buy yet.
Well,
The
here's
other
the other thing. They
the other
could buy it private sale, Marco. They don't even have to go through an FFL if that's the case. If they got the liquid assets to be able to purchase any of that stuff,
Well, the other
right? I
point I
mean,
wanted to bring up is anybody who fantasizes about shooting guns needs to get educated on shooting guns, not just on picking them up either. Even if they had access to them, I want them to know what they're doing instead of thinking it's just fun because they play a video game all
I
day.
would rather I would rather have them the knowledge of what happens with a real gun compared to
But
the
that's what the but
self-loading,
that
auto-loading, the
that is
non-recoil, the I'm
that
just racking up points. I would prefer to have some
that is
real-world knowledge,
that
but
is
Does
that
that logic go forth to that one game where you like run people over and beat up prostitutes and stuff?
Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, there you go. So would that apply to that game too? Like, come on, kid, you're just playing this. Let's get out and run people over.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
no, that's
is
not.
if you
Well,
want to,
if
yeah,
You
you're
don't
if
have
you
gonna
to
want,
be
steal a car. You're just
pimping,
playing
Or
a video
are you
game.
making
if you're pimping, you
are you
better know
making
how to have a strong pimp hand, I guess.
are you making the argument for background checks or mental background checks? Is that what
What?
you're doing?
Whoa,
No, I'm not
Marco,
afraid of
where did
anybody.
you grab that
Freedom.
from, dude?
Freedom.
or you can challenge the
I'm
kid to
not.
play Grand Theft Auto without breaking the laws in the game,
bro,
do the speed
Exactly.
limit, and not
Scarface,
rob anybody.
everybody. Scarface, that game, you beat up everybody, men and women. You just go and slap them around.
Can you do that with that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scarface, the original one, for
I'm not
PS.
talking about some game from the 80s. I'm talking about that game you were talking about.
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto. I
Yes,
mean,
you can.
the main story
You can do
missions,
it by
you're
playing the
you're
rules
doing
and never
crime,
hurt
but
anybody.
yeah,
Dude, you punch old ladies in the face.
Yeah, I thought that's
can.
what the whole
No,
point of the game was, like beating up
can.
Choice.
and running
It's
people
not
over.
like you get points,
Exactly.
or it's not like you get like
No,
you're not
you
It was like
rewarded
missions,
for doing
right? I
that
thought the
stuff.
missions made you do stuff like that.
You get
Yeah, the
an
missions do. The missions follow a storyline like a movie or something.
asshole merit badge.
But the rest of the game, when you're free roaming, you can do whatever you want. And if you choose not to run people over, or you choose to do the speed limit, you can do all that too.
I mean, it's to the point in that game where you can just go shopping and try on different shit if that's what you want to do. You can go to the car store and buy different cars if that's what you want to do, and just cruise around and change the radio station and jump off shit like Dukes of Hazzard. I mean, I like GTA, or not GTA, Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, that's always been one of my favorites. Mostly
Never
because
got
you
to
could
figure
run
out.
people over and beat up prostitutes. Though I'll be honest with you.
Now, if Marco, if you wanted to do like a position that the kids are getting screwed, then I'm down with you because I think I'm not afraid of the kids having guns. And everybody I knew when I grew up had guns. No, I wasn't afraid of any of them. I'm still not afraid of kids with guns, even if they were playing video games. So I would say do it more on the concept that kids have lived through. We won't even have to get into kids that went to the Civil War or the Spanish-American War, all the wars that happened before there was a legal age to be drafted or whatever.
No,
So
but this is my
the
position.
the anti-gunners won't be able to deal with the fact that teenagers and younger, were in wars already in the world. But let's assume that we've evolved beyond wars where youngsters have to be involved. I would just say look back at all of the kids throughout time, well, at least throughout this country's lifespan, because this entire country kids have had guns, and I would say name how many of them. Like, when has this ever even been a scourge? When has this ever even been more than an insignificant blip on statistics? And the only reason you track the statistics is because you want, our descendants to not have firearms. But I like to go back and have them look at history, because they can't deny the fact that kids throughout time, since firearms were invented, have pretty much been around firearms, growing up and being just fine. And there's just that certain percentage that are violent, and I still insist, if you break down that percentage of violence, it's usually criminals against criminals and not regular people getting hurt. That's in other words, politically or socially engineered violence, or instigated violence, not just. I don't think people that are poor just kill each other for no reason.
And G, I kind of want to take what you were just saying right there, and I wanted to go back to what you're talking about in the past. As a matter of fact, those kids were actually more common use with firearms, and that's probably why they did not do any of the weird, wacky stuff that some of the ones are doing now, because they're not exposed to.
You have your first accident or your irreparable accident when you're a kid, and your whole life you're safe with them, just like with a car and a stove and everything else that's dangerous.
Whereas now, like you're kind of saying, Marco, if they grew up with anti-gunner parents or something like that, or the media just throwing all this weird, not true stuff at you every single day, that you didn't grow up with the same type of, safety net, so to speak, where it's commonplace, I guess, or it's not the big bad scary thing, or.
But that's all right. Well,
hey, this end goes boom, just for starters. That trigger right there makes this end go boom. Just as simple as that, even sometimes, is a loss for words on some of the people
but
today.
that's my, all right. Well, see, like that itself gets back into my point, and gets back into what G-Web said, and it gets back to the federal law. First of all, it shouldn't be a federal law that a 16-year-old, no matter what he is, can't walk in there. If he's a dick, all right, so what? The store owner can have his right to throw him out, but not just because he's 16 years old and he's into Call of Duty and he's into guns. The point is first of all, it shouldn't be a federal law. Second of all, it should be up to the store owner based on, I don't know,
pretty much is
civil
up to the
rights
store
criteria.
owner. I think they just say that to kids because kids can't argue that. What are they going to do? They've never been able to argue it, and they can't argue it. They're kids. You can push a kid over. They can't, stop the laws of physics either. They're going to fall over. When somebody 3 times their weight and size can push them over. So kids just haven't experienced enough life to know that if an adult says to them, you can't do this because you're a kid, it takes you till you're 18 till you figure out that half the time that's bullshit.
Right, and they were just doing it to keep you quiet, or
because what are they going to say? We don't like you in here. They're just like, get out of here because you're not old enough, because we don't have to deal with you.
Well, and here's the other thing. They might, probably what Marco is saying is, because most gun shop owners are thinking, if the kid's in there by themselves or something, what are you going to do, kid? You ain't got no money, you ain't got no job, you ain't going to buy nothing. But I think Marco's putting that twist in there with the YouTube maestro, where they're making all this YouTube coins, so actually they could be spending it.
No, but then at the same time, you could be that G-Web's kid who. So what if you're 16? You saved up all your money. You gave that money to your dad and said, "Hey, go buy me a Mossberg Maverick or whatever for when you know what I'm saying, because you mowed lawns all summer." So
I bet you G-Web's already had a network by that age.
I guarantee you, if even if gun shops were allowed to allow 16-year-olds in there, a stereotypical gun shop crew, let's just say sales crew,
you can go in with your parent or guardian
out before you even had a chance to even drool over the shotgun for the next 2 years. That maybe his daddy goodbye.
I'm just glad that Edge finally left, because he being under 16 was creeping me out in here.
It was, because we're talking
about
age group.
Now, is it discriminating because
there's no
it would be legal to go? Wait, no. If you go in with your parents, I guess is what I'm saying. Is it discriminatory because you're allowed to go in with your parent or guardian? Is it discriminatory that way?
It's based on that and age. Yes. If the 16-year-old is not causing a nuisance to the actual vendor or seller, and he is just sitting there, and for all you know, you could get him to put up price tags for you. Be like, here, price tag this. I'll give you a free box of 22. You know what I'm saying? Some dumb shit like that. But the point is too many times does that offer be given to a youngster versus get the fuck out of my shop just because you're under 16. You know what I'm saying? Or whatever age you might be.
Marco, did
Whatever
you
age
leave
that
a
might be.
flaming pile of shit in a paper bag at a gun shop when you were a kid or something? Seems
Nah,
personal for you, buddy.
nah.
Okay, just wondering.
I
Do you
still
have some
think you're dealing
16-year-olds
with
you
a
know?
personal situation. If we were able to use the polls or something out on gun channels, maybe we could get an idea from everybody. But I suspect that most kids hung out in gun shops, more than they got kicked out of gun shops when they were young.
I would also vary that age into age and
I'd
location
understand.
would probably have a lot to
Maybe it
vary as
depends on
well.
when you were young. Nobody was afraid of nothing except Russians when I
Oh,
was a kid.
That's
right. There
true.
is that. No, true. That's very true, G-Webs. Because like whether it was my grandpa or my uncles or my stepdad or even my mom, it was never a problem to go in and hang out. Now, here's the other thing, though. You're supposed to be a good kid while you're in there because you understood the gravity of the situation you're in. It's like, hey, I could just as easily make you wait in the car while I am in here, but I know you like it in here. I know you're intrigued by all of this shit going on in here. So, if you don't put your grubby paw prints on a bunch of shit, you don't cause no trouble, well then, it's never a big deal when it's that case. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Well, maybe that was just me, I guess, growing up. But I agree with G-Webs that it depends on when you grew up too. Like I was born in '72, so eh, things were different back then. hate to sound old, but yeah.
No, they were just different. They're always different. We didn't have terrorism then. I mean, it was just a different place. We were worried about the Cold War, and that was it.
Hold fast.
Standing by.
AKA hold fast.
Yeah, it was pretty much early '90s when I was going in there. So used to go in there, try on the gas masks, and have fun.
Well, see, and that's the thing.
Well,
Most of the. Oh, you go.
that's all I was going to say. There's no trying on gas
Oh,
masks. Who knows who's had that thing on their face?
right? Is there still gas in it? No,
Well, when
but
you're
see,
a
most of
kid,
the
you
stores
don't care. You're
they
resilient.
were hunting stores mostly where I grew up for gun shops. You know what I'm saying? So, there was the camo, there was the orange, there was scopes and knives and hunting stuff for the most part. This whole tactical market stuff that's out there now, like the surplus store was a totally different type of store. Didn't sell firearms, none of that. Where I grew up, when I grew up. It was a totally different thing. At the surplus store did not sell any type of firearm where I grew up,
Well,
and then
most of the time they
consequently
don't really until they turned into camping stores. But surplus stores, like you say, they used to just literally be surplus. They weren't like camping and all the other shit. If they happen to have stuff that you could use for all those things, but they weren't trying to sell 550 if they didn't get it surplus somewhere.
Well, see, and now though the surplus store that we have on island, he does have an FFL, and he does sell firearms and ammunition and all that, and reloading and all that. So it's kind of great now. But to Marco's point, I'm definitely over 18 now, so it's a non-issue.
And the one I went to, it was called Guns and Things. They had everything. They had SKSs all over the place.
Wow, that'd have been cool.
Handguns.
But that was always the thing, though, too, being able to be brought into the gun shop with my either one of my folks, or like I said, or my grandpa or uncle or grandma or whatever. It was always awesome. You just go in as this big wide-eyed kid. I mean, I'm talking at like 6 and 7 years old, even started, not even 16 or whatever. I mean, I'm talking, pretty young.
All right, but
I've
all
always
right,
been to gun shops, always.
all right. You guys are talking about your guys and your guys' youth, but let's. Moon, I don't know how old your youngest or how old your oldest kid is, but let's just pretend he was 15 right now. And the rest of us, let's think about Yankees kid who's what, 17? You know what I'm saying? Can you
Right.
imagine those kids walking into a gun shop, laying back, and no one knowing that that's Yankee's kid or that's Moon's kid or just no one who knew who the fuck they were. He just walks in there and just looks. He starts looking at the glass cases. They're going to be asked to get the fuck out in like less than 30 seconds.
You're assuming a
You
lot.
think?
No.
Yeah.
At least not where
I,
I live. At least not where I
well,
live. I
because
guarantee
wait a
you
minute. What if they
they're
go
there.
to one of the? What if they go to one of like? What if Moon's kid goes to the shop where Moon goes, and he's seen that kid before? Same with like
Okay,
Yankees
okay,
kid.
no,
What
no,
if?
okay. So no, like
Well, no,
you
he
have to
just
take
said
that
if they
out.
don't know it's somebody's kid.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Take that out. Take that out. It's just a random kid. So your high school is what, 4 blocks away from that particular gun shop, within walking distance. In
The
between,
owner
and
has
a
the right
block
to ask
over
him
is
for
like
ID.
and a block over is like the McDonald's, or across the street is the McDonald's. You're probably gonna get a kid or two that walks in there. And I guarantee you, if he's like 15 or 17 years old, right now in current day, I love the way you guys talked about it, but right now in current day, if a 16-year-old walked into a gun shop and never said anything and did nothing but look in the glass cases, in less than 120 seconds, he's being asked to leave
I have a
for
question
no
for G
reason.
Webs because he knows a lot about the behind the scenes for gun shops. Okay, say this is all happening, and I'm gonna go so far down the rabbit hole it's gonna be ridiculous. So we got Marco's 16-year-old kid that's just kind of hanging out, and it's still within that 120-second leeway that he's talking, and that just happens to be the time that the ATF
I
comes
don't
in
care
to
about the
audit the
time. I
guy's
don't care about
books.
the time.
No,
I
wait a
don't care
minute.
about the time. No, but just being asked to leave for
I'm
other
just
than
saying
just
that the
looking.
kid is in the
He's saying
shop
that the
when the
kid's in the
ATF.
shop and the ATF comes in. The ATF doesn't come in like a bunch of bulldogs, like
Well, no, I
sniffing
didn't think
for
that, but
every little
just the
thing.
guy to check.
It
They
doesn't.
have no guy
It
that just
doesn't matter
comes
if the
They don't
ATF
do
comes
that.
in. The point is,
They
Okay,
audit
cool.
and
if
then
the
they
FFL doesn't
follow up
ask them
on
to
things,
leave,
but they don't
then they've
just
done something
they don't have
illegal,
time.
haven't they?
Luckily,
If
sorry.
they, if the FFL doesn't ask them to leave, they've done something wrong. If they believe the child to be under the age of 18, who can't purchase anything in their store other than ammo or cleaning brush. What if
What?
it's just
They
an
can
ammo
buy
and
if
cleaning
a
brush?
kid can buy anything he wants in this gun shop as long as it ain't an FF gun, an FF licensed item. If they'll sell it
It,
to him, there's no. I don't. I'm not
that's
aware of any law that says you can't buy a pistol
You're right.
grip or you
You're
can't. I
right.
mean, and think
You're right.
about airsoft and stuff. So
You're
to
right.
answer your question, Z, will the
But
ATF do
okay.
anything? No. If they're in the middle of a straw purchase, of course. But if we're not talking felonies,
So let me
then
ask you this. So
you
let me
and
ask
they're
you this.
buying
okay. Yeah, that's
So
all I
ammunition
was
for your
asking. I'm like,
dad
is
or
that
okay.
dude gonna get in trouble
So
TDE.
okay.
for having the kid in there? That's
So
all
let
I
me
was
ask you
wondering.
this. So all right.
No,
All right.
but like I say, when we were
So let's
talking
pile on the
earlier,
stereotype.
we
So
weren't
all
getting into
right. So let's pile
details,
on
and
the
I would say that most of the time kids get told get out because of
yes,
adult reasons, and the
before
kids
they can
do it
even buy
because they don't
ammo.
know.
Right.
Before they can even buy
Okay.
ammo, if they like if they do have something at home.
Well, now don't. How old do you have to be to be required to buy ammo now?
Or no, just anything dumb. I mean, think about it. Like if you're 14 and you want to go in there and buy a bayonet because you think it's a cool ass knife.
Or you bought your dad a sling or a
The
holster or
point
something?
is, the point is that the stereotype is strong, and the likelihood of being asked to leave before spending 10 minutes to look at the glass case and then buying something is strong.
I just thought it was a rule for the FFL that he was not allowed to have anybody under 18 in his shop. I didn't know if it was an option or not. I thought it was like the rule slash law that he wasn't like it comes down on the FFL if anything happens while somebody under 18 that is unaccompanied by an adult or guardian. I was unaware if it was different from that because it's clearly stated on like in sign form outside of the regular gun shops here. Again, it's not on the big box store like that, but on the regular gun shops, you must be 18 or be accompanied by adult parent or guardian. Here, specifically. So now I have a question though. What is that on the kid though? If he reads that signage and he knows that he's not 18 or accompanied by a parent or guardian, and yet he goes in anyway.
Then he should be able to, and if anything, we should embrace that
Oh,
because once
What happens if they go in and buy cigarettes?
that's illegal, and that actually
Same
the store
division
owner
of the
can get in
government enforces
trouble.
it, right? Or I mean, I should
Oh
say
yeah.
regulates and enforces.
And we have
That's
what
weird.
do you call
Kids
it?
are police are allowed to enforce federal smoking laws, huh? Or there must be state laws that are parallel.
it's
So
state.
that's how they can do it. Okay.
I think there are state laws that are parallel.
Yeah.
But yeah, we have stings out here all the time for underage purchasing of alcohol and tobacco, and
There you
those
go.
people
Alcohol.
can either lose their license to sell or fined heavily per issuance
And
on
that's
for selling tobacco.
when I was a kid, I can't even count how many times somebody'd pull up in front of a liquor store and give me $5, and I was supposed to go in there and buy whatever the hell it was, margarita mix or beer or whatever, and then or booze or whatever it was, and cigarettes always. And then I would walk back out because that was their freaking car remote control. That was the drive-through back in the day. Whoever kid was sitting there.
Yeah, my mom used to give me a note to go to the 7-Eleven and get her cigarettes, and they'd be like, okay. So
Yeah, but after this third time, you don't need a note or whatever. It's just like, oh, there's that kid buying cigarettes, and plus you're buying like Virginia
Well,
Slims
yeah,
or
'cause you're
something.
going-
Yep, that's exactly what I was buying.
Yeah,
Did
exactly.
you
There
guys ever
go.
ride loose
You're not-
cigarettes?
No,
Loose.
I'm
No.
not from the big
I've
city.
smoked a lot of Virginia Slims. Let's put it that way.
Sorry. That's too funny. I just flashed back to all those Virginia Slim ads in the back of the magazines. You've come a long way, baby.
Well, I feel like we solved this one.
It's all.
I don't know. We might have beat it over the head at the very least.
It was a good debate. That's what I liked about it.
I still don't understand what we were talking about. But it was interesting.
That sounded like a DB laugh right there. A little cynical.
Well, I was trying to think. But like, for example, is your son or daughter or your child, Moon, old enough to go into a gun store on their own?
No.
No.
He's
Okay.
16. Is that old enough? I don't know. Is there a law against
I
that?
think we've
But what if
decided.
he wanted to? What if he wanted to put?
If he wanted to, I could know of shops that he could do it at, and then I know of shops that would be like, get the fuck out of here. So I think it's up to the owner.
All right. So imagine in your county.
Do I think they'll let him fondle a gun? Like, he'll be like, let me check that Glock out. They'll be like, no.
No, I'm not. I'm not even at
There'll
that
be a
level.
whole lot of hell no.
I'm not even at that level. My level is if there's a child who is into video games and learn gun through video games, is that child more acceptable or receptible based on them being alone and under the age of 18 into a gun shop? And from my most previous experience is you're not. And then on top of that, because you're young and hip and cool and you dress a certain way, that makes you even less. You don't fucking know that. And based on the way you speak, like what if you speak retarded but yet that's hip to the kids and they can figure out your YouTube video games, and next thing you know, you are the next FPS Russia. And you are. And
Quit acting like there's some like justification or some sort of like authorization because they're rich. That's classist. I'm more worried about the millions of regular kids that may or may not haven't been infringed upon. Who cares if they have?
No, I'm talking about the infringement upon the ability to become rich. You know what I'm saying? To do the infringement.
Now just by having guns, you're
Wait a
rich?
minute. Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
Because-
Whoa.
I'm talking.
I wish
I'm
that was
talking-
the case. I'd be freaking filthy rich right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you
Easy street. He's talking about.
if there's an infringement upon 16-year-old video kid games being able to learn more about guns in local gun shops, that is an infringement upon.
There's infringement about anybody who doesn't have cash in their hand learning about anything from a person who's in business to sell said thing. So you can go into a car dealership without money and get kicked out. You can go into a bicycle shop without money and get kicked out. You can go into an ice cream shop without money and get kicked out. You're now talking about classist shit again.
No.
But Mark, here's the thing: what is such the big deal to go in when they're 18. That's the part that. Because are you trying to say that between that 16 and 18, they're going to stop wanting to know about guns? I don't think so.
Well, and they're ignorant.
Myself.
I didn't ever get to go to gun shops to learn about guns. I went to what's called a library. So back in my day, when to learn about guns, you would go to the library and you got shitty, like black and white pictures of one side of a gun, if you're lucky, and a whole bunch of words. Yeah,
you see how your justification
Now,
is based upon how shitty your life was? You see it, like you
what?
see how you.
That wasn't shitty. I lived in a time when I could walk to a library like 10 miles from my house and look at pictures of books from out history. There are people that can have an AK-47 but dream about being able to look at books. I never even entered my mind to say it was a shitty childhood. I'm just saying that now kids have an even easier time because they can go online and just go click, click, click. So if that kid who's playing video games can't figure out how to find information online, he's stupid as hell, dude.
He's got other problems. Because I think that kid, and especially if he's making this mystery YouTube Skrilla, that he's gonna stack that cheddar and he is gonna fucking roll in on his birthday, and he's gonna make shit happen. You know what I'm saying? I don't see that this being such a big
originally you were just
epidemic.
saying,
16 to 18.
Yeah, I thought originally you were saying when that kid makes all that money off of YouTube, he's going to take his money to some other gun shop because that guy was being a jerk to him.
I'm not saying he's gonna take his gun to another gun shop, but what if he's half of what Hickok is, but yet he speaks about pro, you know what I'm saying? But he puts out an M85, like whatever this ammo bullshit ban is. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Hickok's not gonna do. All right, so like those really big channels like FPS Russia, Hickok, they're not doing. Maybe Hickok does one video on the assault weapons ban, but that's 1 out of 4.
What does this have to do with anything that you're talking about, though? You're saying that the guy who does the video games, that's the minor, now he's not going to do any of these social injustice videos?
No, but what I'm saying
because he
is
can't
that
go in and buy into the gun shop.
What I'm saying is that kid of knowledge makes a great pro 2A argument. And the more that we shun that possible kid.
From what you've described.
Huh?
You've described some kid who's going to go up to one gun shop looking like a punk because he didn't have enough common sense to dress civilized walking into a place of business, gets asked to leave, and now you're going to say that kid can't learn about guns? That kid's a dimwit, and if he somehow stumbled into a bunch of money, he should be lucky that he's even alive, let alone worrying about how to spend his money in a shop that he wants to spend it in.
Bro, come on.
Come on, you're making this scenario incredibly twisted and it's Yankee-ish. I got to say it. It's Yankee-ish. You're picking this like only one little scenario where your perceived injustice can actually happen, and we're trying to tell you that one sliver you're holding on to can be attacked by 700 different ways, and you're not dealing with it. That's Yankee-ish.
The one sliver is anyone under the age of 18 who wants to walk into a gun shop.
No, it isn't anyone under the age of 18, because you refuse to acknowledge that any kid who's under the age of 18 can pretty much walk into a gun shop and hang out. It's the kid that, in your mind, is acting thuggish or weird or somehow perceived to be a bad seed and gets asked to leave because of it. So, I mean, again, if a kid's too stupid to figure out that he constantly gets shit on because of his need to express himself, then that's too bad, man. That's called tactical. It's when you are able to understand tactics and take advantage of actions and cause and effect. And if you can't figure out that by walking around buck naked you're going to get more of a reaction than if you walk around almost exactly like everyone else, then that's not injustice. That's just somebody who's dumb who can't figure out that.
That's a learning curve right there you're talking about, you guys. That's a learning curve. Hey, Caleb, how old are you, by the way, if we may ask, since we do have one of the young guns in here?
19 years old.
Okay, when was the first time you went into a gun shop?
Have you been into a gun shop yet?
The first time I've been to a gun shop, oh god, probably when I was like 10. If not, like,
was that with your?
By myself?
Was that with your parent?
First time I've been to a gun store by myself.
You've never been into one by yourself, have you? Because you're too
Probably not.
No, I go into them all the time. Like I would go into Bass Pro and Cabela's and wander around a lot like that. But that's not really a gun store. That's really a
They
department
don't
store.
count. They don't count.
No, we
So
discounted that
I mean,
one.
I
Yeah.
didn't start going into gun stores anyways until I was a little bit older because I couldn't buy anything anyway. So I was probably like 15, 16. Probably the first time I went to a gun store
Okay,
by myself.
and
I'd say
okay,
whenever you can
okay,
drive
okay.
or your
So
friends
top
can
that.
drive, that's
All
when
right,
you
so
start going to
top
gun
that.
shops by
So
yourself.
top that. Did any of those not know you by the time you? I mean, like, did you walk in there without nobody knowing you? Without nobody knowing you?
None of the gun shops I go to now, no, they still don't know me by name. No, yeah, no one's ever known me in a gun shop like
They
that.
don't know you
So
by name, but they know you
they
about
ask
that
you to
lead
leave?
smelter.
No, no, yeah, that
Yeah,
lead. Exactly. There's that kid who smells lead. Oh God, here comes again. What is he gonna want
He
today?
comes in with his lips all white, and he's all like, "Hey, you got any of that lead?"
Hey man, I need a new mold.
Did you ever get asked to leave?
Can I wash your
from like
tires? Keep that kid away from your
15 to 8?
tires.
No, I haven't been
Right.
asked. I haven't been asked to leave, but I have had Connor, one of the other guys who hangs out on Young Guns, has had that experience happen. One of the out of the 3 main gun stores here in town, one of them has a sign on the door that says anyone under 18 like must be accompanied by an adult or whatever. And like the guy in there, he's not really known for being like overly nice. I mean, he's not a jerk or anything, but he's just like he's very curt and short to the point. And he was like, Connor was in there one day by himself, and he's like, hey, are you over 18 or whatever? And I forget what he said to him. You know, he's like, no. He's like, well, you need to have an adult or something like that, or something. I forget exactly what he said to him, but it was something along those lines. And but I've been in that same store before. I know I definitely don't look like I'm 18. You know, but I mean, I usually, I act much older than that. But they never said anything to me, and I've gone right up to them and asked them questions and stuff like that, and I've never had any problem with that store.
Well, did your friend, was he dressed in any particular way? Did he have any kind of a particular attitude? Was he or was she nonchalant? Was he kind
I
of
can imagine
dropping
he
you on
was
the
just like he.
floor? I mean, was there any reason?
I can imagine he was just like he normally is, like a hick with like blue jeans, like boots on, and a button-up shirt, like a plaid shirt
Okay,
or a
so
t-shirt.
in essence, he really didn't do anything bad in order to be asked to leave. It was not
No,
through his behavior. It was
right.
solely because that happened to be the one gun shop he went into where it said the sign on the outside, and he went
Right.
in anyway, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know if he was there with his
Now,
if his dad was in the parking lot or in the store at all or not, but
well, if his dad was there, even when he asked him if he was under 18 or not, and then he gave him the parent or guardian, Connor probably would have just said, "Well, this is my dad right here,"
I'm gonna be that
or he's
dad
over
in
in
the car. I'm like, run in and buy me a box of 40s. Here's $5.
Yeah, right. Figure out how to make it happen.
Like, I brought you your 4 bullets.
You know how G was with the kid, and he asked for 40s. Smart kid.
You know how you can tell I'm talking shit because my kid would be a ninja. Wouldn't need no damn 40s.
But ninjas do use 40s. So what are you talking about?
They carry around 40s just to prove that they're better than everybody, but they never have to use them because they're ninjas.
Their backup is
In case
40s.
somebody does like an EDC throwdown, ninjas gotta have a 40 ready. But
Oh,
So
all right.
yeah, well, check this out.
Can we get off the topic? All right. So
Sure. What do you want to talk about, Marco?
how good is a Glock 27 for an ankle carry?
I just say it
And
depends on how tall or how big is your ankle. How tall are you and how
because
big is your ankle?
well, I'm super stubby, but that's why I wear baggy jeans.
You need to have Janko jeans. I heard they're coming back.
I don't even know what that
Jinko, you
means.
schmuck.
What did I say? What did you say?
Come on, dog. If you're gonna fucking insult me right. Come on.
Janko.
Jinko.
Jinko? There's no I.
What the fuck you think?
JNCO.
No, what the fuck do you think the Y is? Oh, what the fuck did you miss the Y in the letter?
No, there's no Y either.
There is the fucking Y.
I've never seen a Y.
So
Anyway.
anyway, let's get back on the ankle
Jaeger
27 here as
says
opposed
he
to.
carries 2 Glock 26s, one on each ankle. So I don't see why you can't put a
Well, put it like
27
this.
on
I
yours.
mean, I'm not gonna do that. But if I did have to do that, I would carry. First of all, I need to know if there's a matching carry ankle set for 2 mags and the action. All right,
So
so
what? One ankle
one
you got
ankle.
the two mags, and the other one you got the.
Exactly. So
I
I
got
wouldn't
you.
want to go. I wouldn't go 227s in each ankle. Like, are you dumb? No.
Well,
What
New York
the fuck
reload.
yeah.
I wouldn't
I,
go with a
no. What the fuck?
27 on one
I'm
ankle.
I'm still down one mag at that point. You're real. I'm still down on one mag. So I'd much rather have two 10-round 40 mags,
I,
right? And 40 because it's better than 11, 12 of 9mm. Because yes, it is better. You know what I'm saying? So I need an ankle holster with a dual
so
mag holster. Does that exist? I mean, I'm pretty sure I can make it exist, but
why would you want it on the same
Does
ankle?
what exist? What is exist?
because my primary is gonna
The
have,
double mag carrier on the ankle holster
I'm gonna
So
on the
have
same
mag
leg. I
carrier
think
on the same leg as your gun or on the other leg from your gun?
on the other leg of my gun. So do I
Yeah.
have an
Oh,
You could
okay.
opposite
definitely get
carrier
that,
mag
but
of just two
consider a
mags?
one mag and a tourniquet on your other leg.
No, I don't want a tourniquet. Fuck a tourniquet. If someone
Nice.
else dies, that's their problem.
No, that's
Well, it
crazy.
might be.
That could be a whole other chat.
Okay, okay, well that's great. All right. So good for you, but I'm all about capacity. So if you're talking about another mag or a tourniquet, I'm carrying another mag. Great for you. So I want two mags on one ankle and a Glock and a mag in the other.
Look, Dano just put a
I'm pretty sure you
link in the
could do
chat.
that.
Hit up that link.
Isn't this hey? This is Sunday. This is Sunday Dano. We should talk shit about Dano.
What?
Dano just proves me right. JNCO.
No, okay, no. Listen, we're gonna talk shit about Dano because Dano's not here, and this is Sunday night Dano's chat, where apparently Dano doesn't even join his own chat.
Someone
Whoever takes over
change it.
Sunday, it's gonna be called Dano's chat. And Dano, apparently, what are the Powerball numbers? Apparently we're gonna have to. Dano's gonna be relied upon the Powerball numbers. No bullshit. Apparently,
You can hide two ARs up in these ankles, in these pants.
you got some serious cankles then.
Nah, I'll give you the link.
Now,
You got
would it
them
be
snap
different
away
if
pants?
you had warm-up pants, go where you just
Yeah,
rip them
snap
right
away.
off,
Yeah,
like the wizard?
There you go.
I wear those all the
Now,
time.
see, then you might as well just have an AK or a crank or something.
Yeah, you can have two AR pistols or two AK pistols up in there on
Yeah,
your
but
shins.
yes, you could, but
Calves.
but walking would be super funny. So unless you're gonna be like moved on like on a crane in and out, you know what I'm saying? Walking would be extremely difficult. So
Now, are those pants or shorts?
They're pants.
Those are pants. That's a huge bitch.
So this is weird. This shotgun that I have in my possession is apparently when you load it, you have to have one in the chamber for it to pick one out of the loading tube. You can't load it from the tube. Like, really? That's as in
What? Say that
whenever.
again, please.
How does that make sense? Won't you double feed it?
No, what I'm saying, you have to either shoot the round that's in the chamber and eject. But once you eject the round in the chamber, if you don't shoot it and you eject it, it doesn't pick up a live round from the tube.
I'm not sure extractor.
That's
No. No, it's just the way they're made. It ejects the gun, the cartridge out of the chamber. That works fine. What I'm saying is, say if you were to, it's a semi-automatic shotgun. So if I wanted to put 3 rounds in the tube and then I go to cycle the bolt will not pick up a round. You have to put one
you
in
have
the.
to load it through the chamber in
Yeah.
order to load it.
Yeah. How weird is
I
that?
wonder. Well, that's different.
Yeah, it
That
is.
don't sound right.
I thought it was broken, and I've been researching it for the past like 15 minutes. I was talking to Weddle about it in the off-air chat, and and I just finally figured it out. I was reading on the forum. It's like, oh, you have to load one in the chamber first, drop the bolt on the loaded round in the chamber, and then you fire it, and it'll fire and feed from the tube.
What are the chances that when you
Drop the
drop
bolt, it
that
goes off.
carrier forward that
I
it goes
know,
off?
freaking
That
man.
don't make.
I know, that's scary,
Oh
isn't it?
boy.
Well, it's like a 30-year-old shotgun. I think probably older than that. Maybe not that old. I don't know.
What brand was it again? What maker model?
Yeah, it's Franchi. It's an Italian brand. I think Benelli owns them. They've been bought out several times. This one was imported by Stoger.
If you can,
That could be part of it right there.
if you can get the second round from the tube, why can't you get the first round from the tube?
I don't know. Apparently, the loading gate doesn't move until you fire it. I don't know.
Oh.
I haven't tried it in theory. I haven't tried it yet. This is all in theory. This is what the forum's saying. So I'm gonna go out tomorrow and load it up and shoot it and see if it works. Because sitting here putting rounds in the tube, even when I put one in the chamber and I manually cycled it out of the chamber, it still wouldn't pick one up from the tube. Maybe I just wasn't doing it fast enough. Maybe I gotta do it like it's actually being fired.
I wonder if something that absorbs the recoil from the carrier moving back or something, if that trips the loader, maybe.
Yeah. It well, that's what the thing is. There's a little leaf spring thing on the inside of the receiver that juts out and holds the shells on the tube. So I'm assuming that when you shoot it, that moves out of the way and allows a shell to come out of the loading tube.
But why doesn't it do it when you just manually cycle it, though? That's the question,
exactly.
right?
That's what I'm confused about. Yeah. So, because I was thinking about if I found an extended tube for this, I could totally use it for 3-gun. Because it's a nice shotgun.
You might have just a rough lip around the ejection port.
Or
the loading gate.
I mean, because like if you're telling me that it shoots and
I haven't even shot it yet.
All right, so like put it like this: like once it shoots, everything that you have to do from there has to do with the action and back. It's not about the forward action; it's about the back action. So you've already eliminated 50% of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like pretty much brand new, so.
Well, we expect a full report then tomorrow, Caleb.
Exactly.
Well, hopefully after I get back from my
no good guy repairs.
Oh gosh. Hopefully after I get back from my first morning class before I have to go to work, I'll take it outside and shoot it and see what goes on.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can shoot at your house.
Yep.
Shoot out the hallway? Is that what you're gonna do?
Hey, I've done it before, dude. I've cornered rounds through the front door before.
Hey, seriously. Hey,
that's interesting, parent.
No, see, like that's the type of shit that I'm talking about. Like, hey, Moon, can you imagine being able to chronograph some shit in the front of your house?
I literally had the chronograph sitting like right on the edge of the door because it was raining outside, and I was like, crap, I can't get my chronograph wet.
No, like you know what's funny? Like for me to be able to have that much land/area to be able to do that, I'd have to be a multi-millionaire.
Yeah,
I lived in the middle of a national forest at one point growing up. That was a thing, It just depends on where. And we didn't own that land, but yet, I never shot anything through the house though myself.
Well, you're
not Grandma one time, she definitely shot the bear coming in through the screen door. That motherfucker was going down because he was coming in, and that shit wasn't happening. And that was just fucking.
What did you guys watch Ammo Head?
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, dude, hey.
I'm not in the loop.
Seriously, like if you're overweight, you love Ammo Head. If you're overweight,
I really don't know what that means.
Ammo Head will teach you how to braid bacon and shoot from inside your house. That motherfucker lives out somewhere out in Kentucky, where the motherfucker he shoots through his window and by his porch.
What?
Yeah, and then he'll show you how to make the fattiest, cheesiest burger in the world. His food, Ammo Head. Hey, I love me some Ammo Head.
Granted, Grandma or Grandpa, because it happened 2 different times. There was 2 different bears about 10 years apart that decided they wanted to come in, and they weren't shooting through no chrono. They were solely doing it because the bear was trying to come in the house.
Yeah. What did they shoot it with?
Let's see. One time I know it was like a 30 6, and
Dang, that'd wake you up.
I wasn't there at the time. I wasn't
When
there
I
at the
shot,
time on either one of them actually,
when I shot,
and
or go ahead, sorry.
well, I wasn't sure if it was the same. Because see, Grandpa had passed in between the first time that happened and the second time that it happened, so I don't remember if Grandma had used a 30-06 or like a 12 gauge with a slug in it or something
Hmm.
from like 12 feet maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
My grandpa hung out the window and shot a skunk in the cornfield when I was little, but I don't remember what kind of. It was a rifle. I don't know what caliber.
It's funny. He's like, I ain't going out there and getting stinky. That's funny.
That was a land I was supposed to be able to shoot on for the rest of my life, and then they died, and my aunt got greedy and started renting it out to some deadbeat dude, and he stopped paying the rent, and then they ended up selling it.
Whoa, fancy. I just took the shotgun apart without even meaning to. Oh, cool.
Man, that sucks, Moon.
Yeah, it does. My first couple
Like,
video, actually my first 2 or 3 videos is me and my wife up there shooting.
This shotgun is insanely easy to take apart. You guys want to see it? This is cool. All I did was take off the fore-end cap, and then it turned into this.
Turn on my camera.
oh wow.
My
What?
cigarettes.
It came in half like that?
Yeah, this is the barrel, and this is the receiver, and then the
Oh,
fore-end.
I don't know if I like that.
That's
Here's,
how my
I guess the
shotgun
bolt just slides out. Let's see here. I'm
But
going.
usually, don't you have to unscrew the
Uh,
foregrip or anything like that? Usually?
Yeah, that's all I did. I took this little cap off the foregrip, and that was it.
No, I meant the wood part or anything.
Oh crap!
Usually, isn't that screwed into the bottom?
Well,
The Mossberg 500 came like that. You just
this seems to be on working order.
Wow.
and slip the barrel ring over the
Needs a little oil.
tube
Yeah, like
and lock
Suppose I
the
didn't
barrel
think of
onto
that.
the receiver.
it's like this. This is the barrel.
Yeah.
Goes in like there. You gotta push it in. Somehow this goes back on. I have no idea how this thing goes back together.
Oh, you're fucked.
Oh, there it goes. You gotta keep pressure. Oh god, the barrel will like actually cycle the bolt. That's new.
Kind of scary.
Gotta hold pressure on the bolt. Rescrew this back on.
Desk pop.
Clearly, it wasn't loaded to start, right?
No, god no. And then we're back, ready to run. That was
That's
easy.
amazing.
That was cool. Now I just gotta figure out how to freaking load it and shoot it. Oh, great. Yeah, if I did use a shotgun 3-gun, I'd have to cut the barrel down because, like, look.
Man, I wouldn't cut the barrel down on that. I'd just get a different shotgun because that's a nice looking shotgun you got there, bro.
Just
Yeah,
use that. You're closer to the target.
Exactly. No, I'd be slow transition and be like, boom.
No way. You just start working out those forearms and a little bit of shoulder, bro, and you're all over that.
Lift weights and do some push-ups.
Just sling that around like it don't weigh nothing.
Is that pump?
That looked like a semi.
It does look like something, right?
Okay, so Robbie said he talked to his pops. He says that
Hey,
the
Caleb,
rounds
I'm
of the
talking to
magazine
you.
are released. Sorry, I was reading. What? What's up?
You didn't hear what I said to you?
No, I was reading the chat.
Is it a pump or a semi?
Semi.
Okay.
He said the rounds from the magazine are released once the barrel bolt moved almost halfway backwards. Alright, I'm going to try this one more time. I'm kind of afraid to do it inside, though, because I don't want to blow a hole in my room, in my wall at like almost 11 o'clock. Let's see, so if I take 2 rounds, I really need some snap caps for this, but you make do with what you got, I guess.
Right.
All right, so I'm gonna put one in the tube. All right, one in the tube. I got this on camera, right? So if something does happen, at least it'll be on live.
No, there you go.
Lock back the bolt. So I've got one in the tube. Throw one here in the chamber. I don't know how this is supposed to work. I don't know if I should
Oh,
just
I
let it
see
fall in the
bad. I
chamber.
see bad things happening here.
Desktop.
All right, so maybe if I do.
They're gonna be like that dude in that video
Okay.
with the shotgun.
Okay, so there's one in the chamber now. Make sure the safety's on. And then if I cycle this one out, it still freaking locks back. That's what I don't understand. And there's still one round in the tube. Oh, this is really frustrating.
Well, maybe it does require the
Firing.
the explosion in the chamber, like Robbie was talking.
Okay.
Something has to come back a
It's a
certain
lot
amount.
easier to figure out if you're 21.
What? What'd you say?
It's Italian, you said?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you were 18, 21, or whatever the FFL told you to be, you'd be all right.
Private message inspector.
They would show you how to do that. They would take care of you.
Now I gotta figure out how to get this thing out of the
I
tube.
mean, instructor 0.
There it goes.
Inspector.
So how do you unload the shotgun? That's what I'm wondering. Like after you've done shooting in it, you gotta push on the little leaf spring on the inside of the receiver every time. That'd be a pain.
Well, isn't there something that's holding the shells into the tube? Whether it's a pin or a spring, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. And that.
So you just depress the spring and you should be able to pull the round. The
Yeah, but
round
you want
should
to
be
see
able
where
to come out.
it's at? Hang on.
Sure. Why not?
It's
That's
like
what you got a camera for.
it's like in there. Like you like stick your finger in there and like push on it.
Well, so you push the loading gate up, right? And then there should be some form of retention spring
Yeah.
or
Exactly, like a little leaf spring right here on the inside. You can push it with your thumb. So I mean,
and then it doesn't, and then it wants to come out on its own because of the
it'll
spring
pop
on
out.
the
It'll
right?
pop out about above my thumb that much, like just showing the head
All
of
right.
the brass. Let me try loading it again and unload it just from the tube. See what happens. All right, so do that. Push that down. Now it's freaking stuck. God.
Nice.
There it goes. Then you cycle it and it kicks the shell out the bottom of the gun. So you gotta do that
That's
each time.
it. So something's not throwing the loading gate down then.
That's what it seems like. Because so like right here, the bolt's closed, no rounds in it, and then you do this, and then when you close it, the bolt goes back forward. See how it pops forward? So the loading gate seems like it's acting right at that part anyway. It's like it's going down, picking the shell up, and throwing it into the chamber. I don't know. I'm gonna do live fire to see.
And there's no near the trigger. There's no other little lever
No,
or anything like that to
the only
depress
two
while you're
different-
holding on.
There's only 2 buttons on this gun: the safety, and then the release that releases the bolt and the shell carrier.
Okay. Okay.
So
Well, that's Italian for you.
yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to shoot it if I ever wanted to shoot it in 3-gun or not, anyways, because it probably wouldn't be able to find like aftermarket stuff for it, considering it's like older, like twice as old as I am.
Where did you get it?
It's my grandpa's.
Oh.
Like he's never shot it. Like I think he had it ready. He took it like dove hunting something or like that one time, but he never. He's a big turkey hunter, so he's like, all it does is shoot 2 3/4 inch shells. So he never had any use for it for turkey hunting because he shoots like 3.5 inch. He ain't about all that weak stuff. Well, this gun right here is my baby right here. You guys want to see my open 22 gun? This thing is sick. I was doing this earlier in another chat with Jake and them. This trigger
Reminds me of Han Solo's gun.
This trigger is awesome. Watch this. There it was. Here's a reset. Let's find it this way. Reset. And click.
It's cheating.
That's not cheating.
I saw a Smith & Wesson up in the shop at Tanner's. It was better than that. It was $1,000 though.
God.
You blow on the trigger and it went off. It was crazy.
Yeah, there's a point where it gets too much because you'll end up doubling the gun. Like you'll end up shooting and the recoil causes you to shoot a second shot when you don't want to. So you really don't want that. Too light of a trigger, I guess. But this is just a plinker. Oh, I could take this to open 22 match if I could find some around here. Most 22 matches you find are like kid stuff, you know. It's hard to find like a serious 22
Gotta
style.
join the Olympics.
Exactly. But this gun is ready for it. It's got like pretty much everything. Only thing it doesn't have is like a flared mag well, which you really don't need because these magazines are weird anyways. Got a compensator on it. Got a trigger in it. Burst, fast fire with backup iron sights. Ready to rock and roll. Well, maybe I'll get to shoot the shotgun tomorrow. We'll see. Oh crap. I gotta empty out my ultrasonic cleaner. Still got brass inside of it.
Dr. No put a link in the chat for a manual for that shotgun.
Oh, sweet, really?
Yeah.
I was trying to find one earlier. I didn't really look that hard for manual, but I didn't see one off the bat. Steve's pages. Alright, let's see what it says. Yep, that's the same one I have. How to assemble? Well, I know how to do that. We just figured that out. For light loads, the flat side is forward. I wonder if that has anything to do with the... Oh, it has a recoil governor in it. You can set it for heavy or light loads. Huh.
Let me check this out.
That's interesting. Oh, I'm gonna take it back apart and see which way the governor ring's facing. I'm curious now. Okay. Where's the barrel? I wonder how clean this thing is. Not clean at all. I think there's rust in the barrel. Okay, let's see.
Can't read this text. It's so small. Let me enlarge my shit.
How do you take the governor ring off? Without...
So it looks like you do have to manually load the first one.
How to load, yeah. Only feed shelled from the magazine when it is fired.
Are you the only 12-year-old alive that doesn't know how to use the internet better than me?
Oh god, here we go.
Have you seen that website?
What?
Or read?
Shut up.
Yeah, I would get rid of this shotgun. It's too complicated.
You cannot chamber around from the magazine.
That's dumb.
It's probably some Italian safety feature.
Or just some poor design.
I mean, technically, shouldn't be a problem. Well, yeah, eventually would be. If you're shooting competition with it or something, it wouldn't matter because you start with a loaded gun. So I guess that wouldn't be a problem. But then, like, if you had a jam or something and you had to clear it, like you have to manually put it around back in the chamber to get the shotgun or again.
I've seen them have to reload 12 gauge on 3-gun stages. I've definitely seen them have to reload.
Oh, like
That would
start with an empty gun.
No, they start with a full gun. They end up using them all, and they have to reload during the stage. So you'd be screwed as soon as that
Yeah.
last one pops out. If you didn't reload the tube before that last one fired off, you'd be screwed with that thing.
Well,
They got them on this big reloader on their belt, and they pull it out and stick them all in at
yeah, I've
once.
seen them load it. But the thing is, I'd have to ghost load or whatever, like Robbie was saying, hit the ghost load one, throw one in the chamber, drop the bolt, and then start feeding them into the tube. Which wouldn't be that tough. I mean, because they hold the shotgun like this.
Well, you ain't winning like that.
No, yeah, you're probably right. But I'm not going to win anyways, probably starting out. So,
Wait a minute. That's not the defeatist attitude we have here at Gun Channels. You are a winner, you can win, and you will win, mister.
that's funny. I knew somebody was going to say that.
Emperor Z has spoken.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, how to unload. Yeah, you have to actually, like I was talking about the little shell latch inside the receiver, you have to push that in to get the round out. Well, this is. Well, it looks like it's a good dove hunting shotgun.
That's what I was wondering, goose or dove or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's a nice shotgun. It's in great shape. Well, at least I know nothing's broken on it now. That's reassuring. I'm gonna go outside and shoot it tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I'd still get it dirty, no doubt about that.
Let's see, governor ring with beveled side forward for heavy loads. I don't even know how to change this thing. How do you get it off the...
Read the manual.
Okay, the bevel side forward seems to be...
Use your words.
Let's see. Turn the governor ring.
I'm hoping if he ever gets a girlfriend that he, brings her around for all this audience participation like he does with all his other crap. I mean, I'd feel slighted.
Ooh, what's fair is fair, right?
Exactly.
Do not oil the magazine tube. This one appears to have oil on it.
If she wants your magazine tube oiled, you'll oil it, trust me.
Exactly.
If she wants her magazine tube oiled, you better oil it.
Beggars can't be choosers at this point.
Oh, God. How are you supposed to take the governor ring off? Let's see. Maybe you gotta take the, I don't want to deal with this.
You do know you're asking a bunch of people that don't own that shotgun this question, right?
I'm talking to myself.
Not to mention the fact that I found you the manual. You need me to read it for you, too?
Would you? Can it be story time, Doctor No?
Okay, it's already set.
You want tape?
It's set for light. It's set for light loads, so I'm good.
Do you want me to read it in my Franchi accent? Yo, fucktard. First thing is,
Wow.
we built this thing so you can't chamber around from the tube simply because we know how spastic you are. We've seen your videos.
Well, you made crap.
Did any of you guys exist? I'll train and wreck it because I bust on you for doing it all the time. Did any of you guys ever see the movie American Hustle?
Yep.
I just watched it. I pissed my pants, man.
American what?
Forget it. You're too young and you live in the wrong part of the country. It would be a Rubik's Cube to you.
That's Christian Bale and super smoking hot Jennifer Lawrence?
Yeah. Oh my God, what a fucking boiler rabbit in a pot bitch she played.
I was thinking of that Kung Fu movie where they're like in a alley, in a laundry and all that.
Well, that's Kung Fu Hustle, I thought. But yeah,
American Hustle was hysterical. I thought Christian Bale was awesome. It appears to me that being Batman's the curse of death for your acting career. But I mean, like American Psycho.
You didn't like American Psycho, or you did like American Psycho?
I loved American Psycho. That's what I was like. Who is this guy? It's like so few people could pull that part off.
so
Nobody
you
knew who
also
he
like
was
the
back
sport
then,
belt?
right?
No,
He did Empire. Didn't he almost win an Oscar for Empire of the Sun at like 7?
That's a girl movie, though, isn't it?
I don't know about that. It's a
Was that
Time
him?
piece
No,
or
he was
whatever.
in Newsies.
well, he was
What?
in that too. He was in Empire of the Sun or whatever.
He was the kid in Emperor of the Sun. I thought that was
Yeah,
I
he
was
was
a
one of the, he was
kid.
a British kid
And they all grow
during
up.
World War II. That when the Japanese came over and took over part of China or whatever, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that he was definitely that kid.
Oh, I thought that was a drama. I don't think I've ever seen that movie.
That was a drama. That was a drama.
It was a good movie.
I would just like to note that on the
With movies you have to pay attention to.
magazine spring on this gun, the manual states says when you remove it, the spring is long and strong. Put that in all caps. And
And
be
about to
careful.
get the friction on.
Be careful.
it's an Italian gun. We do everything with a sexual innuendo. Look at a Ferrari. Look at a Ducati. I mean, read some of the owner's manuals.
The word innuendo is Italian, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
It's Italian for Madonna Mia. See, I like those movies. I like movies like that simply because, like this, like in one scene, he's got the radio on, and it's the old Burger King commercial. When they play like all the period correct commercials and TV shows and crap.
I usually find that to be very entertaining.
Yep, that's him, Christian Bale. Little kid, 1987.
Did you just IDMB me? Is that what
did.
just happened?
I did
Like,
because
American Household.
he looks way different than he did a couple years later in Newsies.
Oh hell yeah, he was a little pipsqueak in that movie.
Is that what's known as an IMD beatdown?
I guess so. Except motherfucker, this cracker was right.
I believe you. I just had to confirm it.
Right, I got no problem with that. Fact checking is good. Caleb, he's talking about American Hustle, but we're also talking about Empire of the Sun. So
Oh, okay. I'm
talking about the same guy, just two different movies.
Okay, gotcha.
One came out in your lifetime, the other one did not.
And I assume Empire of the Sun is one that did not.
You are correct.
And I never heard of that Amy Adams chick, but you know me, the redhead always wins.
Let's see. I'm trying to think of the first movie I ever saw her in.
Have to IMDb her now too, because
Wait, are we talking about that redhead chick?
Yeah.
From that movie, yeah.
Oh, I'd IMDb her.
Twice on Sunday.
With or without an oiled magazine tube.
Long and strong. Long and
Right.
strong.
There you go. You hopped right in there, Caleb. Good job.
oh yeah.
He's practicing for when BE stands for ball sack expansion.
Nice.
Oh, wow. Oh.
He's gonna call up like, his closest chick friend going, it happened, do you hear it in my voice? Come over now.
I'll just send you an Instagram.
Oh my god.
I used to get her confused with
Said
the
Instagram.
chick that
Gosh.
the chick that Ali G is married to.
Who the hell is that guy married to?
Another redhead.
Who is he?
Oh, Isla Fisher or something like that?
Yeah.
That looks like her, except she's got more ass than Amy The other redhead.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. Amy could use a burger, okay,
Maybe
or
a stick of
two.
butter. Stick of butter.
But
A little bit
the
of a cheeseburger.
but
Hi, y'all. I'm Paula Dean. Today we're gonna be cooking with butter.
you do that too well.
I am from the region, you know.
Is that you? I thought that was a recording.
Like, you live in Savannah?
I've been there. I go there frequently.
You know that store that she goes in all the time where they make the fudge on the table on the where they have those huge marble things. I was in there one night and we went in late and they were cleaning up and I was like, must be a Paula Dean alert. You talk about the dirty looks I got.
That's
Well,
funny.
she's an icon. They love her, right?
Well, yeah, but like on TV, all she does is walk around that store and pick stuff up and eat it because like everything's in open bins and they have those giant marble tables where they squeegee out the fudge and stuff. And
It's
like,
like,
you know, every time I see her on camera, she just like reaches in and she's eating stuff. And they were literally it was closing time and they were cleaning up and I was like, Paula Dean alert.
That's funny.
well, here's the thing. She probably runs a tab and she says, you know what? I'm just going to lay at the edge here. You just wipe it right all over me.
Oh God.
They don't take reservations at her restaurant for dinner. It's first come, first serve, and we went there at 12:30 in the afternoon, and they were done for the night. And you have to be there or like stand there online.
That's ridiculous. Get that.
It was Isla Fisher. All right, man.
Yep.
Yeah, she's got a little more curve than
Who's she?
Amy Adams.
It's
That's the one that's married to Borat.
Yeah, it's Borat's wife.
Well, what movie? I don't know who that is.
Moon already put a link in the side chat there.
Wedding Crashers, right? Is
Yeah,
when
Wedding Crashers.
Oh, she looks like that other one. Oh, I know.
Right.
Yeah.
She's in that Magic movie that's recent, where she's a magician with them other three dudes.
Oh, yeah, the
Yeah,
one
yeah.
that looks like B.
She's too short, but otherwise she'd be good for like she could be. I could have her to like run back and forth to the car at the range, she could do that
Hey.
in like a tennis outfit, and
And
I
high
would
heels.
purposely forget shit all the time so she could run back and forth, be all perky.
Oh my
I
God.
bet you I
She's way
could find
too
a
small.
YouTube video. I could find a YouTube video of that.
Wait. This you trying to tell me that this chick is married to that dude that made that dumbass movie?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
That's the guy from that Dictator movie.
And I thought Bob
Crazy.
Goldthwait being married to what's her name was bad.
Who was Bob Goldthwait married to?
The chick that was in the TV series
Hot
with
chick.
James Caan called Las Vegas, and she was in that cheap ripoff of Married with Children.
No, she was in some show about being
Well,
a
that's
teacher or
Nikki.
something,
That's
right?
Nikki Fox. Is
Yes.
what you're talking
Yeah.
about. But
Oh, that's crazy.
hot redheads. Yeah, I got the lowdown on the hot redheads.
Nikki Cox definitely puts both of these chicks to shame. Well, she did back in the day anyway.
Well, back in the day, yeah.
Well, she was still hot on Vegas.
Yeah, but even that's got to be fucking 15 years old.
That's scary because look at
Back
look at the distance between that and when you first came on the scene. She's got a lot of plastic surgery, as well.
Oh, yeah.
This,
I'm still not shutting the door in her face, though.
This Isla chick kind of looks like a cross between Amy Adams and the chick from El Mariachi. The Mexican chick.
I
Selma
used to
Hayek?
like to see the chick
Yeah.
from Selma Hayek and this redheaded chick go down on each other.
I think that would be worth an extra $1 a month if
Well,
you
that
can
brought 6 to
embed that video.
Cello came in just to hear that. More
God,
about
I
that.
only have two people in here who sound exactly the same. Freaking Island and Cello.
Frickin' what?
Frickin'. I can tell the frickin' difference between them. I don't know what you guys
Harvey Dent.
I usually can, but not always.
Can he be trusted?
Hey, G-Webs, there's an interesting Isla Fisher video right there. I don't know if you're really interested in it, but you might be able to see the tennis skirt capabilities. Now, if that dude would just get out of the frame, everything would be a lot better.
Whoa.
What movie is this?
What is this? And all is silent in the house.
Did I pick a winner?
Dude.
I like that.
I just like the look on her face.
Oh, it is her. I like her. That's Barack's girlfriend, right?
Right.
She is beautiful.
I just like that leash. I'm really
Oh
interested
my
to know what
God.
he's got that attached to. That look on her face right there, pretty much.
She was, she's so hot it made me watch that movie, Definitely Maybe. Wow, I never seen her. She wears curtains, like she wears skirts and stuff. Didn't realize she had such a nice ass.
I was wondering how delicately you were going to put that, but you didn't put it at all.
Wow.
Got a nice
This
everything.
must be early in her career, boy. She's
Oh,
looking
he's pulling on a
fresh.
cord. Now I see what's going on. I thought he was poking something.
Well, that's what I was saying. I'm like, I don't know what that leash is attached to.
What
but it
is
seems to
this?
be
This
working.
movie?
That's like her workout video or some crazy shit.
It's like a good workout.
Jesus.
It's
That's
definitely
how
been
we'll
edited very
I'm gonna
creative.
need to leave for a little while. God, she's beautiful.
And what? She's Scottish or something, right?
I
See,
don't
that's
care.
why I could never be a personal trainer.
think she's
'cause
British.
I'm super awkward with a massive erection.
Oh my God.
Well, at about
I am favoriting this. Hold the phone, folks.
You
Bookmark?
cannot
Yeah.
torture me with the Sheena Easton accent on top of all of this. I mean, like, you know,
Oh.
that's confectionery sugar on top of the cherry on top of the whipped cream.
Holy
funny
crap,
that
if
you
you
said
keep
sugar.
going, she starts rubbing on a pole.
yes,
I know.
I was gonna get to that,
Last
but I
part.
don't do it for you.
This is a great workout.
Huh?
It's probably the best workout video I've ever seen.
It's definitely from a movie.
No, that's like some TV program where it's talking about like her workout or some shit like that.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Fade to black.
Did she have like
Snatch.
back surgery maybe, and this is like therapy?
After you're done with that one, gee, there's another link in there of Nikki Cox tied up.
I don't know if I can handle any more of these links.
Yeah, but she ain't squirming as much. Oh, wait a minute. Never mind. I spoke too soon.
There's
What?
another one? Whoa. That one's gonna be hard to top.
Yeah, that one was what? Isla Fisher Dam, and then they got one that's a minute shorter, and it's the butt show. So,
Oh, this girl from Vegas. This girl can look really hot or totally like a tramp.
kind of not.
Yeah, this isn't the girl from before, obviously.
I don't like this workout.
Remember Vegas? Yeah, you remember that show Vegas with Josh Duhamel?
Yeah.
Not a problem for me. I like them on
James
a
Caan.
little
That was
bit dirty.
Vanessa Marcel. Now she's a keeper.
She's got a little something going on.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, this one she never really did it for me. I mean, not that she's not good looking, but
I never even heard of any of these people. What was the one you just mentioned, Cello?
Vanessa Marcel?
She a redhead?
No.
This goes back to
He's
Beverly Hills 90210, my friend. You didn't have Beverly Hills 90210 parties? I'm not ashamed to tell you, we did as dudes. We definitely watched that.
I did not have any parties. I was in a party in Beverly Hills.
Yeah,
The
Vanessa
one and only
Marcel.
time I was in.
Okay, remember the movie The Rock? Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, and Sean Connery.
Yeah, well, she's Nicolas Cage's girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
The little mole there, she's about 5 foot 1/2 inch. Oh, this is a scene from the show Vegas. What the hell, guys?
No, my 90210 chick was the one from Ring the Bell.
Oh,
Tiffany
Tiffany Amber Thiessen.
green
Yes.
at one point.
She was on the top of my list.
I didn't like her that much. Her head is too round, like a basket.
I don't care.
All the better to bounce off
She
every.
was, yeah. Then she was in that show with those two undercovers after that. It was like Burn Notice.
It was like Fastlane or something like that.
Yeah,
and
that was
it
cool. It
only
wasn't
lasted
bad.
like part of one season.
But she was super hot in that, man.
And
Boy,
was
I
a-
just, I just watched a few of the later season Miami Vices. Oh my God, are they horrible?
Oh, I was just gonna say
Every time they
before
were
all that,
yeah, and the
the Sheen
Testarossa.
episodes,
The what episodes?
the Sheen episodes, Sheena Easton. Oh,
Yeah, she was the
man.
shit.
Oh,
She
that
had
was the joke I was gonna bust out. Was the sugar wall joke? He started talking about sugar and talking about her accent and that Isla Fisher. I'm like, well, you just love you want to get inside her sugar walls.
Yeah, Sheena
What,
Easton
what
with
show was
that
Gene Easton on?
Miami Vice.
Oh yeah.
And
She had that
Highland
real
Road.
serious look. She gave the camera that look without a smile.
Is that your speciality, Crockett? Taking girls out in this thing and getting them wet?
Sonny, I'm scared.
That is good.
Harvey Dent, can he be trusted?
You're taking the strut or the morning train or for your eyes only.
You know, I have a little less faith in humanity now that I notice that that video of that chick is from 2009 and it only has 500,000 views. What the hell is wrong with people?
Well, I've never seen it, and that was
I'm
unbelievable.
going to give it 500,000 views before the end of this year.
I can sum that up for you in one word, G-Webs. Metrosexual.
There you go. That
Well,
is
then
what
at least they could watch for that weird guy holding the strap, right?
Yeah, I thought that was bizarre. I didn't know what was going on with that at first.
I don't even care. She's got
Oh, it
something
didn't
about
bother
her. It's so hot.
Oh,
And that is a great video. There isn't even any part of
now
that
you could
I
use
don't
that to
like.
talk other chicks into doing stuff like that. Like, oh no, look, famous Hollywood people do this shit. This is
Well, you have to expand. I mean, think about it. Fitness is a very important part of self-defense and gun handling. So there's the gunchannels.com exercise program.
Boom.
Yeah, can we put this in the gallery?
You need to share that with the Inferno.
I did, but I'll.
We'll call it 50 Shades of Fit.
I don't even. I'm at a loss for words. Oh, that might take over one of my favorite Thailand walking street videos. Those are fun.
Now I'm not even gonna dig my own hole like that.
Oh, you can't. You've never spent a couple hours watching the old Pattaya bar girls the walking street videos? Oh yeah.
I don't think that I'm gonna discuss what I may or may not have watched for hours.
Boy, I'll tell you what. It's cleaner than that other video we just watched. Kinda.
Well, that's kind of my point.
Ow,
My favorite
you come in here. You come in here, tuck and rub. You pretty. You want girlfriend?
The Sheena Easton thing was great. She was My Baby Takes the Morning Train, and then she meets Prince, and then it's Strut Cal Put It Out.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was hot stuff back
Taking
then.
what you're given, if I remember the lyric correctly.
Wow. All those gun parts sold on eBay already.
Dana wants to know what she's training for. Seriously, dude, does it matter?
Yeah, don't even
Pleasure.
see. Just watch the video and enjoy.
She's training for your
I'm
pleasure.
sorry. You question a lot of things sometimes, Dano. Sometimes you just gotta roll with it, bro.
Isla Fisher, Jesus, God damn, she's hot. Like they say, she's so hot she makes you ugly when you talk about her. Because you're like, damn, she's hot. It's impressive stuff.
What do we got here? I got Don Johnson on the screen.
Really?
Oh, that was because of Sheena Easton.
Oh.
I'm trying to find something different.
Because
that was the actual.
Oh my god. It's just a frozen screenshot of Don. Is that her on the bed, or is that Rico?
No, that's Rico Jones.
It looks like it could be Rico on the bed.
That's supposed to be her.
Without a tan.
She's trying to wake him up.
What am I missing or not seeing?
Nothing.
Bro,
Don't even click
don't even
on it
click that
because
one.
you are not missing anything.
Oh, it's the
I'm
link.
quite frankly not sure why it's even in there.
It's another one of those times
That's like
when,
like a palate cleanser. Like, okay, I know you're all hot and bothered. Here, this will straighten you out.
right? Settle the fuck down.
It's like showing dolphin rape.
No, it's not.
6, read the side, I think. I think you were supposed to go somewhere.
Is he gone? Yes, I am. I'll be back in a minute.
Any more workout videos with her in it?
Yes, actually, there was one where she lost all the baby weight, but it wasn't anywhere near the same video that.
Well, then no thanks.
You're supposed to build it up to it, man. You're supposed to give us the crappier ones first, and then lead up to that one.
Oh, that is not how I roll, bro.
That's gonna be hard to top it.
Oh, stop! We pull you up from National Geographic's masturbation, and you're gonna whine.
I'm not here to finish you off, bro. That's all up to you. That ain't up to me.
I'm gonna watch that one in the mirror later. So it's like I'm there, right? Is that how it works?
If that's what you're into, I guess. I don't really know.
Holy crap! A
I've
video,
heard it.
a video of
Heard it
me,
mentioned in the chats.
a video of me using a metal detector to pick up pistol brass has 740 views.
Well, I don't
Maybe
want.
they thought you were Nugget Noggin or whatever that dude's name is.
Maybe so, whatever his name. Yeah, there's some pretty big metal detecting channels on YouTube. Pretty popular.
Cool to watch.
Yeah, I've watched several videos like that. They're pretty
See
awesome.
what people find.
I should
Find a middle box with that video in it.
Do these thrill seekers put GoPros on their wands when they're scanning so you get that ground eye view?
I don't know.
I've never seen anybody put a camera on their metal detector. Holy crap, that video has like almost 13,000 views. I've gotten a lot of views in the past 2 days. I've gotten like 500 views like in the past 2 days.
How's your AdSense going?
Good. I'll be getting a check here soon, hopefully. A few months. When I'm 80.
Don't you spend that all in $1 store now?
Try not to. Oh, well, they don't send you a check till it reaches 100, so.
You can up your limit
Yeah, but I'm not gonna do that. Why would I do that?
just so it's there, and when you finally hit jackpot.
Nah.
That is so not her.
I've been waiting long enough to get the first one.
I already got.
Oh, Dad,
I already set my first one at 200. I got that, and then I lowered it, and then I got the second one. And I'm waiting for the third.
Wait, what do you have it set on 200 still?
Nah, I lowered it. I had the first one set up to 200.
How long did it take you to get that?
A year and a half.
Yeah, well, it's taken me like a year to get the 100, but that's because I stopped making videos for like 6 months. So, not having new content.
They take a nice chunk out.
Oh, for Google does whenever they send it to you?
Yeah.
Like how much, roughly?
Well, you still get your balance. I mean, you'll never see how much.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. How much you actually earn off revenue.
Yeah.
That's fine. Whatever, I don't care. Money's money. Oh, there's my other glove. Waiting on my order to come through from Dylan.
That sounds kind of scary. Oh, there it is. Can't believe I misplaced it for this long.
What? Did you even hear what I said?
Yeah, well, we're having this other conversation. Then you're like, oh, there's that glove.
That's my shooting glove. I was wearing it while it was cold over the few days. Huh?
That's what the kids are calling it these days. A shooting glove.
Exactly. Bang bang.
No, that shit is pretty funny.
That's when him and TBL have their pillow shooting contests.
Ha! You remember that? I still think that was one of my funniest ever. Was that one?
I wasn't there for that. I don't think I remember that chat.
Oh, I did. I don't think he was even on screen, but I know it. He blushed. I know it.
Who, DB?
No, TBL.
Oh, Thin Blue. What did you say to him?
He was. I don't know. He was talking about unloading something safely or whatever, and I think I might have innocuously asked him something about does he often unload into his pillow or something like that, and my timing was incredible and
Oh,
it
wow.
was hilarious.
That's awesome.
That was that in its entirety. The Wasn't that the same chat where Dano was messing with him about being the priest and the altar boy, and I was just like, "Is it like your Halloween? It was around Halloween. It's like that's your Halloween costumes or something." But that was another one.
I believe so. It was a rough evening for old TBL. But he was walking right into him or something like that. He was like
Always
full
like
on
that.
T-ball.
Well, because he kept saying, "I'm gonna keep my mouth shut now," and he just couldn't.
Yep.
Remember, he just kept fucking talking, digging deeper and deeper, and every time he said he wasn't gonna say something else, he just couldn't control himself.
Yep.
So I figured out how to get a nice like copper case hardened color to your brass. Put it in an ultrasonic cleaner with some simple green and leave it in there for like 45 minutes or an hour or more. Like an hour, yeah, hour plus.
Where in your tumbler?
No, in my ultrasonic cleaner.
Oh.
You want to see this brass I got? Let me get some. I'm just sorting it right now. Let me turn my camera on here. Ow, my knee. Okay. Let me see. So, I don't know if you can see the color of that. It's like a reddish, coppery color.
Oh, yeah. It's-
There we go. I don't know. I got a 223 case over here that really looked like it was like completely new brass, and now it looks like it's like been like controlled aged. But it still has a shine to it because it's like clean. There's nothing on it. I never realized how small 223 was
Until what?
until I shot it. Until I shot out of the AR. I shot it before out of bolt action, but I just shot an AR for the first time the other day.
How'd
And
you like that AK? I saw you on Instagram.
oh yeah, that was fun. His stock sucks on it. He has to get a good stock for it, but it was really fun.
Why? Because you were getting cheek slap?
Yeah. It's the
I
end
got
cap.
that on my PEP the first couple times I shot it, but then I figured out how to a good cheek weld on it. It never happened again.
How do you do it? Like how do you keep it from happening? Just bearing down into it, or
Yeah, kind of just where that high point is on the stock. Put that right under your cheekbone, and it won't happen.
yeah. Well, hopefully I get to shoot it again next time he brings it over. Next time he comes over to shoot, so we'll see.
So you buy a pistol yet, Moon?
Nope.
Huh?
So, I mean, not to go back about 2 hours, but well, why those two pistols?
I really wanted a Glock 26. I just saw that CZ today, and
Are you buying the 26 to carry? Like, is it like going to be utility?
yeah,
I'm one of those people that I like form over fashion. You know, don't get me wrong. I love a good range gun, but I have to choose between buying something I'm going to use or buying a toy, I always go with what I need, as a tool. And so that's basically my that's where I'm coming from. Otherwise, I would say go for the CZ for sure. But if you need a carry gun, then go for the carry gun because the
Yeah,
CZ.
no, I want the 26 to carry for sure. The CZ would have definitely just been a range thing.
The CZ would be
Sitting
you could
in my
carry the CZ,
collection.
but it would be like a brick.
Yeah, I never carried any of my steel CZs.
Well, then you're just gonna have to buy both and just get the CZ first, because like we were saying earlier, man, you can get that 26 any time, any day of the week. That
Are you hurting for a carry gun? I mean, is it something like I
No,
need to get it? All right. Well,
I got two 19s that I switch out.
yeah. Then I don't know.
And a 30S. Those are my three main carry guns. So 26 is it's just that I want it.
Yeah.
So, but I
I
still
like
plan
them.
to carry it.
Personally, I love the little baby. No, well, I don't want to call them baby, but the subcompact. I love them. Put the little grip extension on the bottom, and they're the perfect carry gun. But for my build, they work. I mean, if I was like Island, in my Bermuda shorts and my margarita or what a daiquiri or whatever, flip flops.
that'd be a mai tai, but
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry. I don't know how it works over there, man. Sorry.
You're from New Zealand. You're supposed to know these things.
Dude, it's on the other side of the fucking planet. How am I supposed to know what goes on over there?
Because the motherfucking New Zealanders are some of the guys that came here. They were Polynesians. The same guy Maui is. Anyway, never mind.
I never
I was gonna beat a dead horse there.
Yeah, I know.
He doesn't need to carry his gun. All he needs to do is walk around and have the coconut bras and grass skirts carrying that revolver on a velvet pillow around behind him.
Like I said in the chat earlier, you need to get a little red wagon, and you can just tow it behind you in the wagon. That way,
And then technically, I wouldn't be carrying.
Towing, carrying, same. It's same difference.
I like it. I'm down.
That way, you can put the light and the laser and the horn. The little boxing glove that comes out of the box. The bayonet.
Bam.
You can hang all that shit off there if you have a little wagon, tactical wagon.
Well, I could just have it on a what do you call that? Like a truck mount or whatever.
Nice.
And just have it on a 360 swivel.
My friend has got one, and that is a.
I said, give me a goddamn reload.
My friend's got one a TR8, and that's a sweet gun, man. It is I kind of go back and forth which one I'd rather have between that and the what's the R8? Is that the other one?
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple end frame 8 shots, and I don't know which one I would take, to be honest, but.
Well, and then there's like the Pro Center as opposed to Performance Center, and that one's got like the slab barrel. There's the one that's the super snubby with the comp that I kind of don't like that one.
It looks like a.
And then there's the nice. You go.
The snubby looks like something from like a Japanese animation or something.
And then there's also the one that like Yankee has the like the 629 performance or whatever. It's the 44. Well, with the 6-shot, but they also make the Performance Center 627, and it also is like that. It's a snubby, but it's not as short as that one that we're talking about with the comp on it.
Yeah.
And it's just all stainless, and it's a full 8. It's got the unfitted cylinder. It's a pimp gun. Ain't gonna lie.
Have you seen this freaking thing? Hold on, let me get a link in here. I think they're. This thing is a little. I don't know how I feel about this. It's just kind of weird to me.
What? It's like a tactical revolver.
Yeah, but that's not the tactical revolver thing's not new. This thing is like, it's just weird. I don't know.
I like it.
I don't like how the whole front side's orange.
I don't. Scoping or put a red, whatever optic you want to roll on, rock on your revolver. But the light thing, unless
Yeah.
you get like what Island's getting, that revolver is made for a purpose. It was strictly made to fill a niche. And unless you're trying to fill a niche, like that 44 mag, this doesn't make any sense to me. Like the light on the front. I mean, I guess if you're like shooting pigs or something.
That's what I was about to say. Hunting at night would be the only thing you'd want that for. I mean, that'd be really helpful for that. But that's
Yeah.
it.
You guys will stop laughing as soon as I show up at the shoot with one of them freaking shields and some riot gear. Then we'll see who's laughing.
You can
Where?
change that
Yeah.
front sight.
I saw one of those shields actually the other day, bro. It was like LA police gear or something. I don't even know if they sell them to civilians or anything like that, but it crossed my mind.
I know it's really far out and it's just starting, but like, when is the shoot supposed to be? The gun channel shoot.
Nothing's definitive, and as a matter of fact, anybody out there listening, we were actually starting to consider thinking about trying to go to the group page, and if it has to be regional, if people can't make it, we still want people to get together and shoot with other gun channels members. And like, so at one point, I think Robbie was talking about it, and that's why I asked you, Moon, where you were at, because like 3 people said that they could go shoot in Pennsylvania. 3 or 4 people did.
Hey, I could hit the whole eastern seaboard pretty easily.
Well, and then I was thinking
Not
about
really.
you,
It's gonna be
guy,
past your bedtime.
then there's that. But then I was thinking like Georgia, because UDB and
Stone guy.
Stone Guy,
They help people in Florida, I know.
and yeah, and or
Tack
just trying to do some regional stuff, and if people still wanted to get together for the one out in Arizona too. But I mean, I just started thinking about it. We were talking about it in one of the other chats or in the external chat or something. It's just whether it's the travel, the time off of work, whatever. Because like Marco's going to be in school, so like if it was on the weekend and it was near him, he could go. But
Exactly,
since it's all the way across the country, like there'd be.
Yeah, I couldn't go to the Arizona one unless it was during the summer.
So we need to do this, and if Marco's not going to be there, we gotta go forward with this for sure.
And in Texas, we have me, Edge, San Antonio, and some guy in Tejas.
Dude from Tejas, you mean?
Whatever.
Marco's
Yeah.
passed out right now.
And also Matt.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
like, if I'm flying in, which, let's be honest, guys, there probably won't be a regional shoot out here. So, wherever I'm flying in, like, I have family and friends in the Austin area. So, I mean, whether I fly to Phoenix or whether I fly to Austin, I might have to do both because Phoenix is usually my layover when I am going to Austin. So,
I think
and yes,
if we,
Chris, that was one of the other ones I was talking about, that one you posted. That one's pretty sweet.
yeah, there's a couple of them on here that are pretty cool. I think if we plan it far enough in advance, we should be able to work this out. Like, I can go anywhere.
I won't have a problem going somewhere. It's just like I'd like to be able to bring stuff wherever I went. Like,
It's called the freaking Pelican case. Buy one. If you're gonna be shooting freaking 3-gun and shit, you're gonna need to get something like that anyway. If you're gonna be traveling to
But think about this though too, like the cost of trying to carry ammo or buy ammo when you get to wherever you're going. If it's regional and the national one, we'll call it or whatever. If you do your regional or whatever, it's gonna be way easy. You get your stock of ammo there. You just drive to wherever the predetermined range is and all that kind of stuff. I was kind of hoping if we could, even if we couldn't do it on the same day, that whoever's region it is or whatever, they try and do a live chat from there. Was what I was kind of hoping. So I was just
but
kinda hoping
that means I'll have to shoot with. But see, that's all good for you guys. But for me, that means I have to shoot with Yankee, and like I don't know about you guys. Just kidding,
where
kidding.
you at? Where you at?
that'd be like Yankee, Luke, Kame Beaver, Keeson and Daniel, Sandy. So
Dang,
I think the pros outweigh the cons on that, but I hear ya.
No, I was just. I'm being a jerk. I don't care.
That'd definitely be interesting.
It'll be fun. I want to go to Arizona because I would love to go down there just to see the Air Museum down there again because I haven't been there since I was a kid, and to see the graveyard, the aircraft graveyard, and I don't know. There's a lot of stuff to do down there.
Oh, and see,
I could
that's the thing.
definitely
I'm
go
still
to.
hip to the original idea. I'm just trying to make it so that everybody can feel included. Not everybody gets a trophy, but everybody could be included.
Oh, come on. We're all winners here.
I mean, how hard? I mean, it's not very hard to fly with a gun and stuff, right? I mean, it's pretty easy. If you
So
know
what?
Well, depends on how you want to do it. You
So-
can do it legally, and it's not that bad. But if you do it illegally, it gets pretty tough right out the gate.
What's the question, Caleb?
flying with a gun. But now that I think about it,
it's-
I'm probably not even old enough. Probably have to be 21 to fly with a gun.
It's
All
so
you
easy. No,
need-
you're fine with a long gun. I don't know about a pistol, but it doesn't. You don't even. I mean, honestly, like I'll probably, if I do this, I'll probably bring something, but like I'm gonna bring like one rifle, maybe two, and that's it. Like, and my carry gun or a carry gun. Like,
Yeah.
I ain't bringing a bunch of shit. Like,
Oh no,
'cause-
yeah, I'll bring like one or two guns.
if everybody, it ain't gonna be that. Like, I don't know. I mean, I ain't gonna bring like 8 Pelican cases full of shit.
Well, and that's the thing, DB, or excuse me, BE, is
Mhm.
that basically, you need that hard case that's locked with TSA locks and all that kind of stuff. Your firearm has to be unloaded in that, and it usually has to, since it's a rifle, it's going to be a separate checked bag. So that's the other reason that VFR is saying I ain't bringing eight bags is because you got to pay for each bag each way.
I've flown both long gun and pistol. Like, because I have 2 Pelican cases, I have one for handguns and I have one for rifles, and it is way, way easier than you would think. It's
Mhm.
it's not a thing, especially when you're down like in the south. Like the fucking people at the airport don't care. Like,
Oh yeah, it's easy.
Man,
I've flown 4 times now with firearms.
What about
from here
ammo?
to
Like,
the United
what
States.
can you carry? Can you have ammo with gun in the case, or?
yeah,
Not in the same case.
It can't be in the same case.
Cannot be in the same case, and it cannot be loose. It needs to be in,
It's got to be in a box.
box. Yeah.
Yeah, I had. Well, that's weird because I had my ammo, and at one point, at one of my flights, not both of them, one of them, I had ammo in a separate box in the case, but it was in like a separate box within the case, and they didn't.
Well, that
say
might have been, that might have been all right then.
But
Because
I don't know.
one of the things I read was, like one of the times when I was flying back there, you can take 11 pounds of ammo, ballistic. So basically, one of the times that I went to Texas, I brought my rifle with me, and then I ended up coming back with my rifle in like 11 pounds of ammo. So what I ended up doing was, like the inside the suitcase or whatever, the part that's all mesh for like whether you have a towel or something like that, but it's the whole size of the suitcase. I just laid flat in there all the boxes of ammo, and then in my hard case, I had the rifle and all the other stuff that I had got, and it was a non-issue. I did get the little sticker or the little piece of paper that says the TSA has checked your bag or whatever, da 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 da, but nothing was ever missing. But I insure my stuff when they ask if you want the insurance when you're checking your bags in. I always say yes, always.
Yeah.
You can get like a rifle kit. I have to look and see what mine is. Hold on.
I have a SKB, but Pelican works great. Some people, if they're kind of skimping a little bit, they might go with like a flambeau or what's the other name for that stuff? Plano.
I have
The hard case.
a Pelican Storm case. I am
Those are
3300,
nice.
and I'm looking right now, and I got mine on sale from, I think it was Midway. Had every once in a while like something place like Midway or Optics Planet will run them on sale, and like I got this thing for like 150, 160 bucks, and that's
Is that your rifle
cheap.
case or your
Yeah.
handgun case?
The rifle case. The pistol case I have, it's in my closet.
What about like a metal? What about like a metal gun case? Like,
What do you mean?
No, you don't want metal.
no.
Because here's the other thing, you're dragging that shit around.
Yeah, you want the big. These are the one, dude. These things are like bomb proof, man. And they see my pistol case is a IM, same thing, Pelican Storm IM 2200, And I got this thing for like $35.
Nice, that's a
And
steal. That is a steal.
and I can put like Jesus, man. This thing I could put at least 4 handguns in this thing, or all the ammo I'd ever fucking need for a shoot. I mean, between these two things, that's all I need.
You guys ever see that website where you go? It's like a gun builder, except it's a case,
Oh
and
yeah,
and you pick out like you can put a Glock 19, you can put magazines, you can put generic cutouts for ammo and stuff like that, and you pick what case you have, and it comes up on the screen what size it is, and then you lay it out, and they laser cut it and send you the foam.
Nice.
Sounds
I was
awesome.
gonna do that. I was on that. I was about to do it, and then I decided not to because I have so many freaking long guns. It depends on what I'm doing and where I'm going. So what I did is I just got another piece of the egg crate foam, so I can just throw. I don't, it's cool to have it all cut out, but I'm like, what if I want to put a shotgun to go duck hunting or something in here? What if I'm gonna go back east or, excuse me, back south and pick something up from a family member? I'm not gonna. What am I gonna do then?
Yeah, if I'm winning, I mean, I wouldn't mind like taking my Glock or something like my competition gun and like maybe just a rifle or something, or I don't know. I guess I'd want to take something kind of interesting that people would enjoy shooting that would be different, maybe. I don't know.
Bring whatever you like to shoot. I don't.
That's what I was gonna say. Is whatever you like to shoot is what you should bring, and anybody else that's interested will be interested.
I'm not letting you touch any of my shit.
I was gonna say, you're 12 years old. We've all been alive like multiples of your lifetimes. What sort of weird and exotic weaponry are you gonna bless us with?
My
Here's
homemade, my
here's my
homemade
mini
cannon.
gun.
My homemade cannon. How about that?
He comes in with an RPG-7, and we're like, oh.
Oh, well,
I'm
then
like,
there it
I'm like, oh, but you guys don't want to shoot it, right? Never mind. That's okay. Never mind.
Paul wouldn't let me have this except for the shoot because I lit it off one day. Dry firing.
is.
Um, yeah, man. Like, just go online. Like, I guarantee you, though, Caleb, that's a piece of gear you're gonna end up needing because you get one of the big rifle cases, you can throw both your shotgun and your long gun in there. You just huck
Right.
it in the back of your pickup truck and not even fucking worry about it.
And the Pelican, some of them have wheels, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
the big
yes.
ones have wheels.
Yeah, I'd definitely get one with wheels.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Put
And if
like
you
some
get one
off-road
that
wheels
big,
on that
you
thing.
basically do your shotgun, your rifle, your mags, your pistol, and your mags. You can do all of that basically in one of those for 3-gun if that's the way you want to set it up. That's the nice thing about.
Yeah, and you don't want those fucking metal ones because especially going through the airport.
Oh, and they bang or not bang. They get bent and shit. And then when the lids don't want to open or close right or any of that shit.
Yeah, I mean, this pistol case I just got, and it's only been on one flight with me, and that one flight, man, that thing's, it's got a lot of wear and tear on it from just one flight.
I actually use the Pelican cases, when I fly with guitars
Oh hell
because
yeah.
they like the best quote unquote guitar AT, what is that, ATA, ATC, whatever case is like a piece of crap compared to a Pelican.
Yeah, I mean,
I use SKB, and they're the ones that also make those hard guitar cases as well. But they make rifle cases, and so like it's semi-cognito.
oh nice.
And it's been back and forth 3 or 4 times now, and it's I'm not saying it's bomb proof, but it's awesome. But it has the egg crate. It doesn't have the pick and pluck or whatever the fuck they call that, the dice cut foam,
Yeah.
which I wish it did.
You
See,
can go on eBay and pick that stuff up. Somebody's usually got either takeouts from another case or bulk.
dude, I just went to because I almost bought, like, I was like, okay, like, I need to get, like I said, I changed out the foam on the inside with double egg crate so I could put anything in there. But I was like, looking on online, I'm like, okay, cool, like $30, whatever. And then I'm shipping and handling, I'm like, oh my god, like,
It got stupid, didn't it?
yeah, the shipping and handling. Like, what I did is I went around looking for like an upholstery place in my town, and I'm like, and I brought them the piece of foam I'm like, this is what I need. Can you make? Do you have this like kind of foam that's this, And he like pulls this out. It's the exact same stuff. It's just a big sheet of it. And I'm like, well, is this okay with like this? If it gets gun oil or whatever on it. He's like, oh no, this is the exact same stuff as in this Pelican case, and he just cut it to fit. And it cost me like 10, 20. No, it was like $25, $20.
That's a super deal.
Yeah, as opposed to like having some big ass thing shipped to me by that they get you in the shipping and handling with those foam. That's all. That's one thing.
Mostly because the size of it, I think, is the problem, right?
It is the size. It's because it doesn't weigh anything, but they're huge. If it's a pistol case, it ain't nothing. But if it's a rifle case, they'll get you. So if you can find a upholstery place, just like call around and or even there are places. I found a place locally that actually sells the Pelican foam, but like this guy at the upholstery shop beat their price like by 3 times. So.
And even then, though, I mean, if you take a gun out there, you can always just buy ammo out there or whatever.
Well, it depends on where it is, right? Depends on where you're going to shoot or whatever.
Well, if we did the one, I'd like to go to the one in Arizona. That'd be cool. If that's gonna be the big one, and as long as it's during summertime, I should be able to go.
It's probably not like till November, is what it was shaping up to be. Just so you're aware. Which is the other reason we were trying to get some regional stuff up in case that time was not good. Because like Cello can't go, and he was one of the ones that's going to be doing the not vacation rental. What the hell? Timeshare? No.
Oh really?
What was the thing?
Timeshare.
Yeah,
it was
it was a timeshare.
Wasn't it like in some prison or a military base or something?
No, actually, it was quite nice from the pictures.
So wait, you can go now?
No. He can't go during the summer.
Oh, okay.
That's why he was going for November, because summertime's like his high season for selling.
Dude, that's one thing, man. The timeshare will save us a lot of money. Another thing is, I want to try to I'll probably try to do it regionally, but I want to try to fly out with a bunch of people at the same time, so that if we have to rent a car, we can split the cost between us.
Right.
I imagine we'll just get a big fucking tour bus, like a big Jesus van or something. I don't know, Like we definitely need if this thing starts to happen, we need to coordinate some stuff so that people don't have to break the bank just on rental cars.
We had this conversation already. Bob got in on it, and he decided that he was picking up Luke, Yankee, you, Keeson. Do you remember that? Do you remember that one?
Yeah. Pick them all in the camper.
Yeah, I'll get my suicide vest ready right now.
If I'm going, you're all going with me.
So I'll Akbar or something.
Aloha snack bar.
I'm telling you,
snack bar.
You guys need to start one of those Fund Me Now projects for me to make sure that when he crosses the line into Tejas, that the Boers win.
You know what? I've seen some videos lately, and that's not necessarily an impossibility in general.
Dude, the pigs I saw in Louisiana scared the living shit out of me, man. Those weren't pigs. Those are straight up boar. Like they could easily take a man in a fight. If
it's 1-on-1, hell yeah.
Old boss hog.
The first time I ever went boar hunting wasn't even in the South. It was in Texas. In Pennsylvania, on one of those places where you pay to hunt type of deal. They have Dall sheep, they have boar and stuff like that, and it was my very first Delta Elite, and I emptied a clip into it, missed only one shot, and then I just stood there, and I was young, and the guide dude, whatever, took it down with a 30-30 lever action with 2 more shots. I was like, I couldn't believe it. I hit this thing 9 times.
And you just
I mean,
made it mad.
yeah, was it
No,
broadside
it was. That's what was scarier. Its demeanor changed after the first shot, and it got mad, and that was it. It could care less after that.
So hey, Chris, click that bottom link I just put in over on the side chat.
Yeah, but
If
you can tell how like he's probably sitting like 6 feet back away from that pig.
Does
Where,
it
where,
really matter? Are you trying to tell me that's Porky Pig there? That's not a huge pig? Is that what
No,
you're
it's
trying to?
where
big,
is this taken?
no doubt. But he's like his head isn't that small in
They're
reality.
trying
It's
to.
big.
That boar is that big, dude. They're trying to say it's in Conroe, Texas.
Dude,
That's probably like,
whatever I saw in Louisiana had to weigh easily 300 pounds, and it had tusks. It
that's
had.
probably like a 400 or 500 pound hog right there. That one that's like
Uh, they're trying to say allegedly 1,800, but
Dude, that is so much more than 500 pounds. Are
Yeah.
you high?
I don't know. Maybe it was
So
bigger. I don't know. But the
oh, the
one I
picture
saw
looks like
was
it's
literally on.
deceptive. It looks like he's trying to make it bigger than it really seems like. So it makes me think it's smaller than what you think, because that's usually the
whether
case.
whether it's true or not, here I'll post
That's
the.
not a hog. That's a freaking warthog.
That's not a warthog. Warthogs are way
I
smaller
don't know.
than that.
I'm like being sarcastic. The one
There
that
you go. There's the urban legend for you right there underneath it. So of course, whether it's real or not real, you be the judge.
well, don't you remember Hogzilla or whatever? Remember that?
Yeah, that thing
Well,
was
that
huge.
did get debunked. It did.
It was still like a giant pig. It was like a 700 pound pig or something like that. I think.
Yeah,
But
right. So even if it wasn't 1,200 pounds, it was
Still
still
freaking
like
huge.
800 pounds.
It's still like It's still like a smart car.
Hey, you know what? I got another picture for you. Same guy, same hog, I believe.
It's one of them fucked up perspective pictures.
Yeah, in the urban legends section, it
the-
says it's been circulating since 2009.
Fucking one I saw, or actually the two that I saw.
It's the same guy.
They were. It was in Fort Polk, Louisiana, and they were so desensitized by like living on a fucking military base that they were not scared of anything. It was not like getting them to run off, just like trying to get out, make a bunch of noise, make yourself big, had absolutely no effect, like none.
Oh yeah, they get used to people. Like when we had our hunting land down in like South, I'll say South Georgia. It's really like halfway down, like right almost in the Piedmont region. But the pigs down there, like during the summer, especially when we were working a lot, they would like one time my dad drove up to the feeder on the tractor, and there was a big hog there, a 200 pound boar hog, and he had knocked over the corn feeder because it was empty. And my dad literally pulled the tractor up, and the hog backed up like 30 yards and just stood there and watched him. My dad poured corn in the feeder and everything, got back on the tractor, and started to drive away, and the hog walked back right up to the feeder. Like he wasn't even scared. He was just being cautious. That's all he was doing,
This fucker was. He kept these two boar that I encountered. They were we had a bunch of garbage in garbage bags in this trailer. A lot of food, like eating MREs. So there's a lot of stuff that it smelled nice and good for them, I guess. And so they were like trying to explore that, and we didn't have live ammo because we were training. Because Fort Polk is a big training base, JRTC. So like I had the 240, so I like grabbed a belt of blank ammo and was like, okay, well if anything will scare him off, it'll be this fucking thing. So I let not half a belt. I let like about 25 rounds go out of the 240 to like try to scare him off, and they didn't even budge. They're just like, what are you doing? Like they're like,
were y'all driving or was you?
No, we were. It's a long story. We were by this trail. We were out in the sticks. They took our truck to go do something, our Humvee to go do something else, and they dropped this trailer. And they're like, "You guys stay here and watch the trailer." So we're sitting around this trailer, just like shooting the shit. And then these
pigs come out of the woods.
Huge, they came up over this freaking hill.
God.
And I was like, "Oh my fucking god!" They kept coming down towards us, like they were like being cautious, but they could smell like food. And so they kind of like were like skirting around us a little bit, and then they started walking towards us, and that's when I'm like, oh fuck. And so half of us climbed up on top of the trailer, and I'm still on the ground waiting to get up on the trailer because you gotta, there's all. So I threw the belt in the 240 and I let some rounds go, and it stopped them. Like they stopped coming towards us, but they didn't back up either, and they definitely didn't run away. And then finally somebody threw their hand down and got me, and I hoisted me on top of it, and we had to sit up there and wait for the Humvee to come back.
They literally said, "You wouldn't be so fucking tough without that gun, would you? Would you?"
Apparently, you didn't see the movie Southern Comfort and what happens when you shoot it like swamp critters with blanks.
Oh, I've seen that movie, and trust me, that there was it was the irony wasn't lost on me, and it sucked, man. That was a fucking long. We spent about an hour up there because they wouldn't come any closer, but they also wouldn't go away, and they were so desensitized from constant
You want to see some mean pig family is the javelinas.
Oh yeah, I've dealt with those too. But those are like little footballs. You can just.
I was gonna say those are way smaller, but they are super mean.
They're like in packs like 20, and they'll cut you. They all have little tiny tusks.
Yeah, but they're little. They're I mean, yeah, it might be looking like you're doing like the river dance or something, but you can kick them away.
Whereas you look at that one, so even if the dude is sitting 6 feet behind it or whatever, you have to agree that it's a big fucking hog.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
let's not pretend like it's not. So think about that thing, like Dr. No was just talking about. Just took 9 rounds of 10 and a couple of 30-30. Shitting yourself is an option at some point.
Oh, it wasn't an option; it was a requirement.
I have no doubt of that.
The very next gun I bought after that, I ordered it the following weekend, was my 686 Classic Hunter Plus.
So is that like an 8-inch barrel or something?
No, it's a 6-inch barrel, full underlug, unfluted cylinder, stainless with the Hogue grip.
And 7-shot, right? With the plus?
No, it's the plus at the time, just because it was like 91 or 92. The plus at the time was like a performance center work gun. But yeah, it was the Smith Classic Hunter, which is like really the only reason why I haven't pulled the trigger on a V comp, because that Smith was like the TRR8 is to you. That particular Smith was like that to me until I saw the V comp. But it's basically the same gun with a compensator screwed on the end. So I'm like, why waste the money?
Well, you know it wouldn't be a waste, but it is a lot of money that you could spend on something else.
Yeah, for basically speaking, I have the identical gun that I bought in '91, okay, and it's paid for, and so I'm going to spend like $1,500 for what? For a compensator screwed on the end of the gun I already own.
Right.
Man, I had a
I'm
chance.
going to go with no on that.
That was back when they had the Smith & Wesson 410.
I'm going to have to look that up. I'm not familiar with that one.
The reason most of these hogs get
like
big is
six.
usually
I think it was it's a 10mm revolver that they made back in the day.
these hogs are usually domesticated and they get loose. That's when they're so big.
And they go feral.
Right, because they don't get that big in the wild. It's just the food source isn't there usually.
Maybe I got that.
Typically, anyways.
I might have the nomenclature wrong. Let me make sure I.
Well, because the 410 looks like a semi-auto.
Yeah, hold on.
The hogs are weird too. With the males.
Hogs are weird with the males.
Oh no! Did BFR drop out, or he sounded like he was breaking up? I thought he was trying to talk.
He said 610.
Oh.
Here, I'll put a link in.
Oh, I got pictures, but that's cool. Yeah, give me a link.
That was about the same time period. Like, that was like that gun was cool, man. I mean, granted, it's a semi-auto and a revolver, or a revolver and a semi-auto cartridge. But if you're gonna do if you're gonna do a revolver semi-auto, this is the one. This is the cool one, in my opinion. All the others don't make sense, but this one makes sense.
Larry Vickers the other day on his Instagram posted a picture of a Bren 10 Special Forces,
Oh boy.
which was
Oh
like
boy.
I had two regular Bren 10s, and like I tried everywhere to find a Special Forces, and you couldn't. I mean, they didn't even get past the door of a gun shop, and they were gone. And I've like never even got to see one in person.
You don't have them anymore?
No, I like got rid of all my 10 millimeter stuff, loading gear, all the guns that I've had. I just kind of got out of the caliber, and that was that.
Yeah. Cool thing about this 610 though is you can shoot 40 through it.
There's not really a whole lot of semi-automatic 10mm guns out there, is there? It doesn't seem to be that many.
There's more than you might think, actually, because like even Rock Island Armory's making one. You know,
A
you
lot
still.
of 1911s.
Yeah.
Without building another 1911, the only thing that could get me to buy another 10 millimeter is if I could ever find a reasonably priced Special Forces, or the one 10 millimeter that I love that I never got was the 1046, which was a 5-inch barrel stainless steel Generation 3 Smith & Wesson with a decocker.
That's what
Oh,
Ibomi has, I think. That's like his dream gun.
Wait, what was the gun again, Doctor?
The 1046. It was at the time, like they didn't know what to call it at the time. It only had one trigger pull. It was like always semi-cocked, and the hammer was bobbed.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, I don't know, man. I grew up with my grandpa had a Model 39, and my best friend's uncle had a Model 59. And honestly, I did really never. I like these things, and if I ever had a chance to get an old 39, I would jump on it in a heartbeat. But I just never liked Smith and Wesson semi-autos.
Well, no, I mean
They have a high bore axis, like really high, like ridiculously high, and you every time you pull the trigger, you feel it.
Like worse than Sig?
Oh yeah.
No, back in the day, it was number one. They had to dethrone the 1911
Oh yeah.
because they were literally the only other game in town. And the thing that worked for them was that when the 10 millimeter came out, the 1911 pattern guns were having problems with them because those third generation 10s and the 45 series, that was like carrying a subcompact car around.
I mean, if I ever got the chance to, because if you look for like old, just go on Gunbroker and look at 5900 series pistols, they are dirt cheap, and and they're I mean, they're not the prettiest thing in the world, but they'll get the job done on if somebody's on a budget and they haven't thought about that as an option. Magazines are everywhere for these things too. And you can get there's carbines that take Smith and Wesson magazines that you could get yourself one of those carbines, and then
Well, doesn't that Korean 9 millimeter that Mac fell in love with, doesn't that take Smith and Wesson 3900 series magazines?
Yeah, and the original it's a Daewoo. The original one does too, and that's also a good cheap pistol. As far as inexpensive. By the way, that Special Forces Bren 10 is effing cool looking, man.
Yeah.
That thing looks like straight out of Ghost in the Shell or something.
Large holes in something at a high rate of speed.
I tell you, they were awesome guns. It has the same ergos of a CZ, which I still think is probably the best ergonomic frame design that there is, at least for my hand. No gun has ever been as comfortable in my hand as like a Tang Foglio or a CZ, but it was just beefed up. But the reason why I got rid of them was my first one cracked, and it took me like 13 or 14 months to get it back.
Wow.
And then I bought another one. It cracked. I sent that one back, but I still had the first one that was repaired. But then I was literally gun shy shooting it, and then other guns started to come on the market. LAR had the Grizzly Mag gun came out, and they chambered it in a 10 millimeter Magnum, which was, yeah. I mean, there was all kinds of hot, crazy 10 millimeterness that went on.
Was the Bren 10 the gun in Miami Vice, or was that something else?
It was in like the first episodes, the first season he carried, like there were a couple of seasons, he carried a Bren 10, and then I don't know if the prop guns cracked too, or they just became so valuable, but then all of a sudden they had him with a 40, they had a 4506.
You know, I honestly, there's so many. While that Bren 10 is cool, listening to you talk about him cracking just makes me like suddenly it just didn't get as cool. You know? I'm like, eh. There are so many cool semi-auto, like really obscure, like the Bren 10. Like I've always wanted a CZ75, not the B, just the 75. You know, with the round trigger guard.
Yep.
And there's like so many really random. I mean, God, I don't even know all the names of all the freaking pistols I've seen that. But there are so many like cool guns out there that like nobody's ever heard of that, you know, except for some, you know, casual weirdos like us.
One of the cool guns I got.
Do you remember the AMT Javelina?
Oh yeah, they made a 357, right? And then they made a.
I didn't know they made a 357, but they had an 8-inch barrel 10 millimeter.
I thought maybe it wasn't them that had. Somebody had I remember there being a 357 Magnum 1911 that somebody was making.
Because AMT was like the Kimber of the day for stainless steel 1911 patterns. The AMT hardballer.
The freaking. Oh yeah, Kunin. It was Kunin that made the 357 Magnum.
They're still going strong.
Oh yeah, they even made a carry model at one point.
Man, if you want to see some cool the 1911 that James Caan uses in Thief, man, that pistol is so effing cool.
Isn't that a Richard Heine pistol? I believe.
No, I think it's. Let me look. I have it written down. So let me look.
IDMF or whatever the hell it's called.
No, it's a Jim Hoag or I don't know. It's Jim Hoag.
Oh yeah. There was a Miami Vice episode where he's dealing with a weapons dealer, and he walks into the guy's office, and it's that hook. He's got the hook stuff on his wall like a store, and it's just like all these custom 1911s hanging on the wall, and they're like talking about them by name. He's like, oh, this is a Richard Heine. Heine had a model called the Combat Compensator, which was just a standard size 5-inch slide, but it was cut. And a compensator, the end was turned into a compensator, and like you literally, until you had the gun up close to your face, you couldn't see the fucking seam. But back in those days.
I got to shoot a really cool Smith & Wesson the other day. It's a little Smith & Wesson 622, and it's like it's 22 caliber, but the bore axis is like. It's in the bore's on the bottom of the slide or whatever, and the thing shoots like so freaking flat. And a friend of mine has two of them. He has a 622 and a 422, which is like the 422 is like the short model of it, 4-inch barrel, and the 622 is obviously the 6-inch barrel.
That is a fucking awesome movie.
Coolest gun I've ever shot.
Oh hell yeah! It's. I think this is one of the best movies for gun handling period.
How's that high standard Model 10? What the hell is all that about?
Dude, I swear to God, like my favorite time period for firearms, like I mean the best stuff, you know, this quality comes from like of course like the 50s and you know the 40s and 50s, you know, but the stuff that came out in the the 70s and 80s, there's so much cool shit like that Model 10 high standard, like bullpup semi-auto. This looks. That thing looks hilarious.
Yeah, it looks crazy.
Like that butt pad is just comical. I mean, you don't aim that thing, you point that thing, you know.
If you like guns from that period, I'll put the link in here. Dave Lauk, D&L Sports. He was on the coming up and being a big name the same time period as Richard Heine.
Yeah, just the weird like Soldier of Fortune like esque, you know, like odd. That's the odd thing, you know, just like the Bren 10, you know, stuff like that. Like,
Oh, then you'll love some of the pictures on the link that I just
yeah,
sent.
I'm drooling over some of these 1911s, but yeah, someday I'm gonna try to start collecting some of those pistols.
Dave wrote a book that's out of print called Practical Pistol. I think G Webs has the link up in the store, but it was written during that same period, and it's like, you know, what constituted a quote unquote combat carry gun back then, which is what I still consider to be the same thing, because when I see all these tricked out 1911s, I'm like, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that. But like the James Caan gun, that to me is like, you know, that's what I appreciate.
Oh yeah, there's another one. Let me find a link. I think it was called Killer
Elite.
but it's not the fucking one that came out recently. It's here, I'll find it. Hold on. An older one from I want to say the late 70s, and it's basically I'm looking for the link. It's basically James Caan versus ninjas.
Nice. I
Hold
definitely
on.
have seen that one.
Maybe it's
I can't
not
think of it either.
director. Hold on.
I still like Dogs
Yeah,
of
no,
War.
it's called
That's one of my favorites.
Here it is, The Killer Elite. Yeah, it's James Caan and Robert Duvall versus ninjas. Basically, I mean, I'm really not giving it its due credit by.
Yes, you are. You're giving it exactly the appropriate credit.
But there's some like cool like shit in this movie. Like, you know, there's a bunch of Mac 10. Like everybody's got like a Mac 10. Everybody and their mom in this movie has Mac 10. And there's like, you know, you see like them doing press checks on their 1911s, and it's just that old school like I said, that old school Soldier of Fortune-esque type stuff. I mean,
Well, then I know you love Charles Bronson and oh, Jan Michael Vincent in the original The Mechanic.
oh yeah, the mechanic, or Doc, or what was the Christopher Walken
Dogs of War, man.
Dogs of War,
War.
yeah.
That one.
That was like there's a bunch of them. There's like what was the Gray Geese. There's I think it's called the Gray Geese. There's a bunch of movies from that area that are just cool. Like, fuck, man, I love this shit.
When
Rifles
Christopher
too,
makes
man.
that dude breaks that, doesn't he make the dude eat broken glass? I think that was the first time I ever saw in a movie where somebody made somebody else eat broken glass.
It's been a
That
long
was
time.
all news to me, and I was a young. Well, I wasn't a young child, but I was definitely a child when I saw that movie, and it changed my opinion on what was possible.
Then the original version of Man on Fire.
Even the
The
remake wasn't too
non-Denzel?
bad.
Yeah, it was Joe Pesci and what's his name? I always say Roy Scheider, and it's wrong. It's not Roy Scheider. It's Scott Glenn. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
Joe Pesci plays more Cowbell's part. I can't think of his Christopher Walken. Pesci plays Christopher Walken's part.
We're seeing it's kind of more of a mobster movie, but Point Blank with Lee Marvin. Oh, you guys haven't. Oh,
No, that's not ringing any bells.
I can't talk to you guys anymore. Sorry. Point Blank is
Point Blank with John Cusack?
No,
That's gross. That's
That's gross. Point Blank.
Oh, yeah.
you're fired.
My bad.
Gather your things and leave the room. Oh, Point Blank is like it's just a classic like revenge Lee Marvin mobster. It's not so much like what we were talking about, but it's got it's got some cool stuff in it.
The Hitman with James Woods and Brian Dennehy. That was like a real '80s melodrama movie.
What was
I
that?
watched I watched a movie the other day about the Iceman. That was pretty good. I forget what it was called. So I think it was called just the Iceman.
What, the documentary?
No, well, no, it was
Oh.
like well, it wasn't a documentary. It was just a regular movie about it. What was his name? Richard Kuklinski or something like that.
Dick Kalinsky.
Yeah, Richard Kuklinski.
He went up and shot some dude in the face with an arrow in his car. It was a
dude was
crossbow
hard,
or
but
something.
He
that
killed a
dude
lot of
was-
people.
He used to spill cyanide on people in bars.
He was a contract killer for the mob or somebody.
There's your CZ-75. Czechoslovakia. I put in the side chat.
He used to do Kuklinski used to do requests too. He's like one dude. He had to set up a camera,
hell yeah.
stake the guy to the ground, and cover him with honey until ants ate him.
What? Did he do it? Did it work?
Yeah.
Dang, that would take a
That dude
while.
was- That dude was fucking that. That dude was scary. Let's just call it like it is. I mean, that dude was beyond. That dude was like. I mean, basically, he's a paid serial killer. You know.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like he got anything out of it other than getting paid for it. And
He.
or was
You
he?
ever see the interviews with him?
I watched a couple of them after I watched the movie, but it's been a while.
He's definitely a sociopath. I can't say he's a psychopath, but he's 100% a sociopath.
Mhm.
He has no feelings whatsoever about killing people.
No, the only reason why he's not a psychopath is because he knew what he was doing was wrong. If he was a psychopath, he would have knew what he was doing was right.
He really did. I mean, he cared about his family. Like you can see, like in the interview, he gets a little choked up when he starts talking about his family. So it's not. Yeah, he's not a psychopath, but he is the antithesis of a sociopath.
It's funny though, because when you say that, when he was talking about his family, it's just like any other guy going to do a job. You know, it was just like, oh yeah, and I'd leave and go to work.
I know. He's desensitized. I'm trying to think of there's another really cool like fucking revenge like shoot 'em up like old school action movie, and I can't remember. I just remember there being like, oh man, what was that movie? It's gonna bug me.
I always thought Death Wish was so cool when I was younger. I mean, it's kind of cheesy in a way, but it's still pretty neat. Lots of guns in it.
And then my other favorite genre from the 70s was the driving movies, like Ryan O'Neal in The Driver.
Vanishing Point.
Yep, Vanishing Point. There was another one with I can't think of the dude's name, but it was similar to The Driver, where the guy's a professional getaway driver for hire.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck was that? Damn.
Man, I cannot remember.
Donald Sutherland.
Huh. I don't know.
Kiefer's daddy.
Kuklinski would kill someone who rubbed him the wrong way for some imagined or extremely slight reason. I remember him mentioning that in his interview, like where someone might just did something like that might not even be considered like he wouldn't even think twice about it normally. But like it would just like set him off and he would kill him.
Yeah, he was dangerous.
It's to me, it's just like some of these things were so bad. The original Assault on Precinct 13 was
That
one of the
movie's awesome.
best movies ever, and the remake was just junk.
The Ethan Hawke movie
Yeah, I mean that's you gotta.
was a piece of shit.
The original's awesome, man. That wasn't there like a broom handle Mauser or something weird in that movie? Uh, there's something they have. There's some. I remember when they shoot the ice cream man or something. He's using something weird.
Yeah, it's either a Nambu or a Mauser. I really can't tell the difference without studying them.
I'm looking it up.
Oh, and Paul Newman, Fort Apache, The Bronx.
Let's see. Really great movie. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend. Is The Taking of Pelham 123.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that movie is just phenomenal. Yeah, it's a broom handle Mauser with a suppressor.
The original, I'm sure you're talking about.
No, yeah, the original Precinct 13.
No, Pelham.
Oh yeah, not the remake. The original with what's his face from The Odd Couple.
What'd you think of Serpico, Chris?
Oh, I love that movie. It's a classic. I love it when he gets so like pushed over the edge. He's like, he goes for the high power, the Browning.
Yep.
Just because it holds the most bullets.
The French Connection, Popeye Doyle.
Gene Hackman.
Maybe it was Gene Hackman. Okay, let me look his ass up.
Dr. No, don't you have a Dylan press?
Excuse me?
Don't you buy stuff from Dylan Precision?
Yeah, 1050.
Yeah, how long does it normally take for them to get stuff out to you? Like 2 weeks?
Dude, I'd be lying to you if I told you I ordered something from them in the last 10 years.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
Yeah, sorry. It's like, seriously.
I was just wondering because I ordered something last week and they haven't even processed it yet, so I'm just wondering if I should cancel it or just wait it out.
I had no idea that company was as huge as it was, or had gotten, actually.
Oh, here it is.
Half the time I used to call Dylan, Mike Dillon used to answer the phone.
Yeah, exactly. That must be pretty
But
busy.
seriously, my 1050 was a gift from my girlfriend at the time, and she like couldn't swing it, and like he let her pay it in installments, and they were talking, and I had just started to learn to fly at that time, and in the box with the 1050 when it came, he put a flight log in there and was like, congratulations and good luck, blah blah blah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's so cool.
And this was
called,
okay. This was just some chick that knew absolutely nothing other than, I had like broken my stupid Lee press probably like 10 times in less than 6 months. I did the cheapo thing and bought the Lee progressive press, and the thing just used to physically break.
How long have they been making? They must have been making the 1050s for a while then. I didn't realize they've been around that long.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But it's not covered by warranty, is it?
I don't know. I had a rebuilding kit, and then you could upgrade a 1050 to a Super 1050. So I did that. But like through the years, I amassed all the stuff. I had complete sets of spare parts. I had tool heads, all of that stuff.
Right, that's a lot. Yeah, those tool heads are expensive for the 1050s.
I think my garage was such a mess when I moved down here that we set it up in my friend's garage. It's like still over there. It's not even all my stuff's not even here. No, seriously.
How long have you been? How long have you been where you are now?
9 years.
You still haven't moved it all over?
No. Are you kidding? I just got my garage. I just got the house stuff out of the garage 3 years ago, and like got room for cars and stuff like that. And I actually still don't have enough room, like, for all my car and automotive crap because of like all the massive amounts of work that.
Where's your press at? Still at your friend's house?
Yeah, I have I have the rock crusher here.
So if you want to go over there, you go over there if you want to load ammo, or is it still boxed up?
No, fuck that. I make him load it.
You make him load it?
Yeah. Hey, dude, if I gave you, for all intents and purposes, a 1050 that you've had for close to 10 years now, you'd be loading my ammo too.
That's a good point. Yeah.
No, he's a cool. He's like he's from Texas, so he's like you guys. I mean, his thing is he likes all guns, and I mean he's got like real super high-end hunting rifles, and this is a deer rifle if the deer is gray and a male and in a bad mood, and this is my deer rifle if it's a girl in heat, and I'm like, whatever.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I'm about to start reloading for 40, so I ordered some dies from Dylan and everything, and I would like to be shooting them by next month. I have a big match coming up in like, let's see, 3 weeks, I think. And I'm just hoping it'll get here in time for me to get the stuff and then load the ammo and see how it runs and then take it to that match. So we'll see. It must be pretty. I mean, Dylan's still a smaller company, I guess, but they obviously need some more people. Must just be a busy time of year, I guess.
Well, plus too, like I said, you're 12 years old. When you get to be my age, it's like, yeah, this year before I die, that's okay.
So the movie is called Prime Cut. That's another good of that era. If you haven't seen it, you gotta put that on your list. It's a very, very interesting movie from that period. It's got a lot of gunplay. If you follow the link, you'll see his suitcase, and it's just like, I mean, that suitcase is damn near the coolest thing. It's like Smith & Wesson M76 with all like everything you need to like basically be Lee Marvin. I have to say though, like if I could have one, full auto, like the fucking ATF ferry, left a full auto underneath my pillow one night. It would either be a Smith M76 or the Carl Gustav M45. Carl Gustav, I think, is cooler because it was used in Vietnam by special forces, but the M76 is like been in every single like movie, and it looks cool.
If I had one full auto,
Radon and Tebby.
If I had one full auto, like, no, go ahead.
Well, if I could have one, I'd get something belt fed because fuck having like some stupid ass submachine gun.
Exactly. Yeah. If I was gonna have one, it'd be something that, as long as with the stipulation, I didn't have to like worry about paying for ammo. Like, ammo wasn't concerned. It'd be probably like a 20, what's the gun on the AC-130? It's like a big minigun.
Yeah. Okay.
20mm minigun, or like a 50 BMG minigun or something like that.
Well, they don't make a 50 minigun, but.
Oh, I'd make them make me one. I'm back. This is what I want.
Aside from a crew-served machine gun, I would rather have if I had to choose something that wasn't belt fed, it'd probably be either the M76 or a Carl Gustav.
Is there any 50 BMGs that you can shoot from stand like that are fully automatic that you can carry around and shoot?
No.
Dang.
I mean, there could be, and I could just be ignorant of it, but I've never seen anything like that.
It won't be very practical, but it'd be freaking awesome. Like,
I
that's
mean,
like,
yeah.
I'd have to make like,
If what you're trying to do is not hit what you're aiming at, then yeah, unless it's like right in front of you, sure, it'd be awesome.
have some kind of shoulder mount for it.
I guess you don't like your shoulders.
No, like, hold it by your hip and like it like strapped through your arms like a backpack or something like, and like hold the gun up. I don't know, something like that. That'd be cool.
I mean,
And then have something, then have a cable going from the gun like near the barrel to your foot, so that you can hold the barrel down with your foot.
yeah, no thanks.
You're gonna laugh if the ATF ferry beat me over the head in my sleep. I would want one of the 9mm miniguns.
What? Somebody made a 9mm minigun?
GE made a triple 9mm, 3 miniguns mounted on a platform.
For what?
Siamese, or were they Trimese platform, whatever they call it.
Well, what was the idea behind that? Like
Well, I couldn't tell you without looking it up. I just think it's a great idea, no matter what it was.
Who made it?
Wait, I'll get a link.
that sounds like a terrible idea.
Whenever I type in 9mm minigun, it shows up pocket pistols. It doesn't show up.
You got, man, minigun. That would just be that'd be too much trouble.
GEM134.
If I'm gonna buy something like that, I want something I can carry around, not something I have to have mounted on top of something.
Well, you can carry it, just very slowly.
All right. Well, I didn't know you're fucking like. I didn't know you're freaking fucking Jesse Ventura. Sorry.
Well, the 308 minigun. I mean, you could probably get a little help and lug it around. But
Yeah,
that's what
but
I want. That's what I want.
How much ammo can you carry? That's the problem. It's not the gun that's the issue. It's the amount of ammo that thing sucks up, and that one person could carry, or two people, or three people. You'll have the first select fire minigun.
Talk about anticlimactic.
Here's a video by a Iraq veteran with that same 9mm minigun that you're talking about. This thing's freaking sweet.
Somebody posted a video today shooting a miniature Browning full auto belt fed machine gun that shot 22 long rifle.
Oh yeah.
They make several conversion kits you can buy. Razorback, I think is the name of it. And there's several uppers like that you can buy that are 22 full auto. But I think they're all, they have to be dealer samples, whatever, because they're all, unless they have some that are like use some kind of trigger assembly that makes it so it doesn't be classified as full auto. It depends.
Well, I've seen like them made out of 1022s with all kinds of stuff with crank.
Yeah, the crank.
No, this was actually like a hand-built Browning machine gun replica, and it was full auto.
I've seen the ones that are semi-auto, little tiny things.
Okay, I think the Razorback 22 is actually something a semi-automatic. They're just belt fed.
Yeah, there's a certain point where like you're going beyond, like if you can't change out the barrel, then you're just gonna end up burning it up, and that's if you're going belt fed and you don't have a quick change barrel, or at least the ability to change a barrel without like a bunch of bullshit, it's kind of useless. You know what I mean? Like belt fed ARs are like, they're cool to a certain degree, but at the same time, like, why not just get a saw? If you're just like if they're like I said, the the freaking ATF ferry comes down like, you can have one. Pick wisely. I would not be picking a belt-fed AR. I mean, that's just crazy. That
Well,
thing would be a smooth bore in like in a day. You
I
know,
mean,
the
it all
first day
depends
you
on
take
this.
it out, it'd be a smooth bore.
I mean, you just couldn't shoot. You'd have to let it cool down after you shot it every time, right?
What's the point of having a machine gun if you have to worry
If you have
about
to
that?
wait. Exactly. Yeah. Well.
Even like something like an Uzi or that Carl Gustav that I was talking about, the barrel screws right off. And you just screw another barrel on. If you shoot it out, freaking change the barrel, keep going.
Well, how many mags did Iraqi vet use before he blew out the side of the barrel on a regular full auto AR?
That thing was ridiculous. And yeah, you got an AR so you can swap out the upper, but that's fucking.
I didn't see that video. I remember
That'd be expensive after a while. You burning out uppers. I mean, you could change the barrel, but that's gunsmithing work, not pushing a button, pulling the barrel off, throwing a new barrel on, and keep going.
Is it the AR-15 meltdown?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to watch this. 15 minutes. I'm not gonna watch all that. I'm just gonna skip to
It basically cements everything we talked about when you're talking about your AR-15 you want to build, like why you don't go cheap. He shows it all right there. Like that barrel's I can't even believe what happened to that barrel.
Well, you know what's funny is he talks about the gas tube being the fuse, the safety lever. The gas tube was designed to pop first, and the gas tube never went. The whole side of the barrel blew out.
I know that's crazy. It's just like that's not good. That's not good at all.
And then in one of the later videos he did, I forget which one it was, but in one of the later videos they were setting up to shoot, and he's like, "Hey, look what I found." They had at one point he shot off the muzzle brake.
Oh yeah,
or the flash hider.
If you watch, you can see it. Like I was like, "Holy shit!" The muzzle brake just came off, and then if you look back, that thing starts turning like right away. Like it pretty much. I don't know if it wasn't on there tight enough to begin with, but it started walking off. It just took that long to get completely off. Oh, man. Dude, this fucking Carl Gustav, like this Carl Gustav is like that's like going back to what we were talking about before about that cool that era of like the 70s, like Soldier of Fortune, like Bren 10, all that, like that cool shit. Like this is one of those those guns from that era. Like when you think about like Navy SEALs like in the freaking jungles of Vietnam, like, and if you see him holding a submachine gun, that's what it is a Carl Gustav M45. To me that's just cool as shit. I love that. Like this, I've from what I've actually read about this gun is it's so good, like that it's still like an applicable like service weapon to this day. Like it's still a good gun. Jesus Christ! Look at these guys.
That's pretty sweet looking. It looks like a modernized grease gun.
Yeah, it's basically like a way better grease gun. Like, look at these two guys. The guy on the right, the lieutenant. Not not the. I don't even know what to call the guy on the left. Captain fucking Action over there. with his grease gun and his revolver and his mustache. Not that guy.
All the dude on the left needs is the little handlebar curls on the end of his mustache.
Dude, have you seen Action Figure Therapy?
Oh yeah, I love that channel.
He looks like Jungle.
Wait, so it looks like in this video that he did, not done AR-15, that he blew the first gas tube and he put another one on?
No.
He shot without the gas tube?
No, the gas tube never blew. The barrel blew.
Oh, okay. He said when it happened, he said, "Oh, there went the gas tube," but that's not what it was. It was the barrel.
He thought it was the gas tube.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what normally would have happened, but it was such a shit. It's one of those. It's one budget barrel, and the barrel went.
I'm gonna watch the rest of it here.
That's what he was explaining, was that the gas tube was the way the gun's designed, the gas tube's supposed to melt first, so the gun stops operating before it mechanically breaks.
So in this case, the gas tube was stronger than the barrel.
Yes.
Wow. No, I wonder if he would have had. I wonder if he would have been using like a FN full auto, hammer forged barrel, if it would have done what it was supposed to.
Like, when you're a kid and you find out Santa Claus isn't real, one of the things that was like worse than that for me, when I actually found out how few rounds you could shoot through a full auto gun, like as opposed to TV.
Oh yeah. I
When
mean,
you
I remember being like just being a shithead 22-year-old and trying to see how many rounds we could get out of the saw before it malfunctioned, and you could go through a lot, but after a while, it sooner or later something's not gonna fucking line up perfectly. You're gonna get something hung up in there.
There's bunches of black and white videos on YouTube that are supposedly the proof test videos from Colt on the AR platform. You can see them melt barrels and shit.
Oh yeah. Wait, we're going off air? What's going on?
I guess if Moon left, so I guess if he started the chat, we'll be going off air. Time's out, I guess, after a bit.
Alright, well, I guess after we go off air, somebody else can pick it up.
So it looks like this bolt carrier he shot held up good, which was from BCM. So that's. Oh wait, no, it wasn't. It was SRC.
Yeah, just what we talked about before is, yeah, that just cements everything we've talked about over the last month or so about AR-15s.
Right.
But I have OCD and about it, so I have to have something that, like, I'll never shoot full auto, but I have to have something that could stand up to that kind of torture.
Holy crap, that barrel. It's just. Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing, like, it's amazing to see something like that happen. I've never seen that at all, and I've seen some fucked off shit happen to full auto weapons.
Well, yeah, of course that barrel, like, it wasn't rated for that, so.
Yeah, it shouldn't matter. That shouldn't be
That shouldn't happen.
that shouldn't happen.
Was this a weak spot in the metal? Just bad steel?
Probably bad steel. It's not cold hammer forged, that was for sure.
What's the difference, difference between, like the stainless steel barrel material? Like, is it stronger than
No,
the cold hammer forge, or, I mean, is it weak is it weak to the point you have to worry about it, or is it still pretty strong stuff?
it's pretty strong, but I would rather have cold hammer forged personally.
Yeah. Because, well, that BCM upper I was gonna get, they've been out of stock for a while, and the cold hammer forged one, so I was gonna get the stainless one instead, because that's the only one I could find. So, unless the other one comes back in stock, we'll see. But yeah, it'd still be a good upper, It's got the barrel is 410 still, so.
Yeah.